Live from England, cricket's greatest rivalry, the Ashes.
Stark is over the wicket, and he bowled him! It's to taken! Crawley's left on the pad, they're up, he's out! Stephen Smith, it's a screamer!
That is Test cricket at its finest.
For the new spicy sticky barbecue Angus at Macca's. England versus Australia, the Ashes, on SEN Cricket.
Good morning and welcome to SEN Test Cricket from Old Trafford for Macca's. Get the new spicy and sticky barbecue Angus at Macca's. Off the top, I'll answer the question that everyone in Australia is keen to have answered. Yes, the rain is hosing down in Manchester. This was always the most likely scenario with a full weather front coming over from Ireland. Ben Stokes spoke about it directly ahead of the Test match, saying it would prompt them to play even more aggressively. And did they ever? England's 592 was note perfect in terms of the way it allowed the hosts to, in all probability, bat just once in this Test. In the process, going at a staggering 5.5 and over, they broke Australia in ways that we've not seen for a long time. It was brutal. The visitors said they were priming themselves to peak for the final two tests of the series, but have been far from their best so far. For England, their decision to bat into the middle session yesterday damaged Australia yet further and took their lead from 189 to 275. Bairstow's fury in particular was a sight to behold for an unbeaten 99, which continued into his post-play interviews. But it did cost them some time, and in all probability, that measure is now more important than runs. Doubly so after Mark Wood ripped out 3 Australian wickets before stumps last night. The man who typifies England's change in fortune since Lords. For now, it's the hosts who'll sit pensively, updating their rain apps, hoping that over the next 2 days, there's the time they require to take 6 wickets and march to London with a well-earned 2-all scoreline. I'm Adam Collins, and with me to begin our coverage, Vice-Captain, SEN Test Cricket, Bharat Sundaresan, Louis Cameron, former Victorian Quick and journo at cricket.com.au. Gents, we said 24 hours ago, it depends what kind of Australian fan you are as to how you interpret this. Do you wake up, or not wake up, it's in the evening, of course, and hear news from Manchester? Are you filled with glee because there's a greater possibility of this match being washed out and Australia retaining the Ashes that way? Or would that feel a bit odd given they've been thrashed so far? What do you think the consensus will be in Australia, Louis?
Good morning, Adam. Good morning, Bharat. I would like to, I don't know what the consensus would be in Australia. I'm not very good at ever being able to tell what people think back home, even when I am home, to be honest. What I would love to see is Australia to show a bit of fight and grind this out. I'd love to see, 60, 70 more overs, but get a bit of a break in play today and then grind out a draw. That would be great. And I think that's what Test cricket is about sometimes, even though England, of course, don't play for draws. I think the most fair thing would be if we went to the Oval 2-all. Australia have been completely outplayed in this game. And I think that would be the best result for the series.
Baz, it would feel weird, wouldn't it? I mean, if Australia are celebrating on the balcony at 6:30 tomorrow night with not another ball being bowled, so far behind in the Test match. I know we've had instances like that in cricket before where a team draws and has to celebrate and whatever else, but this would jar in a whole different way.
I believe strongly in fairness when it comes to everything in life, and generally we've seen there is some level of fairness in the universe, and especially when it comes to the world of cricket. In these kind of circumstances, I do expect there to be some play, maybe not today, but tomorrow. And I really do think if England get 45 overs cumulatively at any point, I think that should be enough for them to take the last 6 wickets. Don't forget, you're into Mitchell Marsh, this Cam Green who's looked out of touch throughout this series, Alex Carey whose numbers have dropped as the series has progressed, and then you're into Stark, Cummins and Hazelwood. So I think that's how England will be looking at it. But yeah, it'll be... I don't even know whether Australia will celebrate it. We were there 4 years ago when they retained the Ashes and the celebrations went on through the night.
And then at the Oval when they lost there for it to be a 2-all,
exactly, yeah.
The celebrations
went through the night. We were there. We stayed up with them, didn't we? Yeah.
Well, we did, but it did feel a little bit mooted when they were on the stage, owing to the fact that they had lost that Test. There is an alternative view. I'm going to present it from a friend of all of ours, Michael Coney, who was with us in India. I've worked out that the best thing about the prospect of rain ending this Test as a draw, with England in front on the scorecard, the whinging that will follow, he says. Unsporting after the first Test, absolutely insane after the second, bombastic after the third. The rubbish that would come if this is drawn would be worth every drop of rain. And then if they win the final Test, they will claim victory at the press conference difference. They will present themselves in imitation urn. They will have a bus parade and get tattoos. I'm completely serious. If this is a 2-all drawn series, they will print front pages which say they won the Ashes. I get that too. I understand that given all the back and forth between Birmingham and Lords and Leeds and on to Manchester, that if it is a draw here through rain, there will be a segment of the Aussie cricketing community who'll be like, you little beauty.
I saw Brendan McCullum walk into the ground with Jeetan Patel around half an hour ago. It was still raining. He had his umbrella folded. That's baseball for you. He was making a statement to whoever was here. No, not too many people at Old Trafford today. But it was a statement. Jeetan Patel had the umbrella up like a normal person would, but not Baz. So...
And how unfitting would it be if we left this country with draws in both the men's and women's Ashes?
Yeah,
I mean, we have to. I mean, I know it's a bugbear of yours, Adam, in terms of not having an odd number of points on offer, so that there's always a winner in that. We have an odd number of tests here, and it can still kind of go that way. But I'm almost certain the Australians wouldn't celebrate in the same way that they did in 2019. I mean, Pat Cummins has basically said it that, they over-celebrated. He bowled a lot of overs in that Old Trafford test in 2019 as well, and he was spent, he said. And I think they had a pretty short turnaround between that test and the Oval. Back-to-back, much like this one is. So they've basically said, we're not here to draw the series.
Yes.
I think they've made a distinction between, they might draw the occasional game, and in a test like this, they need to draw to kind of, keep their hopes alive. But drawing the series is not something that they're trying to do.
Yeah, there's that piece that Australia have retained the Ashes here now in 2019, but they haven't won an Ashes series here since 2001, and that was what they identified. I should say, by the way, the rain is really teeming down at the moment. That for what it's worth, they have officially pushed back the start time beyond 11 a.m. There'll, in all probability, be no cricket today. I can see a couple of English players signing some autographs in the pouring rain and doing selfies and doing the right thing, but they'll be undercover soon enough playing cards or whatever it is they do in the English dressing room. There's Ben Stokes. He's got the rain hood over his head while, as I say, doing a few selfies with fans down by the dugout and the stairs. There's Johnny Bairstow as well. Now, let's move to Johnny.
Much better mood he is in today, Adam.
Let's move to Johnny. I mean, I dare I say, I've been covering this England team for a pretty long time now. We've seen this one before with Johnny. He has a bad run where things aren't breaking his way. He turns it around, as he did yesterday, making 99 not out, and what a glittering innings it was. He walks in and does his media interviews and takes his machine gun with him. I don't know. It seems unnecessary to me that when he enjoys success, he has to do so whilst making it appear as though the criticism that preceded it was all without merit, and that the main angle he was going for, Lou, last night was that, well, I've got a broken ankle from last year. I'm only 10 months post-op. I've not wicket kept for 3 years, so get off my back. The alternative argument would be, then why are you keeping in Test cricket?
Exactly right. And you kind of said he brought his machine gun. He kind of didn't really. He didn't really open up fully. And I would have loved for him to talk about why he felt wronged at Lords. I probably personally wouldn't have agreed with it. I don't think many Australians would have agreed with it. I would like to have gotten inside his head and understood this guy who clearly was motivated in the next few tests. He was motivated in this innings. I mean, the fact that he was keeping his bat in his crease for prolonged periods of time. We've seen some of the other England players do that. I don't think that anger helped him in a way. So everyone kind of talked about yesterday, the anger fueled him and he was playing better because of it. Yeah, maybe in that instance it did, but on the whole, wicket keeping and fielding for long periods of time is not helped by anger. You need to kind of stretch out your motivation over a long period of time. This isn't a game of football. It's a game of cricket where you're in the field for a very long time. So I would have liked to have seen I just would have liked to have heard exactly what he felt about that, and also heard what he felt about his ankle, because he just kind of said it in a very angry kind of way.
He kind of went a little bit further on Sky. That's the interview that's doing around. There's one with Alison Mitchell on BBC as well, which goes to this. But on Sky, he just kept looking at Kumar Sangakkara. He was answering the questions to Ian Ward while looking at Kumar Sangakkara, because Sanga's been very critical, and fair enough, of Bairstow's footwork when wicket-keeping, Baz.
Exactly.
And, it felt... And also the extra layer of this about the stumping at Lords, saying that, well, he's heard that people are doing it around the country now, and that's bad for cricket and so on. So he did elaborate to an extent once he warmed up, having done the press, then moving to TV.
Yeah, he literally accused the Australian team of setting a bad example for the next generation, for young kids around the world, which is a strong accusation to make when it's your fault. You left the crease and he got stumped. And to then say that, Australia are not just, okay, you can talk about the spirit of cricket all you want, but that they're bad role models for the future.
And when you're so sensitive to criticism yourself, you're then putting a pretty big criticism on other people. That didn't really that jarred with me. It overshadowed what was an awesome innings.
Exactly.
I mean, the way he batted, because that's the bit we should be talking about. The way he batted with Jimmy Anderson there at the end. Again, this thing of Australian really struggling to get that final wicket. We've seen with Ben Stokes 2 or 3 times now, going back to Headingley last year. They just lost their marbles a little bit.
Just on that, Adam and Louis, Pat Cummins and Steve Smith. I was just looking at numbers last night. When they retained the Ashes last time, and they made sure that they didn't lose a series in England for the first time since 2001. Steve Smith averaged 110 with the bat. Pat Cummins averaged 19 with the ball. You just look at them in the series. Yes, Pat Cummins has that 6-wicket haul. Yeah, he played the match-winning knock at Edgbaston. Steve Smith got the 100 at Lord's. But he averages 31 with the bat. Pat Cummins averages 33 with the ball. His worst figures outside the subcontinent in any test series. He's going at over 4.1 and over. Worst economy ever in his career. There are some issues. I mean, they've not really come to the party, and you could see that on the field. He's had 2 really tough days, yes, in Manchester, but it's not been a Pat Cummins-like series, nor has it been a Steve Smith-like series.
I'm a little bit of the way there with you. I think with Steve Smith especially, we forget the Lord's 100. I think that deserves to be part of the conversation.
Yeah.
But outside of that, yes, he's been below his best.
Maybe it's a bit like Michael Clarke at the end, Lou. So he plays that extraordinary innings at Cape Town, plays another at Adelaide with a shredded hamstring, and that's a whole different category of greatness. But I don't think he scored half centuries for a year either side of that. He was capable of getting himself up for the biggest moments, but the consistency, the day in, day out grind was what eventually got him. And maybe with Smith and the ongoing challenges with his back, there might be a similar thing going on.
Yeah, and the extra pace of Mark Wood, that's the bit where you kind of like when you're getting older, facing extreme pace, like that's hard for anyone, but especially someone like him whose hand-eye coordination has just gone just a little bit. I wanted to pick you up on Pat Cummins as well, because I think he's been excellent at times in this series, but clearly there have been times where the captaincy's weighed on him a little bit. I think that happened on day one, where he wasn't rattled, but I think there was a lot of stuff going on between his own bowling. Bowling in Test cricket is bloody hard, and bowling against this Bazball-inspired team is really difficult, and you can just see that first day there was a lot going through his head. He bowled beautifully, I thought, at times in the second and third test, but then yesterday and the day before, it really affected his captaincy, especially when he's bowling to Bairstow and Anderson at the end.
On captaincy and the decisions that were made yesterday, and I know this will be a contentious argument to mount, but I'll do it anyway. Daniel Norcross and I were saying for probably the entirety of the first session, they need to find a way to give themselves an opportunity to take 10 wickets today. Not saying they can, but they need to give themselves a chance. And they probably denied themselves that by batting so deeply into the middle session. My calculation is about 80 to 83 minutes, depending on how you assess the rain delay, was what they missed out on by taking their lead from 189 to 275. And I know that the psychological damage it would have done Australia having Bairstow plunder them like that. But 189, 2 full sessions, it's improbable that Australia are in the lead by stumps last night. Anyway, I wonder, with the forecast being so horrific over the next 2 days, whether that's a decision that was not made necessarily with all of those inputs in mind. I think they got very focused on the Bairstow milestone and very focused on punching Australia as hard as they could, and maybe not quite as much on what was coming.
Put it a slightly different way, I disagree, and I think I could see both sides of that. You put it a slightly different way, Bairstow put on 118 for the last 4 wickets. Australia made 4 for 113 last night. So that kind of cancels it.
I'm thinking more from lunch, where it was 189, because they get the 2 overs back from the changeover.
I could definitely say that. This is why we love Test cricket. There's no right way of doing it, right? Like, you might be right, I might be right.
Sure.
Yeah, and the hardest bit is they can't predict the weather. I tend to think that getting the big lead and trying to only bat once is probably the best way of doing it. Even think if Australia got 30, 40 runs ahead, the time you lose for the changeover, you lose it then, and that time you've then got to get the runs. They
might have rolled Australia for under 189 is the other point here. Just the psychological pressure of, the scoreboard pressure that Australia are carrying around with them right now. It makes it a different kind of test match, right? So you said earlier, Louis, we've had these close results. Now you want to see some grit. You want to see them bat for 60, 70 overs. That's never been required in this series so far. It's moved at such a pace with both teams within striking distance of victory in the final session, whereas this is going to require a Houdini job from Australia, which again is part of the joy of Test cricket.
And one good thing for Australia is how well Marnus Labuschagne has batted. He looked really good in the first innings. I obviously spoke to him for SEN Test cricket, and he said this is what he's been working towards, the kind of innings he played. Yes, he was disappointed that he couldn't cash in and make a big score, but he looked really good. And there was something about his body language when Travis Head got out and Mitchell Marsh walked out to bat. He walked towards Mitchell Marsh. He was applauding Mitchell Marsh for some reason. It is Marnus, so you expect the out of the ordinary from him. He was applauding Mitchell Marsh. He was patting him on the back, and Mitchell Marsh looked a little taken aback. Yeah. Australia 4 down. Travis Head has just been bounced out. And, okay, I've come out to bat in tricky conditions, but this man's really excited for some reason. And twice he walked down the pitch and gave him like a big pump up. So I don't know what that was about. And even as they were walking off the field, Marnus, I've never seen him this happy batting with Mitchell Marsh. And I don't think the two have batted much together across all formats, maybe a couple of times here and there. So he's batting well, and he would want to make a difference. We spoke about Steve Smith and Pat Cummins. He wasn't even averaging 30 before this test, was he? And he needs a big score. And it's a kind of situation he's not really been in. He has a game designed to save test matches. He's in a Pujara, Rahul Dravid kind of mold. But can he do it? This will be his big chance.
I think back to Lloyd's in 2019 when that was the test that he came in as the substitute, wasn't it? The second innings, he had the bat with Travis Head to kind of save the game. They lost a few wickets right at the end.
Sure.
That might have been the closest he's kind of had to. Has he had to bat out a draw before in his test career?
No, I don't think he has. And he did a pretty decent job of it that day at Lord's when England were on a roll after a Ben Stokes century. How often do we see it? Lads, we're going to take a breather here on our coverage, and we're going to let Daniel Norcross and Jeremy Coney and Andrew Sampson and Jarrod Kimber pick up the conversation on the other side. We'll bounce between Manchester and London with the rain teeming down here at Old Trafford. Our coverage on SEN Test cricket is for Maccas. Win free McCafe coffee for a year on the My Maccas app. And when they do resume, if they do resume, Australia will be at 4 for 113 in their second innings, still 162 away from England batting, making England bat rather a second time.
Indeed, this is SEN Ashes cricket for the barbecue bacon Angus at Macca's, but there isn't any. There are barbecue bacon Anguses at Macca's, believe you me, but there's going to be no cricket. It is a more than dreary day. It's apocalyptic. I'm expecting the undead to wake and walk through Manchester from their graveyards and take us all out, Jarrod. It's that kind of a day. It's gloomy. It's depressing.
So 1950s zombies rather than your sort of modern zombie movies.
Yeah, I think so. But, you know, we in England will be keeping an eye on our women's team as they play against the Mamadocs, the Haitian national team, and hoping, obviously, and sending them all the very best wishes, because that's the only sport I think that England are going to thrive at today. I am alongside Andrew Sampson, former New Zealand captain and still legend, Jeremy Coney.
He wasn't.
Jerry called him former legend as we were walking around.
He didn't look like a legend when he couldn't get in the ground this morning.
Well, we'll talk about that. And Jarrod Kimber. Yes, we've had one of those days where bureaucracy has come at just the wrong time. You would think that with the water pouring down on you, bedraggled messes that we were, dying ducks in thunderstorms, that this would be the day when they would let you come through exactly the same entrance with no trouble at all. But no, today computer said no.
All 7 people that were trying to get into the ground weren't allowed.
We had one vague success, didn't we, with the chap who wasn't going to let us in, but we marched.
Yeah. Yes.
Ceremonially passed.
And then we were sent back.
We were, and we had to go past him again, and he smiled.
I even sang at that woman, and then she didn't let me in. So
that might have been why.
No more singing for her. And as we came in, of course, it was Why Does It Always Rain on Me? That was the song. And the DJ today will have an entire rain playlist. He'll have It's Raining Men. He'll have Raindrop Keep Falling on My Head. He'll have Singing in the Rain. What else will he have?
Other songs about weather.
Yeah, I suppose so.
4 seasons in one day.
Listen to the rhythm of the falling rain.
Yeah, all that.
Telling me just what a fool I've been. We've been fools today. We went to the wrong place.
8833.
Text 8833 if you're in New Zealand. So we're fully expecting there to be no play at all, although there is one forecast that has suggested that there may be a little lightning between noon and 3, which should give them enough time to tidy up before the rain comes back and destroy it all over again. So
it will make it's the sort of gap that makes the ground staff work very hard for nothing.
Before we came on, I heard Bharat and Louis Cameron and Adam Collins talking sagely about yesterday's tactics. Mild disagreement. I'm with Colo on this. I thought with the forecast so appalling, England needed to go just that little bit harder in the morning session. They tried. It wasn't easy to score very quickly, but and they went a reasonable lick. But having got a lead of 189 at lunch, you just pull out, don't you? And give yourself the chance. Bowl 64, 65 overs. If you can get 7 down, you get the extra half hour. You buy the ticket. Instead, was it sentimentalism? Was it that thing that England have with Johnny Bairstow, that he's so sort of
fragile,
needy? Yes. That they felt they had to usher him to his milestone. It's not as if he took any great length of time getting there. It would have been one of the fastest hundreds in English Test match history. 99 off 82 balls, wasn't it, in the end? 81 balls, thank you, Andrew. But it took time out of the game. And England are going to have a whole load of needless runs. It's like looking at very wealthy people on their deathbed, thinking, why have you left that money unspent? You know, there's just no need for it. 275 run lead. Did they need that?
No, I mean, I think they should have gone well before lunch. I was saying yesterday that if you follow the Bazball script, then an hour after the start of play would have been the best time to do it, because they would have had their chance to get their full amount of wickets, and then if there was any dry period throughout the rest of the game, they could have just played it in a T20 style. And you know, they had to take more of a risk yesterday. I actually felt they were a little bit more conservative than they needed to be. Me and Louis were arguing about it then, and now the rain's coming down. I think it's held up. This is still a pretty good pitch. I don't think you'll blast through anyone. Yep, you need your time to take your wickets, and then at the end you can slog a few.
Looking at the totals, you're right. I mean, batsmen have been able to get to 30 and 40 and take some time to get there. The harder part of the equation for England was taking 10 wickets, not getting the runs at the end.
Well, indeed, and I know you've been absolutely thrilled by this stat, Jeremy, that those middle orders have been able to get in, haven't they? 41 to 51.
It is.
In Australia's
I've lost sleep over. I've been kept awake at night.
Well, England's
3 players have made 51,
which is also very exciting. And England's top 7, 6 of them made it to 50. So part of that, though, I've got to say, was due to Australia's tactics. And I thought they were, frankly, beyond timorous. I'm going to go so far as to use a word that I don't really understand the meaning of, but I've heard Australians use it in a pejorative way. It was un-Australian, Jeremy.
Was it?
I don't know.
I don't know what it means
I'm just
either,
putting
really.
it out there. Well, I've heard them use it.
We hear it a lot now, just in the last couple of days. Well, they were confused, weren't they? They were confused. You're talking about yesterday's tactics.
Well, actually, really.
The fact that they didn't take the new ball, the fact that they spread the fields to the extent that there was it was very difficult to get a wicket.
They tried to get anybody out.
Yeah.
I mean, pretty much throughout England's innings, with the exception of the first 10 or 15 overs when they were bowling with the new ball and Stark had a conventional field. But once Moeen and Crawley got in, they stopped trying to hit the top of off. I was talking to Glenn McGrath about this yesterday and thought, you know, you're bowling at Zach Crawley. He played, as you pointed out to me, Jarrod, was it 51 false shots out of 182 or something?
Something like that, yeah.
So you're going to get him out if you've got 3 slips in a gully in a ring field and somebody out. If he hits a couple of 4s, so what? Instead, he got to 189. I mean, isn't that because suddenly there's massive gaps and he's able to just push singles and 2s in?
I think we're obscuring the real reason, really, is that Australia didn't bowl very well, actually. They bowled mostly straight at the stumps or at his leg stump, and that's where that's his strength. And I don't think he missed one. He just tucked it away carefully. Either if he got only a little bit of bat on it, went for 4 at fine leg, because fine leg, they insist nowadays on having almost at 45 down there to take a catch. But they give a lot of runs away in doing so. So he could either get a 4 there, or he could get anything from roundabout to sort of wide long on if he got a good piece of it. So 60 to 65% of his runs, I would say, would have come on the leg side. And they had to bowl outside off stump and wider.
But didn't they do that because they didn't have 2 slips in a gully? You know, if you haven't got a slip field, then you're not bowling it on 4th stump aiming for the edge, because there's no one there to take it. So you've kind of set yourself up to fail.
I don't think the
2 and 1 they had. 2 and 1 they had, and a third
for a little while, but they moved away from that.
Well,
Yeah,
You just persist, don't you, until you get him out? Because he's not Bradman.
No, I don't think if you look at the records, and Andrew might be able to look this up for us, but I think if you look at the records, he has a particularly good record against Stark, Cummins and Hazelwood. And the bowlers he struggled with are Marsh and Boland. So the more county bowlers, he struggles a little bit more with. And I don't think the Australian bowlers, they haven't changed what they do to him to suit, because he goes out so quickly many times. And it meant that the one day when that didn't happen, they didn't just do what Jeremy suggested, which is, so Cummins kept attacking the top of off stump. Crawley doesn't mind that as much as other players. What he doesn't like is slightly shorter than that, outside off stump, because he's trying to drive anyway.
Outside his eyes.
He gets bowled as well, and his bat comes from gully frequently.
Yeah.
So he gets...
Closed face.
Closed face,
towards
exactly.
mid-on.
But quite often he gets bowled after you've dragged him. As well, you have to hang the ball wide to him, and the slips and everything else. So,
but I think if he goes,
and also a sort of a fly slip area down there, just in not on the boundary for a catch.
But I think if you go through everything, you could still say that man for man the Australian team is better in this Ashes. But England have planned far better for the Australian players than Australia have planned for the England players.
You know, I thought they were man for man better, but it's starting to get to a point now where the numbers suggest England have taken more wickets. They've scored awful lot more runs.
Yeah, but a lot of that has to do with, Steve Smith and Marnus haven't made any runs because England have actually bowled very, very well to them, right? David Warner is almost finished at this point. Khawaja took them, an innings and a half to work out.
Yeah.
Whereas that's not been the case. Bairstow struggled a bit in the start of this series, and Australia didn't seem to actually have a good plan to him. He just was getting out. It's not about player versus player, because I still think that Australia might be the better team. But that doesn't matter if you've only got 4 or 5 players in form, which is the most Australia's ever had at any one time in this series. And the other team has actually worked out a way to nullify some of your biggest threats. So Boland, for instance, Boland should have been unplayable in English conditions, and England found a way to score 5 runs and over off him so that they couldn't give him long spells, and so he kept...
But these have been un-English pitches. To me, coming here, these aren't... We're not seeing English
It's not
pitches
traditional,
here.
no.
These are horrible, russet, brown things that they're starting on that are not very fast. They want them actually faster, don't they?
Yep.
But these haven't been very fast at all. So Boland, it was always going to be a bit more tricky for him, I think, coming and bowling on these.
No, look, I understand that, but if you look at his overall record in this series, he actually still bowled a lot of good balls. The difference is that England got outside the line of off stump, and that they came down the wicket and they changed his lengths on him. And so that allowed them to score at a rate that he's obviously never had to handle before.
Well, he's going at 4.91.
So my question is, what's the England player that Australia have schemed against perfectly and has taken them out of this series? Right? You could say that Jimmy, but I would say that Jimmy bowled a lot worse than Scott Boland has. There isn't a player that Australia has taken away from England's lineup and said, this person isn't going to damage us anymore.
And it's not just Boland, is it? I mean, Cameron Green has had a miserable series with both bat and ball. Came here with these great plaudits. I saw him in India. I was really impressed with him. I've seen a fair bit of him on the telly in Australian matches, and of course against England in the Ashes. Thought, this guy looks like a generational talent. But here... He's been limp, flaccid, really. There's been nothing much to him. His bowling has lacked bite. His catching has been superb, but his batting's been hesitant. And that just suggests to me that England have got a far better captain than Australia have got. I don't know how much Baz is doing. I mean, I'm pretty sure that Baz wanders in and goes, "You okay, mate? You okay? You're looking great. You're great. You're superb." Johnny Bairstow out 4 times in a row.
It's that sort of technical stuff that you really, you crave for.
That's basically all I ever see him doing, and Bharat says the same. When he watches him around the players, there's none of that. Stokes, I think, is a guy driving things. He drives it on the pitch. He drives the tactics on the pitch. He drives the tactics with the bat as well. And he's just a far more impressive thinker on the game, I think, than Australia have got as both captain and maybe even in their backroom, because somebody's not helping Cummins here.
I think the back room is the more interesting one, because I see what you're saying about Stokes, but when I'm watching this as an analyst, I'm seeing analyst plans, not Stokes being a genius. What I'm seeing is they have worked out that you need to bowl a little bit fuller and a little bit wider to Marnus, and he will continue to push at that. That he's not a particularly good he's not very good at milking the spinners when there's a bit of a ring feel. You know, all these sorts of little things that been doing. You go back to Green, you know, the bowling, even Todd Murphy's bowling. Everything that they've done, they've been on top of. And that's not to say Stokes isn't a better captain than Cummins, because Cummins is a very defensive. I'm going to wait for this opposition to make a mistake.
He had a deep point of the first ball of the series.
Yeah, and that's how he plays, and I completely understand, you know, that he's backing the way that he does things. But I don't think they've adapted to England as well as England have adapted to their best players. And so, realistically, at any stage, I mean, let's be really honest. I don't think any of us are sitting here going that Zach Crawley and Ben Duckett are better than David Warner and Usman Khawaja.
Absolutely not.
But when we go to the Oval, we probably more expect Duckett or Crawley to do better than the other two at the moment, because Australia really haven't had any way of even Duckett, who's an incredibly flawed player, has still damaged them at different times.
David Warner scored fewer runs in this series than Zach Crawley managed in the day before yesterday. Yep. It's absolutely absurd. Khawaja is a different case in point, actually. He had a very good start to the series.
On a wicket that did suit him as well, which it should be mentioned.
But Ben Duckett came into this game with an average just under 40. Now, anybody who's interested in English cricket and was anticipating this series just thought that Duckett was going to be a walking wicket, that Cummins is going to come, put a hard length ball in outside off stump, he's going to flash at it, it'll be called at third slip or gully every time. He has got out that way, but in between times he's also adapted his game. Andrew, do you have any numbers to illustrate roughly what it is that we're trying to get at? Oh, I need to turn you up. Is it? No, which one are you? You're this one.
Is that one? Yeah, that's the one.
You are, yeah.
Hello.
Hello, Andrew.
I'm here.
I mean, all this time you've been turned down and you didn't say anything.
Maybe he was talking.
He might have been.
Exactly. I've been screaming at you. You've just been ignoring me now.
Yeah.
So just to Zach Crawley's number to Jarrod, what Jarrod was saying about his career against Cummins, Stark, and Hazelwood combined. I'm sorry, I'm just going to have to recalculate quickly. Give me a second.
We're going to give us it's one marvellous one Andrew's got here. He's basically he does these little algorithms. He's got this wonderful database that gives us all the information we need, and I talk while you
there you go.
and you're now
so I hadn't added in this innings for them, because it makes it quite a it was particularly good before this innings, but he's now got 409 runs in his career against those three bowlers and an average of 102.25 against Australia's three best.
And I'm pretty sure his strike rate, do you have his strike rate there?
I haven't done that.
I think it's over 70 as well.
Yeah, it could be, yeah.
So essentially, they've had two series to bowl to what we all know is a very flawed player, and they haven't adjusted their plans to him. Now, part of that is because Boland kept ripping through him, right? And then Mitchell Marsh got him out in the last test. But my point is that I just don't believe that the England bowlers, knowing that, would have not changed how they bowled to Zach Crawley, so that everyone was bowling in a similar way to Boland and Mitch Marsh was. And that's the issue here. I think that is one of the most important things that I don't think the Australian team is learning, and the England team is like, well, this team might be slightly better than us, or at least as good as us. We're going to have to nullify them in many different ways.
Is that partly a function, Jeremy, of age and experience? I mean, we've mocked England for sort of being a dad's army outfit and having the oldest pace bowling lineup they've ever had, but that means they've got an awful lot of wisdom under their belts. They've got a nearly 41-year-old, a 37-year-old, a 34-year-old, 33-year-old, 32-year-old, all in a bowling lineup.
Australian bowlers aren't young.
They're not young. No, I know. I'm clutching at straws. I'm trying to find reasons for why England have been so adaptable. And let's face it, this series started with them not throwing away, but being ambushed a little bit on a flat pitch by a 9-wicket partnership, and they needed a fast bowling option that was not yet fit, and he wasn't there. And Australia won a really tight game that England were on top of by 2 wickets. Australia probably edged most of the second test because England threw away a really promising situation when Lyon went off. The third test was keenly and evenly fought. Australia had chances to win it, didn't do it. So you're looking at these tussles happening. But as England won at Headingley, they've kind of started to pull away now and look like the side that, as you say, has adapted way better. And Australia now look like they're the ones without any answers. Now, they could pull off one of the greatest injustices in the history of humankind by drawing this game and retaining the Ashes.
It's just rain, mate.
Just before
rain.
Just before you go,
and is that unusual in England?
It is.
And in Manchester? No. So it's just the length of the rain, and no one knows what the length of that rain will be. And you've based your whole arguments on the length of the rain.
Yeah, well,
and looking at your app. And that's what you've based this argument around about.
I listen to experts, Jeremy, you see, unlike the UK government.
Well, there's a mistake straight away. Who are they?
So experts with red energy,
yes,
by the way, 100% Australian gas.
Red energy. You see, that suggests sun and heat. Look, I don't know is the very short answer to what you requested of me. I do notice that there are legions of people behind the players around teams nowadays, whoever they are. The more money they have, the more people they have. And so knowing how resourceful England are in those ways, I don't think that Australia would be too much less, actually. But however, but if it was New Zealand, we would have perhaps 2 or 3. Whereas I think they'd have 4 or 5 or 6 here. I don't know. You'd know more about that, Jarrod, than I would. But it seems to me more and more that the plans are being laid by those people and being presented to the players. And then the players then will look at it, I'm assuming, and they will discuss which ones they feel that they can perform. Some of them, they'll say, no, we're not doing that, thanks. I could not possibly do that, but I could do that and that. And so I think that's the way plans are hatched nowadays, deep in the bowels of some dark room, and looking at screens and spending long nights coming up with ideas.
Sounds like fun, doesn't it?
Well, I'm not sure, Dan, that you do habit those times of your life. That's fine. You can do that.
It's what Jardine did for Bradman.
Yes.
Well, that was with the salt, pepper and all those kinds of things.
He also
that was planned.
They put the footage up in the long room and they watched it, and
he famously cried, "I've got it.
He's yellow."
He's yellow.
Yeah. So. Look, it's always been in cricket. It's just that I think we've got to the point now where, as a bowling team specifically, we know exactly what to do. And I think where England's taking it another step is they're working on, you and I talked about this last night over dinner, Jeremy, of they basically want the 4th and the 5th bowler not to be a factor of the opposition. So any way they can go to mitigate that, they're going to tire out the main bowlers.
Yes.
And I think they're playing. I just think they're playing a lot smarter cricket. And within that, they're being complete idiots at times as well.
Yeah.
Which is that's the marvel of the baseball.
Yeah. I couldn't agree with you
It's
more.
like a night out with Norcross. Absolute genius with some of the stupidest things you've ever heard.
Well, there'll be a bit of that. Andrew Sampson, you're tapping away on your computer as if you're hatching some plan of your own. What might it be?
No, not really.
Okay. Well,
But I can just to get back to Crawley quickly. I mean, against the other 3 bowlers, against Boland, Green and Marsh, he's been out 8 times and averaged 14 and a half.
Hey! There we go.
Well, there we are. That's not a big plan, is it? That's found out quite quickly by our backroom staff.
Yes.
That's fantastic. And he's not even at night time. He's doing it in the daytime. It's normal job hours.
He's done that in 5 minutes.
I know.
That's worth about 150
There
grand.
you are.
Look, right.
They should have played Boland. They should have played Marsh.
Well, they should have bowled Marsh.
Oh, they
should have bowled Marsh.
Straight away. And straight away. I don't think he bowled to him.
He bowled to him when he was on 80, I think.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, I think it's time for us to take a break. We'll be back, hither and yon, here and there, during the course of this rain-drenched day. I'll probably start reading from the index to the 1974 Wisden, if you like. E.H. Bowley, compiled by Stanley Conder. Batting in England, 1912. Innings 2. Oh, I won't do it all now. I'm going to save.
You've left me on a cliffhanger.
I'm going to save
serial.
It's
a serial. It's
I'm
great.
going to save some of this for you. I might even get you some obituaries from the 1975 Wisden. Wouldn't that be jolly? But for now, we're going to take a break and we're going to hand you back for a little while. But before I do, light beacons from Land's End to John O'Groats, render your garments and sing songs, because the Mummadocs are down. They're 1-0 down thanks to a penalty for Georgia Stanway. England in the lead against the might of Haiti. Well, that'll be raising the spirits of people across this drenched, sodden, moist land. But what will be raising your spirits, I have no doubt, is that we're going to return you to the more than capable hands of Paulie Sebastiani. But you'll be hearing from us shortly enough, I've no doubt.
SEN Ashes cricket for the barbecue bacon Angus at Macca's. We're back live at Old Trafford, but the news remains the same. Sodden outfield, umbrellas up from the poor old stewards who have to stand alongside the covers.
They call them brollies over here.
Brollies, that's
Brollies
right.
over here. And We need a Mancunian on to say Poodles. Can we get Bumble up to say Poodles?
I haven't seen Bumble today. I think he's timing his run if and when it takes place, which is his prerogative as a living legend in these parts, as we learnt on his pub crawl a couple of nights ago. That was the voice of Peter Lalor you heard down the line, and we've got Bharat Sundaresan as well, our experts for Red Energy, 100% Australian electricity and gas. Andrew Sampson also with us. Pete, you've just been doing a marathon stint on television.
It started to feel like that, yeah.
I've done quite a bit of Sky Over the Journey, and usually, you know, when you're doing stuff like that, there are breaks every 10 or 15 minutes. You must have done an hour straight.
Was it? Was it that long?
I reckon it was.
It felt, yeah. Well, it's always good to sit on the couch and chat with Nas and with Athers and with Will McPherson, who's an excellent journalist.
Yep.
They were talking about relationships between players and the media, and, you know, how good it is now, and particularly in relation to that Johnny Bairstow interesting interview last night, one of the Australian teams. I couldn't get the story out because they kind of cut me off, but I remember, you know, I think it was 06, 07 when I read an article, and I was going to write an article, and I wanted to check something that Nasser Hussain had said historically, and I went into the commentary box and I said, "Oh, Nas, Pete Lalor, Australian, just wanted to catch up, mate. You said this in da-da-da-da-da." He's looked at me and said, "Mate, I don't talk to Australian media."
Oh, really?
And I went, "Yeah, I'm not asking you for comment. I just wanted to..." He said, "Are you deaf?" "I do not talk to Australian media." The rest of the box went, "Oh, gee, this is awkward." Anyway, I got over it. 10 years later, he started talking to me.
He has softened dramatically.
He has, hasn't he? Yes.
He's a low-key sweetheart, Nasser. I mean, he's obviously he's very focused on his work. He's very diligent, but he's a lovely man to talk to. I'm surprised that he was that harsh. I suppose he was only retired for a couple of years by then, Baz.
But yeah, I mean, and some things do take him off. And you're right, he's a lovely man. I love just walking into the green room and having a chat with him. But last year during the T20 World Cup, before the India-England semi-final, we were both on a radio station in Adelaide, early in the morning as well. So I was just trying to be funny. I said, anyway, it doesn't matter who the other team is. It's all about India-Pakistan, because Pakistan had won the first semi-final. All of Australia, all the world just wants India to beat England and for India and Pakistan to play the final. And he actually got angry on air. He said, so we should just pack our bags and leave then, right, Bharat? Like, what's the point of us? Like, let's not even play this game. And funnily enough, later on that day, I met him at the Adelaide Oval in post-game, and he walked up to me. He was stern-faced. He didn't get the joke. He said, so what do you have to say about it, mate? England knocked India out by 10 wickets. What do you have to say? I said, I'm happy for you. I'm sorry.
He did have a history at Nasser when he was a player. So his final one-day international, I think I'm right in saying, he made 100 at Lords. I know he made 100 in his final match as well, but I think it was a one-day.
That was at Lords as well, wasn't it?
I think both things happened there, where he ran down to the press box and started...
that's the NatWest final.
NatWest final. Started pointing at his number on the back of his shirt at the press bubble.
Number 3,
Number 3 to reinforce that he was there to stay. I don't know if that ended up being the case.
He got sledged by Atherton here, because Atherton says, "We're looking for your name on the honours board." The honours board was behind us with all the great hundreds that have been made at this ground, you know, including Smith. I was looking at the Australian one, Smith last time, Clark before that, the Ricky Ponting 100, Yallop and Border in that game where they only ever talk about Botham's 100. I was trying to defend the first. Nass's name is not on the honours board here, and I think he has a pretty poor average here. Do you know that?
Yeah, he doesn't have a great record here, Nasser. Played 7 test innings, got 55 runs with the highest of 16 and an average of 9.16.
So, but at least he can laugh.
He can.
Now. I don't think he was laughing at the time.
He's not bad either when giving him stick about the 02-03 Ashes. And it's part of his after dinner speaking routine about bowling first at the Gabba and those types of things. But it's not a bad segue into the Johnny Bairstow piece yesterday. We talked about it briefly earlier with Louis Cameron, but would love your perspective as someone who's been on the other side of press conference desks with these players for over 20 years, where it feels with Bairstow, this happened in Sri Lanka in 2018 as well, whenever he is receiving criticism or is out of the team, gets back in and plays well, he makes a point of saying how he has to prove the doubters wrong and how the critics should, shut up and all the rest of it. There are some players you come across who use the media as something of a muse.
Yeah, they do. But Johnny, I think there's more to it with Johnny. You've probably seen more of him than I have. There are definitely players who read everything and use it to sort of embolden themselves. And you know, look, David Warner is a perfect example of that. There are players who are exactly the opposite, like Mitchell Starc, who get distracted by it and sort of swear off it. As I say, he's unique, Johnny. He's not like, I mean, no one's like anyone else, but he rows his own boat. I thought there was real hurt in what he said and real anger, and he really opened his shirt up a little bit. And I don't mind that either, because I think we did need to be reminded of just how heroic his efforts are. Sure, you're out there, it's an even playing field. If you're out there, you're fit. But let's not forget that this is a guy who broke his leg and who's putting himself through a hell of a lot of pain to do what his team wants. Yeah. It's up to the selectors whether he plays or not, and you know, if they decide he's going to play, well, go on. What are you going to say, Bharat? Because I think you're going to make a better point than me.
About Johnny Bairstow, I've developed a strange relationship with him since the last Ashes, and I think I've told you about this, Adam. So obviously, it started off with me spending a lot of time watching him in the nets, and we really didn't speak much. But I remember before the Sydney Test, he walked into a net, and I told him, "Hey, don't bat on that pitch, because if that's misbehaving, we should go to the Australians abandoned that pitch." And then it led to him moving to the next pitch, and a couple of balls misbehaved, and he said, "Wait, are you trying to stitch me up?" And then it was just a joke. I said, "Mate, trust me, you're going to make 100 tomorrow, and then you're going to thank me, because there are going to be 2 balls that are going to stay up and 1 that's going to go down." As it turned out, he did make 100 in Sydney, and I met him in Hobart during a practice session. Like, we just had a little laugh about it. And then just during that Ashes, like I do, I have my binoculars out. I just tweeted a few things about Johnny Bairstow giving his gloves away to some of the English fans and a few other things. And once the Ashes were over, a bunch of us were in a pub in Hobart, you know, the one by the water. And at one point, some of the English players also landed up there. And all I remember is I was just standing by the wall, just checking something on my phone, and this big figure of Johnny Bairstow nearly pinning me to the wall, not forcefully. And then he came really close to me and said, "Mate, you know, you and I have a special relationship." And I was like, "Do we? Okay, thanks, Johnny. Good, thank you." Like, he's like, "No, a lot of people say a lot of things about me, but I've been seeing your tweets as well. You see the human behind me. I'm just a normal person like everyone else." And I was like, "Yeah, I mean, we are the same, man. You play cricket, I write on cricket, but we are people at the end of the day. Everybody's different."
It's a really important point that there is that human being. When you're in the public eye, you are subject to extra layers of scrutiny, and that's right and proper, as it should be. But where occasionally I get frustrated is when people's character gets brought into question for when they're not performing their skills in the 22 yards in the middle. And Bairstow gets a bit of that from time to time. But
they become commodities. We forget that they have feelings.
That's
human beings. I saw Johnny this morning clutching the 8-week-old baby to his chest like it was the Cats that won the Ashes. And
it was very nice him talking about that on TV last night. But the other part of this is that, you know, there's the cricket side of it, and he did acknowledge yesterday that he's performing his primary role as wicketkeeper with a leg that's still causing him enormous grief. So thus the criticism of him as a keeper doesn't change. That his movement has been hampered. He said himself he hasn't done the job for 3 years. Now, the selectors might have asked him to do the job, but it doesn't mean that he gets a leave pass because people like Johnny, and because he's got the ability to bat with the best in the world. That doesn't mean that people should stop scrutinising him. And that's where he, I think, misunderstands the job of the media. It is to offer, to the extent that you can, a free and balanced and fair critique of what you're seeing in front of you.
They all learn that lesson about a week after they step into the commentary box.
They always do.
Yeah, and hey, and look, you had to criticise him. He essentially cost them the first test, his performance. I know not one person costs you a test, but if he holds those catches...
Interesting, the Australian players have just gotten here. Now, listening to Sky before, after you jumped off, Pete, Ian Warder, who's the host of Sky's coverage, kept talking up the idea of play later today.
Right.
Now, I'm not sure what radar they're looking at. It's different to the one clearly that I'm looking at. But the fact the Australians are actually here at the ground might be a bit of a tell that from their perspective, they think it's possible we'll get play today, Baz.
No, I think one half of the team came around an hour ago, or maybe Pat Cummins and some of the coaches arrived, I'm going to say an hour and a half ago. So I think they're just arriving in batches. But what I did hear from Ellie next door, the legend herself, is that the official BBC weatherman, the main guy, maybe the guy that Johnny Bairstow mentioned yesterday in the press conference, has said that we are going to get a couple of hours around lunchtime, a break from the weather today, and then it's going to start raining again. But obviously conditions are getting better for Sunday is what we've heard, but we'll have to wait and watch.
That's not what you need, a break in the rain. You need the rain to stop because, you get the break, you clean up the ground and then it gets wet again.
Exactly.
I'm worried about those patches that are forming on the run-up there.
Oh, yeah.
And I walked across the square earlier. They've actually extended the cover since. It was not too bad in the outfield, but the square is squelchy.
This is what we have. We've had this at Sydney, haven't we? Where if one day gets rained out, the second day becomes problematic if they don't get complete dry weather. Andrew Sampson will remind us of how many days of cricket have been washed out at Old Trafford in the history of tests being played here, and that compared to Sydney, which I think is quite similar from memory.
Yeah, when an Ashes test, this will be number 14.
Wow.
Old Trafford, 11 days of Ashes tests have been washed out at Sydney. Of course, 2 whole test matches washed out at this ground, 1890 and 1938. The Ashes tests were washed out. There was only 7 of those 14 days because there was a 3-day test and a 4-day test back in those days.
So 1938 is an interesting one, isn't it? Because there was a lot, the expectations coming into that test match only for them not to bowl a single ball.
Yep. There was a lot of, so I mean, that was, when was it? July, I think. 1938.
I looked it up this morning. It rains 156 days in a year in this town.
It's quite a lot.
It's quite a lot. When we say we lose matches to rain in Sydney, it's kind of a different rain, isn't it?
It is a very different rain.
It's not like this. This is the town where the footpaths actually, they are squelching.
They are.
The pavement actually makes squelching sounds when you're walking. I don't know how they do that. It's quite the thing.
So the 38 reference point is they draw at Trent Bridge, the first test match, where Eddie Painter makes his 2-1-6 not out. The second test match at Lords is also drawn. Bradman a century in the second dig, and Bill Brown made 206 not out in the first. Heavy scoring game, a huge double ton for Wally Hammond as well. I think that might be one of the highest scoring test matches of all time. It's 494 for England, 422 for Australia, 242 for 8 declared of England, and then 204 for 6 Australia. Weren't able to chase it down. So this was the third test ball. Match abandoned without a ball being bowled. Then they go to Leeds, across the Pennines, and Australia win by 5 wickets. And funnily enough, Bradman made 100. But loved Leeds more than anybody else ever has. And then England win the final test by an innings and 579 runs for the final.
A small victory, that.
Which is the Len Hutton 364 and the highest test score ever made, 903 for 7 declared in the first innings. And poor old Chuck Fleetwood-Smith going for in excess of 300 runs, or was it
298?
298.
One for 298.
One for 298. So that was a series that was drawn 1-1, but Australia retained the Ashes, having come back from 2-0 down in 36-37, which has been another reference point that we've come back to a couple of times since Australia went 2-0 up at Lords.
I still don't know how we'll be able to pick ourselves up and how the Oval Test will play out if Australia go there. The series scoreline is 2-1. It just doesn't feel wrong.
It will feel wrong. It'll feel like somebody's let down the tyres on the car.
Yeah.
One thing I've noticed when we've been out at night, and I think I mentioned it on air yesterday, is the excitement this is generating among English cricket fans. It's extraordinary. On 2 occasions I saw strangers greet each other with, "Oh my God, how good is this cricket?" They make that on cricket shirts. "How good is it, man?" And it's like, and just watching it as Aussie thinking, this is good. You cannot begrudge England cricket this sort of excitement.
Last night I was out at the tram stop behind the ground here, going back into town, and I saw about 20 guys, are all guys. I'm tipping they've been here for the day. They'd had a few beers, and they were playing a game of cricket in the street out the front of an off licence with a couple of tins of beer, singing songs from The Offspring and Green Day from 1998, which really did timestamp how old they must be, like me, probably 38. You're right. There's that energy around England about cricket, just like it was in 2005. The difference in 2005 being that it was on terrestrial free-to-air television. To get the same level of buy-in when it's behind a paywall is hard, but this series is doing it.
look around us right now. There are nearly 2,000 people at Old Trafford on a day where they were literally told there will be no cricket.
Yeah.
And they're spread all around.
Oh, it's so crowded out the back where you can't see. I had to push through the crowd to get around
So
here.
even more than, maybe there are 5,000 people around this crowd on a day where they expect to see just rain. It's a Saturday. I know the weather's terrible and there's no better place to be than Old Trafford, but it's amazing. It tells you how Test cricket is alive and kicking in England, but it also tells you what the series has done already, which is why I just feel it would be very fair if we go to the Oval. The series scoreline is 2-2 because England have outplayed.
That will be fair.
Pat Cummins will have a very awkward press conference to contend with in case it is 2-1.
Be a fantastic test of Australian cricket, because it hasn't looked good here.
Yeah.
I'm not, there's a lot of people want to throw the baby out with the bathwater after one loss. But it's fascinating. I was thinking about Pat Cummins and what it's like. I hate to refer back to what it's like to set fields and to bowl against baseball, and particularly in this environment, with the English crowds, which do make a significant difference and impact on the proceedings, I reckon. But it's like trying to have a sensible argument with someone who's yelling at you. It's just over. Please stop yelling, please, and they never do. And a day's cricket, when you're in the field and England are batting like they have been batting in this test, is essentially 3 T20 matches back to back in a way, isn't it? There is never a break. There is never a moment where you can actually take a breath and just sort of survey the field.
And the fact that they're all back-to-back test matches, with the exception of the break between Leeds and Manchester, that we're going, into each test with a 3-day gap. The difference in 05 was it had time to breathe. That we had tour games in the middle. I know they're a relic and they'll never return, but the schedule in the let's call it the pre-IPL era, before it was just swamped with T20 domestic leagues. It's getting harder and harder to navigate now for administrators. But it did mean that we had gaps between each test, and the series was able to come to a boil and go down to a simmer. Whereas here, the fact that it's at boiling point with England, if they get the job done here, all the momentum they'll carry into the Oval 3 days after this test match ends, they'll be hot favourites.
Well, it'll take an incredible turnaround for the Australians to deal with this. Yeah, I think, and we're starting to see cracks. We're starting to think, well, that bowling lineup, is Stark going to be all right? And if Stark's not all right, I don't like the bowling lineup because I want him in there. I want that left arm quick in there. And Cummins, he's just had his most. I don't think he's ever conceded as many runs as he conceded in his innings.
Worst series statistically as well.
Yeah. So, wow.
It's a bit like coming in. It's like playing a Grand Slam tennis match and being 2 sets to love up.
Yes.
If it reaches the fifth, you're rarely winning, right?
Yeah.
The player that's won sets 3 and 4 has the wind at their back. That might be your intro tonight, Pete.
No, that's good, actually. I like that one.
Hey, Josh Hazelwood, I thought, spoke really nicely about it yesterday when he spoke to us, SEN, Ashes Cricket, after his press conference, where he said, in the last 18 months, we haven't had a day like this. I think the last time Australia was so far on the back foot in a long, drawn-out test, yes, they lost in India, they lost in Sri Lanka, was Sydney 2019, where Cheteshwar Pujara piled on the runs. You'll remember India were ahead in the series 2-1, and they conceded nearly 700 runs. So he said this is a test for Pat Cummins as well. We've had the rub of the green go our way around the world, not just during the home summers. And for once, we are on the back foot. So it is a test of their character as well. And even if they have to face 60 overs, let's say, tomorrow at some point, you will want Australia to, if they are 2-1, they have to earn the right to go to the Oval 2-1 by doing it.
That'll be all about coaching, won't it, Pete? I mean, we sometimes in cricket can get a bit sniffy about what does a coach actually do, although that might be a bit of a dated idea now. But I think of Ian Chappell's observations over the years, Shane Warne as well, about what the coaches actually offer a cricket team. Well, this is where they earn their money, when it's backs against the wall, a bunch of relatively young men in the dressing room who are under the pump. How do they get them in the right headspace to take the field again and perform at their best?
Yes, it's the psychological sort of element of coaching is really going to come into play, isn't it? Because there's not a lot you can do about techniques or anything else between these two tests, nor is there anything you really need to do about that. But it is about finding the correct disposition to deal with this team that's shouting at you and these crowds that are shouting at you, and the situation in the match. It's interesting that you brought up. Was it in that Sydney game where India won? Wasn't that the one where the captain dropped all the catches?
Steve Smith.
No.
Tim Payne. Oh, no,
no, that was the next one, wasn't it?
That was the next one.
When the cracks appeared.
Oh, that was that. And that's a great example. That Sydney Test. Again, after Adelaide, they go to Melbourne, the 2020-21 I'm talking about. And then they lose. And after the Sydney Test, even though it was a draw, I think that's where Australia lost the series. Even though they go to the Gabba and face an understrength Indian team, the Sydney draw took more out of them than what happened at the Gabba.
Yeah, and the toll was taken on Tim to a degree. Yeah, he struggled.
We'll start wheeling away to a break in a moment. We're 7 minutes formally into the luncheon interval. It's a very, very Manchester day, what it's known for here. I out the back before, Pete. The cricket ground DJ. The Smiths, followed by Joy Division, followed by New Order.
How good's that?
It was absolutely brilliant. With someone wrote back to me, the rain falls hard on a humdrum town from William. Really nothing from the Smiths. It could not be more appropriate on a day like today, nor the highlights that Sky are playing at the moment. I know this Test match, 97 here at Old Trafford, Steve Waugh's twin tons. I think, did Ian Chappell say it's one of the great Ashes innings in the first innings on a green top with England running through them, a must-win Test match, and all the rest of it. But we'll get a chance, probably, hopefully, to talk more about the history of the game later today when Bumble Lloyd joins us. Pete, thank you for jumping in after a long stint on television. We'll hear from you later today. Baz, you and I will keep coming on from time to time, giving out rain updates. In the short term, we'll throw back to the studio.
So, well, this is a gloomy old scene we have here at Old Trafford, but there has been a movement of sorts, by which I mean some of the covers have been removed because the rain itself has stopped. Looking at the radar, there's a sort of 2-hour break in the expected rain. I don't know, these things aren't entirely 100% for sure. It's going to work one way or the other. The radars can lie, but we've got a front that's swirling around, and then there's this little gap. And in this 2 hours, the ground staff are doing their absolute best to tidy up. Unfortunately, in doing that, covers have been moved, and there's a gigantic puddle away to my right. The Super Sopper, which is this sort of gigantic roller, really, is going over the outfield onto that puddle and trying to remove large parts of it. Meanwhile, away to my left, there's a cover that's got so much water on it's having to be broomed into a drain. So there'll be quite a while tidying this up. We've had a lot of rain. The rain's been falling for around about 4 hours. It's not the sort of apocalyptic rains you might get in Queensland, say, or a sort of Sydney thunder shower with hail and whatnot. It's none of that. It's more a kind of steady, heavy rain. It's not drizzle. It's not mizzle. It's genuine rain. But there is a break in that rain, and in this time, the ground staff are being rather hopeful and hoping that they can get the ground into a fit position. We think, from talking to ground staff, that it's going to take at least an hour and a half or so to make that happen. So the greatest likelihood is that they will manage to tidy up everywhere just in time for the next splodge of rain to come. It's very grey. It's not a lot in the way of wind. The flags are fluttering a touch, but it's not a brisk wind that might dry the outfield particularly quickly. So a lot's got to be done by hand. There's a lot of men with brooms who are sweeping gallons and gallons of water, as I say, into drains, while there are a couple of super soppers. And as I look right now, one of them is going over a very badly affected area. I would say it's around the size of two heavyweight wrestlers worth of rain, of water on the outfield, which is pretty grim. And the super sopper just has to go back and forth and back and forth. It's going to take, as I say, about an hour and a half or so before they can tidy this up. And then we have to keep our fingers, well, I say we. The crowd will keep their fingers crossed. The England fans will keep their fingers crossed. I imagine the Australians are doing the exact opposite. They are just hoping that the second splodge of rain can come soon enough. I'm still fairly confident that we won't get play, but as I say, that depends very much on the inexact science of weather forecasting. And if the second splodge arrives when it's supposed to arrive, which is around about 3 o'clock, that would do for us. The local time here is just coming up to 1:10 So any chance of getting this tidied up, the earliest I would think would be around about 2:45. So there is a sort of tiny window of a possibility of 4 or 5 overs of play, perhaps. But it's an outside bet. That said, just stay tuned, because you never know what's going to happen here on SEN Test Cricket. But we will keep you informed. If the sky is even remotely lightened, we'll let you know. We're here. We're going nowhere until the play is abandoned for the day. We are at your beck and call. But there's nothing really more to report than that at the moment. There's about 4 members of the ground staff sweeping water away into a drain. There are 2 super stoppers going up and down doing their business, trying to get rid of that gigantic double heavyweight wrestler-sized puddle of water. And there are still 4 tarpaulins on the outfield and 1 hover cover. And rather irksomely, there's 3 or 4 ground staff doing literally nothing. But that's where we're at. Hopefully we can bring you better news in maybe an hour or so. We'll see. Umpires will inspect only once the covers are off, and that, I imagine, isn't going to be for a little while yet, because, as I say, they are covered in the deluge that has been falling on Manchester for quite a while. One last thing to say is that Manchester has been the recipient of a heck of a lot of rain over the last 3 or 4 months, 3 or 4 weeks, I should say. So this is really going to test the drainage capacity. English grounds tend to drain really well because a lot of them have been relaid in recent years, and they've put in quite sophisticated drainage systems that take surface water and they disappear fairly fast. But you do get a problem if you've saturated an outfield for weeks on end, and it has been one of the wetter Julys on record after England bathed in the hottest June on record. It's a funny old world at the moment. So I'm going to take you back to the studio with the news that there is some news, but it's not definitive. Work continues. It's better news than we had before when we couldn't see any break in the clouds. The clouds themselves, I have to say, are still thick and above us, but they're strangely reticent in giving us the water that is in those clouds. So this is positive, but don't get your hopes too far up. Hope that doesn't sound too English. Back to Paul Sebastiani and
SEN Ashes cricket for the barbecue bacon Angus at Macca's. Adam Collins with you live at Old Trafford with Bharat Sundaresan with me, our expert for Red Energy, 100% Australian electricity and gas. Daniel Norcross also jumping in. A rare chance when we can jump on together. Daniel, from an English perspective, what a magnificent opportunity this presents to bowl in the doom and gloom with the lights on, with the rain about. Who knows if it'll rain again, but we will probably see some cricket, even if the forecast isn't too crash hot into the near future.
Yeah, we probably will see some, and we're always told to look up, not down in England. The thing is, though, the pitch hasn't really given a great deal, and the ball isn't the newest. I'm going to be really interested to see how England start. I mean, I think they say they don't look at the weather forecast. The forecast isn't great, as you say. It's not crash hot for even within about half an hour, 45 minutes. So what they've got to do is make an impact as quickly as possible. So they've got to put on the bowlers they think are going to be the most dangerous. And in these conditions, I think, I'd be interested to know what you and Bharat think. I think it's got to be Wood from the Anderson end, and it's got to be Wokes from the Pavilion end. Those two have to start. And England have got to hope that they can just wheedle, even if they wheedle a couple out, because this could be the template for tomorrow as well, you know. It's not a dissimilar looking forecast. And if they can get a couple out, then they can still dream that they get another half an hour, 45 minutes at some other point later today. I think this is going to be our discrete patch of play, though. It's what we get, we're going to get now. And when the rain comes, I imagine that will be it for the day. So they're going to have to go hard, and that brings its own problems, doesn't it, guys? Because when you search for wickets, yes, it sometimes doesn't come off for you. So they'll have to control their anxiety. They'll have to pretend that there isn't weather around. They'll just have to bowl normally and hope that the conditions and the fear and anxiety that's playing on Australian minds. Josh Hazlewood talked yesterday about hoping that the rain would come. Now, that's a very unusual thing to hear an Australian say. I've heard Shane Watson say, when they were 8 down, I think, on the morning of a game, still needing 220 to win, he said rather blithely, well, if we get a good start in the first hour. Now, you play the game, don't you? I would have liked to hear Hazlewood say, the rain's a bit of a problem for us because I don't know if we'll get enough time to bowl England out the next day. And it's been part of that sort of negative mindset. So you've got two things going, 2 bits of anxiety, England's urgent desire for wickets and Australia's disappointment that they're batting.
I think it's a great point. You can't snatch it in a situation like this. But on the other hand, Bharat, they've got so many runs to play with. They still lead by 162, or rather, that's what Australia trail by batting into the middle session yesterday. They lost some time, but what they get is this buffer, so they can afford to pitch the ball up and let it swing.
That's exactly why I didn't have a problem with them batting on, because those extra runs, because this is still the third innings, don't forget. So if Australia do start getting closer to whatever that lead is and then they get ahead, then you have to start thinking about the runs as well, not because of the runs itself, because you don't know how much time is left in this test match because of the weather around. So that gives them the buffer. They can attack from ball one, 5 slips in. Mitchell Marsh has looked okay in the second inning, but he's still new to the crease. Marnus will have to restart. And speaking of restart, we're supposed to restart in 6 minutes, but there are a couple of spots where the bowlers land, especially while bowling from this end, the end where we are placed, and yeah, they just have this piece of cloth on top. They're trying to use a roller on top of it just to dry it even further. So there's still a bit of work going on. The hovercraft hasn't left the premises. Stuart Broad's the only English bowler who's come out for a little bit of a warm-up, but I'm with Daniel Norcross. Mark Wood and Chris Woakes have turned the series around for England. They've looked the best of the bowlers in the last 2 test matches, so you would want England to start with them, and Australia have nothing to really gain from whatever time they have left to bat today.
The effect of the heavy roller, I'm always a little sceptical of it, but there have been patches on this pitch that got very interesting. At the end of the second day, we saw the Mully Grubber to get rid of Root, and we saw another one yesterday from Broad, tall bowlers trying to hit that spot. The only temptation, I think, that Stokes may have to deviate from the Woakes-Wood plan might be the height of Broad. Whether the heavy roller has negated that problem for the first half an hour, I don't know. He may think we go Wood-Woakes anyway, and if we're lucky enough to get an hour's play, then Broad bowling at that patch, and it's just outside the right-hander's off stump. Labuschagne was nearly cleaned up by one that missed his off stump by a whisker. Root was cleaned up by one. It's the same spot. They might also be thinking in those terms.
Just briefly turning the effects mic down, because that's the hovercraft leaving the building. It's just the heavy roller, and as you say, the piece of cloth branded our Brian Statham in that's mopping up the landing point for the bowlers. The other operator we haven't spoken about yet is James Anderson. How much it would mean to him. He did bowl tidily and well, I thought, yesterday, and a couple of times created, well, not legitimate opportunities, but edges that landed just in front of the cord, and he seemed to be working into a little bit of a rhythm. Whether he might be able to do something special on his home ground one last time. Yeah, I mean, you'd be so tempted to just bring Jimmy Anderson on, right? Especially from his end, especially in these conditions. These are Anderson made for Jimmy Anderson. So, he bowled really well. I think people have read a lot into his numbers so far in this series and just said, he's not had a great series. Yes, he's not got the wickets, but on the first 2 pitches where there wasn't much on offer, he kept things tight. He's kept things tight here as well. He got that wicket of the first ball on day 2 to get himself going. And Ben Stokes is spoiled for options at the moment, who he goes with. Mark Wood, just because of the impact he's had every time he's had a ball. I mean, the 3 wickets he took yesterday. Usman Khawaja was well set. Took him 2 balls to get rid of him. Steve Smith was well set. It took him 2 balls to get rid of Steve Smith.
It would be criminal not to use them when they can. Yeah. Because they don't know how long they've got. Every minute is precious. They've got to go with their impact players to make that impact as quickly as possible. A little tell might be the fact that Anderson and Broad have been bowling in the middle in long sleeve jumpers. I get the sense that it's going to be Wood off the top. And as you say, Daniel, give themselves every opportunity. Every minute counts. Jerusalem playing out, which means we're only a couple of minutes away from the resumption. Our coverage for Maccas, win free McCafe coffee for a year on the My Maccas app. We've got Bharat Sundaresan with me for Red Energy, 100% Australian electricity and gas, Daniel Norcross as well. The task for Australia, Mitchell Marsh batted very conservatively last night, 1 from 27, playing for stumps with Marnus Labuschagne, who again's got a start. He's 44 from 88. Hasn't made a mistake yet, but this has been the danger zone for him of late, Baz. Yeah, he's got so many starts, but just 250s in the last 17 innings. The test average, which was sitting comfortably in the 60s, is now dropped to 53. He's no longer the #1 batter in the world. He's lost that ranking as well. He's not had a very good series. He was averaging below 30 coming into this test match. And this is his chance. He's not been in too many situations like these where he's had to bat for time, try and save a test match for his country.
But this is it. He's a senior player. Just Marsh, Green and Carey to come at the other end.
This could be an Ashes-defining passage of play. So much on the line for Australia, and what a response from the crowd who are in Daniel Norcross.
What an atmosphere. I mean, it's not full by any means, but I don't think they were expecting this. This is all a bonus for them. They are going wild for it. This is going to be tough for the Australians. It's gloomy, it's dark, the lights are on, the Ashes are on the line.
Daniel Norcross, thank you for your contribution in the pre-game here, belated as it was. Jeremy Coney's jumping in for the first ball for Red Energy, 100% Australian electricity and gas. And the first over isn't going to be bowled by Mark Wood, nor is it going to be bowled by Chris Wokes or Stuart Broad. James Anderson.
Yeah, I mean, Broad and Anderson were the only ones, like you said, Adam, who were warming up, having a ball. Chris Wokes is warming up furiously at backward points, so maybe he gets the ball from the other end. If we ever needed two bowlers in these conditions, you go to Anderson and Wokes, despite the impact Wood has had. We'll see Manas on strike. Wow, this crowd is loud. And they've been waiting. Waiting all this while. Be getting themselves into some high spirits while they've been waiting.
So James Anderson from the Brian Statham end. First ball of day 4 at last. Labuschagne defended into the onside where there is a gap. More tucked really, gets one. Labuschagne up to 45, a run for the first ball of the day. 4 for 114. Good afternoon, Jeremy Coney.
Afternoon, Adam, and good evening, everybody back home. Very nice to be here again. We're seeing Australia bat under gloomy skies, leaden skies, and once they'll be getting good at it now. They've had so much practice, and the lights are on. I'm like you people were discussing beforehand, very surprised that it's not Wokes bowling. It's ideal conditions for him. What Anderson has been is very accurate and economic, but he hasn't really been quite as threatening.
They need something special from the veteran. The faith being shown in him here. Bowling to Marsh. 3 slips behind him. Marsh leaves alone outside the off stump. Just back of a length. Shouldering arms through to Johnny Bairstow.
For me, too short. He's got to be bringing Mitchell Marsh forward and try and look to obviously get the edge. There might be a little bit of bounce, in which case you might want to have, if he's angling it back in, you could have a bat pad in there, but 3 slips is fine. So he's got to bring Mitchell Marsh forward, make them play in this, what we are imagining will be a short session.
It's been the story of Bazball. Pitch the ball up. That's what they want Anderson and Broad to do. He bowls here to Mitchell Marsh on his leg stump. Tucked around the corner for an easy single. Might be 2, happy with 1. So Marsh's first run of the day. He's 2 from 29, 4 for 115 as the crowd complete their own rendition of Jerusalem.
And get applauded by every member of the English side. It's generally just Joe Root. You can see Zach Crawley still giving them a round of applause.
Just to return to that previous point, when Brendan McCullum and Ben Stokes took over, they said to Anderson and Broad, we do not care how many runs you concede. We do not want you to be 2 and over bowlers anymore. We want you to take wickets. And to be fair, they both did last year. That's what Anderson needs to do. Give the slips the chance to get into the game, even if it means being driven a couple of times. Away from us towards Labuschagne. Bowls here, wide on the crease. Labuschagne back at the length. Delivery knocks it into the offside. Again, a little bit too short. He's got to find his range early to make this worthwhile.
Australia are so far behind in this game at the moment. They've got themselves to blame with that because of their batting in the first innings. But it's almost a case of having an extra cover, I think, and take the mid-off away. Encourage the batsman to drive and bowl a little bit wider of off-stump. He's been bowling a bit straight so far.
Anderson up. Bowls here. Fuller left alone by Labuschagne. Better length. Just outside the off-stump. It was the full lightsaber leave from Labuschagne as well, batting in the short sleeve jumper.
And that's what he did really well in the first innings. He's been guilty of chasing these wide deliveries throughout this series and getting himself out. But he left the ball beautifully when he made 51. He's left the ball really well in this innings as well.
No doubt he's looked a lot more solid at the crease and secure than he has previously.
Crowd still filing in here at Old Trafford. Last ball of the first over. In here to Labuschagne, full. and straight and defended out to mid-off. Over complete. Labuschagne 45, Marsh 2. Australia still require 160 runs to make England bat again at 4 for 115. Our coverage for the barbecue bacon Angus at Macca's. And that's all on the Beaumont's Hole scoreboard by Beaumont's and Save.
Mark Wood it is, who will be bowling from the Jimmy Anderson end. It had to be him. You thought, yeah, these are conditions where, and Ben Stokes is spoiled. He could go to Walks, he could go to Broad. Mark Wood has single-handedly in some ways brought England back into the series. Ball with bat. And he's coming around the wicket, looks like.
So 3 wickets yesterday, picked up Khawaja in his first over with his second ball just before tea. Then after, he got Smith with a short one that he gloved down the leg side, and Head with a vicious bouncer that was gloved into the gully. So he resumes with 3 for 17 from 7 overs to his name. He will go over the wicket.
Well, what sort of length are we anticipating looking at this field? It doesn't look to me as though it's going to be the short attack, really.
Just
two men back.
And 2 slips. Can he get the outswinger going like he did at Leeds? Wood bowls here. First delivery on the hip of Marsh. Well handled. Down to fine leg. 3 with the single. 4 for 117.
And that's two in the slips and 3 in the covers there.
Yeah.
Really, it looks like I'm going to pitch the ball up and top of off. That first one misdirected in that case.
Completely, yeah. And that's what Mitchell Marsh has been trying to do. Gets across his stumps. He's got himself into trouble like that. Second innings at Headingley, you'll remember.
Immediately looking at the footmarks as well. He wasn't comfortable with his landing. I wouldn't be surprised if they call for the sawdust. No, they're not going to yet. So time more important than runs right now for England. What can they eke out of this mini session? In all probability, rain will come again.
And what do Australia do? How do they approach this, Jeremy? Like, they have literally nothing to gain, everything to lose.
Just play each ball as it is, isn't it, really? If there are runs there, take them.
Wood turns and bowls. Labuschagne defends out to cover.
But being very tight with your defence. It's a kind of, I'm afraid, a little defensive period, isn't it? Where you don't want to lose wickets at these little gaps where you're having to start again, get yourself organised, get ready, and, you know, play to the game that you know and that you've practiced.
It's almost as though they're in a position where they can play for stumps, as it were, which of course would be a fool's errand, but it might be that they're in a situation a little bit like that if they're seeing the same radar we are. Mark Wood turns and sprints. Leg slip in as well for Labuschagne. Bowls here. Labuschagne inside edge onto the pad, not far away. They were up there about to appeal. They thought it might have snuck through. Crowd engaged. Stokes clapping his hands towards the direction of the eastern stand. What's them involved too?
Just on the radar. Thankfully, it's already 6 minutes late. The rain was supposed to start exactly around the time play was supposed to resume. 2:45, it's 2:51. It stayed away. Hopefully, it stays that way for a long time to come, but you know it's coming.
Decent length, Adam, wasn't it? Decent length, bringing Labuschagne forward and nipping back, and that's what got the inside edge into the pad.
Replay for tyre power, save on Fulton tyres. Wood again, halfway through his over, bowls to Labuschagne, bouncer, first of the session. Underneath it easily in that tuck. Yeah, that was the off-cut of the previous ball, so wants to keep the stumps in play.
But he is having a lot of trouble with the landing area.
We'll get a look at this on replay. Does he slide? Not really. So, watching it back for tyre power. Save on Falcon tyres.
Understood. Rod is going to get some sawdust. There's a pile.
Doesn't seem as though he was sliding, though, did it? It's not landing and then the foot moving. That's just one of the most awkward things for a fast bowler. So much power and torque going through that front foot landing, the straight leg, whole body going over that. So that's got to be nice and secure for him. But whether it's sometimes they get dug out in different parts and it's hard to find a landing spot.
So the sawdust job complete by Stuart Broad wearing the sun hat, despite the fact that it's all about the light towers today. So Wood again after the brief delay. No, he pulls up. Didn't feel comfortable landing. Might have lost his run. He's actually having a laugh. Was he distracted by Broad?
Yeah, no, not Broad by by Anderson. He looked to his right towards Anderson at mid-off. I'm not sure if Anderson said something. Just Anderson having a little bit of a giggle. Not sure what happened there.
They're laughing now.
Yeah.
And with every minute vital, I'm not sure if it's much of a laughing matter, but that's okay. Anderson, long sleeve jumper over at mid-on. Wood up, bowls, full and tucks by Labuschagne, the deep square leg. They've scored 4 singles in that direction since the resumption. He's 46, 4 for 117.
Yeah, the radar's not been great from either Anderson or Wood so far. Too many balls on the pads, which in these conditions should be easy to contend with. Pitch still pretty flat in that sense. Yeah, there have been some spots where the ball is kept low and misbehaved a little, but full on the pads, no issues.
What they give for just a quintessential James Anderson outside edge in the next half an hour or so. Something he's done hundreds of times before. Wood to finish his 8th over. Marsh has faced 30 balls for his 3. Delivers and Marsh defends to mid-on. End of the over. 3 for him, 46 for Labuschagne, 4 for 117 for Australia on the Harvey Norman scoreboard.
Hi, it's Shelley Craft. Keep warm this winter with Australian made. Look for genuine Aussie products carrying the trusted green and gold kangaroo logo. There's thousands to choose from. Whether you're looking for authentic Aussie skincare, merino wool blankets or locally crafted homewares, Australian made has something for everyone. There's even quality Australian made fire pits for those brave enough to head outside. Visit australianmade.com.au/winter to find genuine Aussie products.
They're not changing either.
No.
It's going to be a change here. Chris Wokes replacing Anderson after just 1 over. Interesting. Is that an ends thing possibly?
No, I don't think Wokes was anywhere else. He wasn't up at the far end. It was Wood at the far end, wasn't it? So
I know it was Mo and Ali who bowled the last over front there. Yeah.
And Wokes got a lot of success bowling from the Brian Stadium in the first innings.
What's a read into that then? Anderson bowling just 1 over. Unusual. Just trying to keep Australia thinking maybe. Don't let them get into a rhythm.
Also, maybe Stokes reacting to the forecast. Maybe he thinks he doesn't have more than 15-20 minutes. So Anderson over just didn't work. Maybe give Wokes a go. He's been so good. Now still a bit of a change of a field as well. The third slip going to a leg slip. Maybe a short ball at some point from Chris Wokes.
So Anderson now a backward point. As you say, Baz, the 2 slips. Wokes first ball. Stay the men, delivers here. Turned into the onside by Labuschagne as well to 47. He's looked comfortable so far. 4 for 118. 3 away from a half century for what little that matters at the moment.
Labuschagne getting too much of a look at that, wasn't it? It was just too short. Gave him time for it to come to him and he could get inside it and turn it away comfortably to Mo and Ali on the boundary there. Got to be pitching up, and it won't be long before Wokes will be up there in that nasty little area that you are always that's where the battle of the game takes place, about 6 to 8 metres that we hear about such a lot. And batsmen want to own it, so they come out of their crease, and bowlers want to own it.
Wokes picked up 1 wicket yesterday. That was Warner. Bowls here to Marsh, shimmying down before defending. Down the pitch, no rain. Got a message in from a friend in the Merseyside saying it's raining heavily there now. So the rain's coming from that direction, from west to east.
Right. Just not too far from here, is it? That's Liverpool?
Liverpool, yeah.
And Chris Wokes just still to find his right length. And he's had Mitchell Marsh in trouble, hasn't he? Because Mitchell Marsh moves across his crease. He's a little unsure with Chris Wokes in particular as to what to play at and what to leave.
We found out why Wokes is bowling this over. Wide of the crease here. Marsh slapping through point for 4. On the balls of his feet. He's played defensively so far. That's his first boundary. Moves from 3 to 7 from his 33rd ball. 4 for 122. First 4 of the day. They trail by 153.
Likes to get forward, doesn't he? He plays all from the front foot a lot, even though that's quite short. He's out of his crease for a start and he's come forward as well. Stood up with his tall man. Tallish. And he's just gone with that little bit wide of his eyes, and he's got a good piece of it too.
Wokes was off the field for 11 minutes last night, which is why he had to wait to come on. Halfway through his 10th over. Bowls to Marsh again. Marsh on the leg stump. Clips him high over towards deep mid-wicket. Sweeper around from deep square. Goes all the way for 6. Or might have just bounced inside the rope. Either way, it was touch and go. Wasn't in complete control of the shot. There was Mo and Ali herring around from deep square. And it hung in the air for a long time. So Marsh to 11 with back-to-back boundaries. Watching the replay for tyre power. Save on Falcon tyres. Jeremy Coney That could have ended up down the throat of Moeen Ali.
It could have, certainly. It was lucky it was actually a little bit offside. Could easily have. It was a pickup shot from Mitch Marsh, and Moeen Ali was interested in that for a long time, wasn't he?
It only landed about 6 inches inside the rope. Had he put the dive in, it could have been spectacular. Not quite. Trail by 149. I guess that's the way Marsh plays. As you say, Jeremy, back your normal way in circumstances like this. Wokes bowls and Marsh defends. Having shimmied forward again, out to cover, no single.
If that had gone to hand, we would have seen a replay of that shot many, many times. Mitchell Marsh has had a great Ashes so far. But yeah, it came from nowhere. He wasn't in control. It was a full ball on off stump. Like Jeremy said, that's one of the main reasons it went towards deep mid-wicket.
We saw some of the late night tweeting from some former players and so on last night when Australia were fielding. Imagine the, what time's it now in Oz? It's nearing midnight on the eastern seaboard. Imagine the response had that gone down the throat of Moeen Ali. Wokes bowls and Marsh leaves alone outside the off stump. He's 11, Labuschagne 47. 4 for 126. That's on the Beaumont Tile scoreboard by Beaumont and Save.
I like to call it a passion. I can be sitting relaxing. I'm spending this holiday locked in. Back then, wasn't worried about me though. In the gym, trying to work on my free throw. What's poppin'? Brand new whip, just hopped in.
The new Kia Seltos. That's what's poppin'. And yeah, it's got options. The new Kia Seltos. The word is out.
Brand new whip, just hopped in.
Kia. Movement that inspires.
Our coverage for Macca's. Win free McCafe coffee for a year on the My Macca's app. The mark would continue from the James Anderson end. 2 slips and the leg slip for Labuschagne on 47. Bowls here. Takes on the hook shot, doesn't go anywhere. Had there been a leg gully instead of a leg slip, Jeremy Coney, that might have just been in the frame. Ben Duckett sprawling around and cutting it off. They get 1. It's off the glove. Labuschagne rips the glove off as well. 48 for him, 4 for 127.
Yeah, it is. So let's it's certainly a short pitch ball, and it's onto him a little bit more quickly. And so it's gone past the bat onto the gloves. And that's not controlled at all.
That's gone pretty much to where leg gully's been stationed for much of the innings as well.
And he's asked for the physio. He's asked for the physio, but I'm not sure whether
index finger. Yeah, seeing on our screen here for Tyre Power, Save on Fulton Tyres, his index finger is what he's looking at on the right hand. Looks like he's been told no by umpire Wilson for the physio at this stage. So leg gully's out, leg slips out rather for Marsh, who's on strike here. Wood bowls. Full enough to get on the front foot and defend out to mid-on. The umpires will be very wary of any time wasting here, Jeremy.
You'd think so, wouldn't you? Certainly it looked to me too as if he was refused. Whether that wait to the end of the over, we'll just wait and see if he faces a delivery. There's only, what are we, only 2 deliveries into it? And certainly it appears to me that Wood is going at the front pad at this stage of Mitch Marsh. Now, whether Marsh is, whether he's back in his crease, so what to Wokes, he's actually stepping out and wanting to earn and win that battlefield of length.
Wood bowls to Marsh. He's on 11. On leg stump, hits him on the pad. It's drifting down the leg side. Bairstow, the keeper, moves around to cut it off. They get a leg by. Yep, so signalled. 4 for 128.
Now, what is Labuschagne going to do here?
He's still holding
He's looking
hand.
at the square leg, umpire.
Going to face up, I reckon.
That's a bit tough. We've seen lots of reasons why different people have come onto the field, and he's taken one on the, clearly taken one on the hand there.
Maybe he was told wait till the end of the over, but you don't have to generally if you are in that kind of pain. It hit him flush on the index finger. He's been feeling it. He's still feeling it. He's still wringing his hand.
Getting a close-up here. He was in some discomfort. He can bend it, though. So Labuschagne's going to tough it out. Taking a moment here. There's no leg gully, no leg slip, rather. There's a deepish man at backward square, but not towards the rope. So expect a bouncer here. Nope, on leg stump instead. Tucked around the corner. Well played by Labuschagne. Could be a couple. Will be a couple. He advances to 50. Really well played by Australia's number 3. They need him to bat for an awfully long time to help save this test match. Well, 50 50 from 99. He's playing his role so far. 4 for 130 for Australia. Recognised on the balcony and facing up after copping a blow to the index finger and raising his half century from the next ball.
Second 50 of the match for Labuschagne. Well done. He's battled through some difficult moments in this series so far. He's got a chance to really steer Australia towards a draw, and if he does that, it's a match-defining, and a series-defining innings. That's what confronts him at the moment.
Mid-off goes a little bit wider, out to cover. Telegraphing the short ball. Wood bowls. It's, again, on the leg stump line, back of a length, and Labuschagne helps himself to 2 more through mid-wicket this time. So, well played. Right under his eyes. He's 52 from his 100th delivery. 4 for 132, Andrew Sampson.
It's the 7th time he's got 50 in each innings of the match, which is a pretty high percentage for a guy who's played 40 or more tests. In fact, it's the highest. 1 every 6 test matches he's got 50s in each innings.
And
highest of anyone who's played 40 or more.
Sorry, Andrew. He's been tinkering so much throughout the series, but he said he felt the best in the first innings. Everything is in order. His middle stump guard, not fooling around with it, and it's worked. He's left balls well. He's played through the onside really well.
So Wood to finish. For Labuschagne again. Bowls here. Labuschagne bouncer gets way under. Well, doesn't need to get underneath it. It's bounced way over his head. End of the over. Changing commentary. Pete Lalor in for Bharat Sundaresan. 4 for 132. That's on the Beaumont Tile scoreboard. By Beaumont to save with Labuschagne 52 and Marsh on 11. The Aussie medical staff coming out as well.
Salah passes to Rashford. Oh, lovely from Rashford. Rashford crosses and Harry Kane is there. He's done it. What a goal!
This winter,
the crowd has gone absolutely wild.
The world's best footballers are on Paramount Plus.
Ange Postecoglou is loving this.
Man United, Liverpool, Tottenham, Bayern Munich and loads more. The Winter Festival of Football on Paramount Plus.
It's a mountain of world-class football.
SEN Ashes cricket for the Barbecue Bacon Angus at Macca's. Pete Lalor jumping in. We're seeing the replay from the previous over where Marnus Labuschagne was hit flush on the right index finger. He wasn't permitted to have medical treatment through the over, but at the end of the over, they've all run out to check him out. And the crowd are hooting and hollering, suggesting that there's some time wasting going on, but I think fair enough if Mark Wood whacks you on the finger.
I'm stunned that they didn't let him get treatment in the moment. I mean, he's clearly not making this up. He's really not sort of trying to soak up some time. The guy was in pain. It was an instant reaction. Anyway, the crowd's being very generous and understanding, as you can probably hear.
Well, the 2 umps were right round him too. So it is a little odd, but certainly it was allowed at the end of the over, although he had to confront another 2 or 3 deliveries before that actually occurred. Anyway, he survived those. I could see a long discussion between Stokes and Wokes at that time. They're talking about the length at which he should bowl to Mitch Marsh. Keep it up, he's saying.
2 slips for Wokes, bowls to Marsh, leaves alone. A little bit fuller. Well called, Jeremy Coney.
Yeah. There was interesting scenes just before the start of play. Did you see Johnny Bairstow go out there and examine the middle of the pitch on hands and knees and gloves and pointing it out to, I think, to Stokes? I suspect there's cracking around there. Have you been out there, Jeremy?
We're not allowed out.
You're not?
No.
I went out there this morning, but couldn't see it, could I?
You and your TV mates.
Yeah, that's right.
It's big on the box, Peter Lalor. Wokes in here, delivers to Marsh. That's wider of the off stump. Shoulders, arms once more.
Sounds like a pernicious bowler, doesn't it? Big on the box.
So keep an eye on Marsh, the way he will, because Wokes is a little slower than Wood. He feels much more comfortable about walking at the bowler so that he can change his length. So far in the first 2, he's stayed back in his crease. And Wokes has pitched up better twice, the second one a little wider.
So will Marsh be comfortable coming down? 5-4 field. Bowls here. Marsh does come down a wee bit before defending. Looks so big when he does that, doesn't he? He's imposing to mid-on, no run.
Yep. He's a big presence at the wicket, isn't he? Cameron Green's a little similar. Reminds me of Matthew Hayden back in the day. And particularly when batters like that come at you and hit you hard. It's almost as if they intimidate the bowler.
Well, they were trying to win that battle for length. And There's been a change in the field. Third slip has come out and he's gone to a mid-wicket, which is Duckett. And for that little, whether he flicks the ball and wants to go through the onside, if he doesn't get control, it could provide a catch there as well.
I think Bairstow's going to come up to the stumps to try and keep him in the crease.
Okay, yes. Yeah.
So Bairstow, who spoke last night about how difficult wicket-keeping is for him at the moment with his injured ankle, or the broken ankle from last year, that'll take some doing being up to the stumps.
Well, whether this provides, you know, a problem for Wokes and he bowls a little bit wider of the off stump, let's just wait and see. He doesn't want to go down leg side with the keeper up.
So with Bairstow up, Wokes approaches, delivers to Marsh, back of a length, defends. As you see Bairstow jumping up to try and read the ball off the pitch. That might be why he was out there, Pete, expecting to be up the stumps a little bit.
It's a kind of a, you know, you've got a choice to be, I think, as a keeper. Yes, you are now going to keep the batsman back in his crease, and therefore the bowler is enabled to try and use that best length to bowl on. But at the same time, if you get a nick, that's what you've got to judge. Is there a better chance for a nick, or for the bowler to work well?
Wokes to Marsh, who drives off the front foot. Foolish delivery, straight to cover. Moeen Ali fields.
So those are the two things you've got to weigh up, I think, as a keeper. Is it more beneficial to come up for our team, but I might run the risk of dropping and putting down a fine nick?
Well, which is the best way to get there? Keep them in their crease and bring the LBW or the place into play.
Those sorts of things,
Or the nick.
Well, the way that Marsh played that, he actually sort of opened the face of the bat a wee bit, and it went actually square to Moeen Ali a bit more. You've got to be careful of that.
So Wokes with one ball left in the over. Marsh still there on 11. Marsh on leg stump, hit on the pad, but going down the leg side. Only appeal coming from the crowd. 4 for 132 on the Beaumont Tile scoreboard by Beaumont's and Save. They trail by 143 in Australia with Labuschagne 52 and Marsh on 11.
Beaumont Styles is proudly sponsoring the Ashes, and I'd like to bowl you over with these Beaumont bargains. Coming at us at top speed is their monster bathroom wear catalog sale, packed with everything at up to 25% off. Vanities, baths, shower screens, even the kitchen sink. And yes, up to 25% off Australia's biggest tile range. Well, that's bowl me over. Up to 25% of all bathroom wear and tiles. You'll be happy you chose Australia's #1, Beaumont Tiles.
SEN Ashes cricket for the Barbecue Bacon Angus at Macca's. Jeremy Coney and Pete Lalor with us for Red Energy, 100% Australian electricity and gas. And wood to continue. How long will they get here? All the lights on at Old Trafford. Such great conditions for bowling. The ball not really moving around so far.
Not yet. Man at bat pad now has been brought in, so be careful you don't ride the bouncer.
Wood to Labuschagne, continuing their style. Short to start, gets underneath it. That's an accurate, quick bouncer. Up at 91 mile an hour as well.
Standing up to play the bouncer brings the bat pad into play, because you lose control of your hands unless you can drop them and take it on the body.
Well, it's one of those wickets where you can get under most of them, can't you? You can trust the bounce. It's not that difficult middle bounce, is it? But so you have to pitch the bouncer up a little bit more, get it into that sort of armpit region.
And that'll be in Labuschagne's mind, so it might be a smart move here at some point for the bowler to pitch up and try and nip it back into the pads.
Wood, crowd with him. Up to Labuschagne, he's 52, he stays on 52, defensively out to mid-wicket.
Well, ideally you're aiming for that scenario you did with Travis Head, where he's caught in two minds, isn't he? You know, I'm going to go for this shot. No, I'm not. Oh, God, I'm in trouble here.
Yeah, well, sometimes on a pitch like this, you see the ball short and you're expecting it to bounce high, but in fact it sort of just squats a bit lower and then you're caught. That happened to Stokes, actually, didn't it, in one of the deliveries? And I think it happened to Head a wee bit as well, and he had nowhere to go.
It wasn't surprising with Head, was it? Because we'd seen him trap like that a few times in the first innings, but he got away with it.
Interesting we don't have the leg gully or the leg slip at the moment, so the two men out are back. Fine leg and deep backward square. Wood up. Anderson end, bowls to Labuschagne. There's the bouncer again. Doesn't quite get up. He rides the bounce and defends into the onside, no run. They won't mind that, though.
Better length, that one. Made him
Yeah, it was outside off stump,
Yeah,
which actually helped the line, helped the batsman a wee bit there.
Yeah. But he went up with it.
Bowler wouldn't mind that. He'll see, oh, OK, you're going to stand up and play them.
That's right.
I don't mind that.
Yeah.
So if I can get one a bit straighter, a little bit bigger.
Yeah.
Yes, exactly on them.
The other thing is these players are getting in now. They've been out there for 28 minutes. The crowd trying to get Mark Wood to rise to them. Halfway through his 10th over. Bowls here to Labuschagne. Bouncer, but just a bit leg side. And again, Labuschagne's able to come across his stumps and duck at the right time. If Australia can get through this mini session without further loss, it will do wonders for their confidence.
Well, it'll allow them to have a breath anyway and sort of deal with their confidence. But gosh, the last thing they want to do is go down in a screaming heap here and then have all that time to think about heading to London and to the Oval. Not that it's that much time. It's Thursday, isn't it? Test next week.
Some running repairs on the hovercraft. Hover cover beneath us had some trouble yesterday.
Sabotaged again by an Australian.
Seem to now screen for tyre power, save on Falcon tyres. Wood. Labuschagne again. Bowls here. Labuschagne plays with hands away from his body, out towards backward points, not in complete control, but gets away with it.
Interesting over. Previous ball was just beautiful, wasn't it? Right at the crest of his badge. Beautiful line. Dangled his bat out at that one a little bit. And this pace just flusters you, doesn't it? It's that extra 10 kilometres. It's like those people in Texas at the moment who complain about that extra 10 degrees. They said it's normally 105 every day here. But I think for 30 days straight it's been 114, 115. So that extra 10 degrees really gets you.
The leg gully's back. Slip on his own, Joe Root. And it's James Anderson around the corner where Labuschagne had some troubles from Wood's previous over. Still got short leg and a conventional square leg and a mid-wicket. Right. So telegraphing his punch somewhat here.
Marnus dictating the pace of the game there, telling the bowler to go back, start again.
Do not know how he gets away with doing that so often. Can only annoy Wood. In here to finish. To Labuschagne, and Labuschagne off his ribs just about, or maybe his hip, down to fine leg for one. He keeps the strike. Well played by the Queenslander. Up to 53 at the end of the over. Marsh on 11. Australia 4 for 133 on the Beaumont Tile scoreboard. By Beaumont's and save. Bumble Lloyd in after the break.
Hello. Frank Walker from National Tiles. National Tiles constantly check and lock prices on many of our most popular tiles at more than 20% below the market every day of the year. Here's proof. Massively popular Subway wall tiles, best market price $52. National Tiles checked and locked price $34.95. That's way more than 20% saving every day of the year. Only at National Tiles.
SEN Test Cricket for Maccas. Win free McCafe coffee for a year on the My Maccas app. Good afternoon to David Bumble Lloyd for the first time. How are you going?
I'm well rested, very well rested. Looking left all the time from our commentary position to where the weather comes from, and that's from Liverpool. Liverpool is away down there. If it hits Liverpool, it hits here.
Well, I just got told before you jumped into the box it's raining in the Merseyside right now.
Really?
Yep.
Well, it's on its way then.
Yep. Wokes away from us, 2 slips and Bairstow up to the stumps at Labuschagne for the first time in a while, and he dabs it through the cordon for 4. In control, went back, late cut, through about 5th slip. Labuschagne to 57, 4 for 137.
Well, they're not completely shutting up shop here. It's an hour on the train from Liverpool.
Yes, it is.
To here.
Yes, yeah.
How long does the rain come by train? Or is it in a fast car?
No, it's under its own steam, I think.
Own steam, yeah. you gotta love the old pro here on my right. Just as the first ball is about to be bowled, he walks into the press box, hangs his coat on the rack and throws his pen down on the desk. Oh, we're starting, are we?
He knows how to play the rain game in Lancashire. Wokes wider on the crease. Labuschagne goes back to defend. You know what I reckon, Bumble? Keen on your thoughts on this. The bloke who loves bowling those Ashes-defining spells, Stuart Broad, yet to be used.
Well, these are great conditions. You couldn't wish for anything better. Overcast, a little bit sultry, the lights on. He'll be itching to get into this.
Now, was he off the field a little bit towards the end of play last night?
Woke certainly was. That's why Anderson started.
Yeah.
Anderson started had one over because Wokes wasn't yet permitted to bowl. He is now. Delivering here to Labuschagne, who leaves alone close to the off stump, really close. Judging by the response of Johnny Bairstow, hands on his helmet, the wicketkeeper. Up to the pegs. We'll wait for a replay for tyre power. Save on Falcon tyres. David Lloyd.
Strange noise here.
I'm not sure about the keeper in these conditions up to the stumps. I know he wants to bat outside of his crease, but there should be enough in this pitch to Johnny Bairstow to say, OK, you can bat where you like. I've got to stand back.
Might that be frustration at not having taken the bails? Wokes bowls here. Labuschagne goes back in defence because it wasn't actually as close as I thought to the stumps on reflection, but Bairstow didn't glove it. Then he wheeled away in dismay. Was it possibly the case that Labuschagne dragged his back foot?
I don't think he dragged out, but it's a great length.
Yeah.
It's a much better length. In these conditions, you've got to get it up there. But you look at, I'm just looking now at Wokes, and he's got some attachment to his knee. He was adjusting the strapping, and you can see it now through his whites. He's got a heavy strapping on his left knee.
So he's in here to Labuschagne. Bowls a bit wider on the crease. Labuschagne leaves again outside the off stump, but fuller from Wokes. Like I say, Bumble, more challenging length if Labuschagne does wish to drive.
Yeah, so again, I'd say that Bairstow, if it's that length, I think that is the correct length to bowl. He's better off stood back. Any sort of movement and a drive would bring a nick. It needs to be stood back. In these conditions, he's bound to be doing something eventually.
Ready? He went up originally to Mitchell Marsh, but has stayed there for Labuschagne through this over. Last ball of it here. Delivers, and Labuschagne goes back to defend. Out towards backward point. End of the over. Changing commentary after the break with Daniel Norcross in for me. 4 for 137. Labuschagne 57, Marsh 12, and that's on the Harvey Norman scoreboard.
Want to build a new home but need to move in now? Edgewater Homes has fixed price completed homes ready to buy with premium inclusions in the best locations. Get the Edgewater Homes everyday advantage. Buy a completed home and move in now. edgewaterhomes.com.au.
Power up your arsenal with Greenworks range of battery-powered garden equipment. With over 20 products available in the Greenworks 60V Pro range, they're all powered by an interchangeable 60V Ultra Power battery and backed by a 4-year tool warranty. Visit greenworksaustralia.com.
SEN Ashes cricket with the barbecue bacon Angus at Macca's. It's been Australia's day. It's rained, and then they haven't lost a wicket.
They couldn't be in better spirits, as Mark Wood seems to be walking off the field. he's gone miles away.
We saw a few of the greats of cricket up in the stands there.
We did. Farouk Engineer, Clive Lloyd, old muckers of mine, old teammates, great lads too.
You've had some good internationals here over the years, haven't you?
We had a lad called Akram, he wasn't bad.
Eh?
A lad called Akram.
Akram,
he was
yeah.
Okay, yeah, pretty good.
Pakistan, yeah.
Here comes Mark Wood.
It's Marsh bowls a bouncer. There are no slips in place. We've just got the bouncer field,
which we've got kind of used to. So all this notion of cloud cover and it seaming around and getting the best of the conditions, well, it doesn't seem to matter whether the clouds are there or not. We're just going to have lots of lovely bouncers and see if Mitchell Marsh gets out to it.
I think you'd go the other way to Marsh, wouldn't you? You'd like to get him on the front foot. Do you want to drive, have a couple of slips in? He's a wonderful hooker, and he got out of that so comfortable. There's a bouncer there, and he was reading the writing on the ball as it went past. Oh well.
Well, he's played quite a lot of his cricket in Western Australia, hasn't he? Which is quite bouncy. Wood is in, and that's left alone comfortably by Marsh in a channel outside the off stump. He's at a 6 and a 4 in consecutive balls, a single, and around that have been 43 dot balls.
That's a little bit how Mitch Marsh bats. You know, he's a stiff batter. I mean, and I think you're right there, pitching the ball up and looking at the outside edge. I mean, he plays thunderous cover drives and will get away with a few of them, but in conditions like this, I'd be backing myself to catch his outside edge.
Absolutely.
Well, I think Wood might also be advised to aim for that patch on the pitch, which has been a little bit awkward for the right-hander from the James Anderson end. There's been a couple that have shot through low from that end. as he comes hurtling in. Right arm over to Marsh. That's short again. And Marsh just nods like a man walking into a local pub and seeing his old mucker in the same place day after day.
He's just nodded at it, hasn't he? He's so comfortable on this short ball. I'd go the other way. A couple of slips in and a gully, and at 90 miles an hour, come on, do you want to drive?
Well, it's not like you're defending a sort of slender lead, is it?
No.
You just got to knock these blokes over.
Well, they're running out of time here as well before the next rain comes. Deep backward point, fly slip, fine leg, deep backward square leg, deep mid-wicket, gully.
Your gloom will be warming so many Australian hearts
That's what I'm here
tonight.
for.
Yeah? Keep it up.
I
think we like more than miserable Englishmen.
I like to infuse the Aussies. Wood is in. It's driven off a thick inside edge, not far away from his stumps, and it rolls to backward square leg and they amble a single. That could easily have been dragged on. That was the surprise full ball, which Marsh didn't play awfully well. Goes to 12. Another run's added to the Harvey Norman scoreboard.
I was surprised that it was...
Oh, I say. Taking another look at that, by the way, on the replay screen with tyre power, save on Falcon tyres. That was not far away.
93 miles an hour, that one. That really hurried the batter up.
I think the crowd have just seen that, and they like it.
They're all listening to SEN. They just heard us.
Change of field. They could do with getting on with it. If they've got these plans, they do need to rush a little. The crowd are magnificent here. You know, they're soaking wet, bless them. But they're still mustering voice.
That's not unusual.
I mean, do you guys sort of develop waterproof feathers when you live there? Or gills? Can you literally breathe underwater? As Wood is in. It's short, played off the hip, pass backward square leg. And it goes down to the fielder who flings it in. Lurch, as Crawley does the fielding. I remember there's a comedy called Whoops Apocalypse. One of the characters opines that if God had meant people to live in England, he would have given them gills. You had a point.
You should have been around for uncovered pitches.
You got flippers, haven't you?
I meant to ask about that because I wasn't really around for uncovered pitches. So did they? How dry did the pitch have to get before you could resume? Or did
not very dry. No, just no standing water. No standing water.
That was all it was.
Yeah, really. Yeah.
Wow.
Bit sticky.
Here comes Wood. Rushes into Marsh, who's short, up on his toes, turns it into the onside. There's no run. At the end of the over on the Beaumont scoreboard by Beaumont's save, it's 4 for 139.
Australia is being flooded with illegal tobacco. High taxes have driven tobacco sales underground, costing taxpayers over $4 billion a year. This money could be used for hospitals, roads and schools. Instead, it's in the hands of black market criminals who make our streets less safe. This is bad for local communities, small business and you as a taxpayer. New plans by the Albanese government will make this illegal market even bigger. Don't let it happen. Search Bust the Black Market for more information. Authorised by Australian Taxpayers Alliance, Sydney.
SEN Test cricket for Maccas with free McCafe coffee for a year on the My Maccas app. James Anderson, who bowled the first over of the day, is coming at the attack. Chris Wokes is walking off. He bowled the first over because Wokes had been off the field for the last 11 minutes yesterday. So Wokes couldn't bowl the first over. Anderson bowled the first, and now he's back in, and not from his eponymous end, from the Brian Statham end instead.
I think this is his preferred end.
Do you?
Yeah, when he plays for lengths on a number of occasions, and he'll tend to bowl at this end.
So they didn't name it this end because this end was already named the Brian Statham end?
No, I don't think so. They probably just randomly. I mean, it took a long time to get that sign together, didn't it?
I can see. I mean, it's an elaborate old thing.
It is. I mean, it's a work of art,
yeah,
isn't
it's a piece of A3, I'd say.
It is, yeah.
Laminated? Is it laminated?
Of course.
Where does it say James Anderson in? I can't see that.
I'll show you. Anderson in, starting this new over, and grabbily forward comes Labuschagne, thinks of a run, it isn't there, and our boy child is back. Oh, you've got a pair of binoculars. If you look underneath the clock, Pete.
Yeah. Oh, God. Okay.
Yeah.
Geez, that's in the fine print, isn't it?
That really is in the fine print.
James Anderson end, you're right. I didn't think it said anywhere.
It's a lovely piece of cardboard.
Is it?
It's still
waterproof, though. Waterproof. Well, it has to be.
It has to be.
156 days a year it rains in Manchester.
Is that all?
Yeah.
What are they complaining about? They got
drivels on the other one.
209, yeah. As Anderson's in. Labuschagne comes solidly forward, plays up to Broad at mid-off along the ground. There's no run.
His name's not on the honour board. I was in the library this morning. He hasn't got a five for you.
Like Shane at Lloyd's.
Yeah.
Not on the honours board.
It is a curiosity, isn't it? I mean, when you go to the Oval, you have the Mickey Stewart Members Pavilion, and it is emblazoned in massive, massive letters.
Right. We've got a shirt maker, haven't we? Charlie Turret.
Yeah, that's
oh, he's big.
Roots mob, isn't it?
Anderson into Labuschagne, full delivery, which is dug out and played to the substitute fielder at mid-wicket. There's no run.
I was in the fancy part of London. Of course, kind of all of it. But is it Mayfair? I think.
Oh, that's very fancy.
And they had that shop there, and Roots all over it. Like they've got, video images of him throwing cricket balls in the air and looking kind of upper middle class.
If you hang around Root or Michael Vaughan, who was an ambassador as well, you can get a free pair of knockoff trousers if you want them. Anderson in full, clipped away nicely through mid-wicket. There'll just be a single though. Brooke comes to field from square leg, 4 for 140.
Anderson bowling a fuller length. We saw that a couple of times from Wokes. I feel it's got to be full. You might lose a drive here and there. One thing we're not talking about at all is swing. Not seen any swing.
No. I've assiduously looked on the replay screen with tyre power, save on Falcon tyres, and I've not seen anything.
You're looking for swing. We're looking for rain.
Yeah.
Is Broad going to come on for the other end, do you think?
You're not. You want cricket to be the winner.
No, as the voice of us, all Australians then.
Rainey's not far away. I'm looking left again.
Yeah.
Rainey's not far away.
Just saw it.
Anderson into Marsh, who's with Bairstow standing up to the stumps, and he's solidly defending. There have been very few alarms so far today. Broad is warming up. I think he's going to be coming on from the Anderson end shortly, searching for that patch of nastiness.
So are those keys over behind the that temporary stand, the permanent temporary stand? Is it Salford Keys down there where the BBC?
Salford Keys.
Oh, it's over that side, is it? Yeah. Media City. Media City, there's all the BBC skyscrapers.
We're south, aren't we? That's north, straight ahead. South is behind us. Anderson into Marsh. Gets he solidly defends the ball off a thin inside edge, and it rolls to backward square leg. They get a run. End of the over on the Harvey Norman scoreboard. Australia 4 for 141. Labuschagne 59. Marsh has 13. You're listening to SEN Ashes Cricket for the Barbecue Bacon Angus at Macca's, and Australia have negotiated the first and almost nearly last 45 or so minutes of play. 45 minutes we've had very comfortably indeed. England are about to throw their fourth and final seamer into the mix. Stuart Broad is going to replace Mark Wood from the James Anderson end. And I just wonder if his extra height bumble might be a key factor here, just trying to extract any unevenness of bounce.
Well, he's been delayed, hasn't he, to come into the attack. He's led the attack splendidly. Conditions are great. I'm with you. I think that whether he's around, I'm looking again, it won't be long. And I have to tell you, I was in a Chinese restaurant down Chinatown last night, and it's amazing who you bump into, you meet, and somebody said, would you like to meet this guy? I said, yeah, I'm fine. Alan Border's son.
I say.
Absolutely marvellous.
How old must he be then?
He would.
45 or so?
40s, yeah, a really nice fellow. Talked about his dad, of course.
Well, I don't remember which year it was, but it was at the SCG where the Australians stuffed it up and they had to bat again. And Alan Border was informed of the birth of his daughter via the scoreboard.
No, really?
Yeah. Congratulations on the birth of your daughter. It's a famous photo. The old-fashioned, pointless scoreboard.
Broad starts his first over of the day, and his first delivery is on the money, right on off stump. Defenders duck it at short extra cover. There's no run. We're going to kind of ring field, one slip. Bairstow standing up mid-wicket.
deep backward square leg and a long leg.
And in maternity terms, I've got 4 kids, so I'm quite old.
Were you there?
If you ventured anyway, what do you want? There's nothing to do with you. This clear off.
Do you know what? I'm going to tell you an incredible thing I saw the other day in France, right? The chances of complications at birth increased by 78% as Broad is in. Has worked the onside as they run. If a French father is at the birth.
Right. So don't mate with French men.
No. Or if you have mated with a French man, don't let him anywhere near you when you're giving birth. Apparently, anxiety levels go through the roof.
The midwife at our first birth gave me the gas. Seriously, I'm not kidding.
I can imagine that, actually. Yeah.
Sacre bleu.
I mean, you were straight in for it, though, weren't you? That's what you were there for. Broad is into Marsh, who drives through the offside for 4 on the up. Lovely shot. And it's well in front of square as well. There is a fielder in front of square with choices. There's one in front of the umpire, and then there's one at short extra cover, and it was nowhere near either. Perfectly played, a stonking drive from Mitch Marsh and sent the ball whistling to the boundary.
My dad was playing cricket when I was born.
Hey, my dad was watching cricket when I was born.
Well, it's time better spent.
Yeah. Right.
I think I was playing cricket when one of mine were born. And I remember another one. I was speaking after dinner. Yeah.
Well.
Did you get to the maternity ward at any point? Or
after the event?
Yeah. Broad in against the Marsh after that boundary. It's once just glided away off a thick inside half of the bat. Not really edged down to Moeen Alley at long leg. One more to the total on the Harvey Norman scoreboard. Australia 4 for 146.
The wicketkeeper had his baby clutched to his belly this morning. Johnny Bairstow, he's got an 8-week-old.
He has.
And the bowler previously operating for this, Mark Wood, he was doing he had his colouring in books and pencils at breakfast early this morning. I think his kid had just gone upstairs, but I did sort of raise an eyebrow at that. It's one way to prepare for a game, do some colouring in.
I've just been reading Simon Wilde's book on England's tours, and families are quite absent, aren't they, from touring until quite recently. As Broad starts it again and does its Labuschagne, back goes Bairstow, the ball goes through to him standing back.
He does colouring in at breakfast time. Ozzy Osbourne from Black Sabbath.
Does he? Yeah. Just with a black pen?
Yeah.
Black pencil.
It's
all black.
It's a therapy for him, I imagine.
They did a doco on him, a documentary on the Osbournes, and there he was at breakfast, just doing a bit of colouring in.
Tongue sticking out.
You're a Sabbath fan?
Yeah.
I thought you might be. Broad is in completely over, and that's left alone, not far away from the off stump on the Harvey Norman scoreboard. Australia 4 for 146 at the end of the over. You're listening to SEN Ashes cricket for the Barbecue Bacon Angus at Macca's. And just a reminder, on that Harvey Norman scoreboard, it's Cyber Safety Awareness Month at Harvey Norman, and we're giving you a free $50 cyber safety voucher to use towards any cyber security product. T's and C's apply. We've lost an expert. We have received another in the form of Jarrod Kimber. It's lovely to have you aboard.
It's great to be here.
We've had no wicket celebration so far. England desperately searching for those wickets. Our wickets with Tobin Brothers Funerals celebrating lives. England have yet to prize one out.
It's not been as much movement as we thought.
I don't know. Did you really think there was going to be movement? I
thought there'd be more than this.
I'm quite sceptical on cold days, and a ball that's probably picking up a bit of sogginess as it goes across the outfield.
Well, there was. Did you see when England tried to throw it back to Mark Wood and threw it 20 metres over his head?
I did see that.
Rolled. You could actually see that picking up moisture as it went out to the boundary.
They don't want moisture on it.
No,
definitely not.
That is far from optimal, isn't it? As Rich Benner would say, that ball becoming like a bar of soap. He's obsessed with that.
He likes to use soap.
Yeah,
he's a clean man.
Yeah, but
if you've got your chest open all the time, like Richie Benno did, you want to make sure it's clean.
But when was it? I would say where would you say, Bumble? About turn of the century, I reckon. People stopped using bars of soap and moved into shower gel territory. I don't know how it happened. It was just a sort of collective brain freeze that we all went that way. Soap's great. Anderson starts a new over. It's playing away from his body as Marsh and pushes it into the offside. It's half stopped in the covers and then carried to Stokes.
Isn't that one of the Australian nicknames for English people, the soap dodgers?
Yep. Soap dodgers.
Yeah.
We? I mean, that's how we normally describe the French, isn't it?
Well, everyone's got that. It's the same with the sheep, isn't it? Like South Africans accuse Australia of being naughty with sheep, where Australia accused New Zealand and England accused Wales. Everyone's got a different place with sheep. Everyone's got a different place who doesn't wash. Different place who's cheap.
Yeah.
Can't be us.
Can't be us. Anderson in, and it's clipped away nicely by Marshall. Just going to run for it out to deep square leg. And the score advances to 4 for 147. Yes, of course, certain diseases always used to be ascribed to others, didn't they? The Spanish disease, when the Spanish weren't popular in the 16th century. All that kind of malarkey. Labuschagne's on 59 here, Marsh on 19, and they're looking untroubled. And Stokes is taking time, which he doesn't really have. I do wonder, Bumble, why does it take this long? I mean, these are professional cricketers who know, isn't there? Does it take so long to process the ideas that you're having and then put them into?
Well, I'm old school, and I don't think it should. You know, but I captained here for 5 years, and people knew exactly where to go. They just went for different bowlers. But now they're so precise, aren't they? And they're changing the field mid-over.
Anderson into Labuschagne. One slip in place. He goes on the pull and hits it into the ground. It's fielded by our sub-fielder. Have we got to the bottom of which sub-fielder we've got out there? Might be Aspinwall. He's a youthful-looking chap.
He is.
And he's now being moved. He fielded that perfectly fine. He's been told, no, off you go to backward point.
That looks like an important position. Can you nick off for a minute?
Yes.
I did think it was interesting that they had the keeper up the stumps with the 2 slips, because you are sort of negating the slips a little bit with the keeper up at the stumps.
Yeah. Anderson in, Labuschagne goes, well, thinks about the pull, and in the end just ducks it comfortably. I'm not quite sure I like this line of attack from James Anderson.
And at least Bairstow's gone back. Anderson has taken over from this Statham end, and there is just one slip as a catcher. There are 2 catches at short mid-wicket.
It tells you a lot about a pitch when you have 2 catches at short mid-wicket, doesn't it?
Anderson into the knee-bending Labuschagne, who drives without real timing, but elegantly enough. It's being pursued by Stokes. He's sort of wading through treacle, which is the outfield. They're going to come back for 3. That's good running from this pair. It's a throw, a big booming throw comes in. The non-strikers, the strikers then, I beg your pardon. 150 up, 4 for 150 on the Harvey Norman scoreboard. Seems like an appropriate moment to say good morning to our New Zealand listeners on SENZ. They're here thanks to Rizzy, New Zealand's most trusted paint brand. If you're listening in New Zealand, you can get involved and send us a text on
88?
Yeah.
33?
88. 33.
But when you do it, you make him sound like Danny Morrison.
Do I?
You made Jeremy Coney into Danny Morrison, which is not really a like for like.
Danny Morrison was born in Australia, wasn't he?
Lives in Australia.
Anderson is in full dugout, back to the bowler, and there is no run. You're listening to SEN Test Cricket with Henley. Land from $350,000. Build your dream Henley home at the Dales, Bodybook. The lights are on, the gloom is firmly set. The flags are fluttering a touch, but not stiffly, which is part of the problem, isn't it, Bumble? It's a slow-moving, demented front we've got.
It is, and I've said earlier that I thought it was going to rain any time. It seems to have drifted away, and there's no breeze to bring it through. You need to know how the golf is, the open golf. So that's that way. If it's raining down left, there, that sounds sort of Liverpool, Southport area.
I think there's a rugby game over there somewhere. Someone said that the rain was coming from the rugby. Is there a rugby match on today as well?
No, not my sport.
There's 2 rugbies.
I come from a real football area. There's absolutely no rugby anywhere near where I came from.
Accrington, Stanley. Who are they?
Exactly.
Exactly. That's a bit of an in-joke. We'll have to explain later. Brought in, left alone by Labuschagne. There's no run. In the old days when in England actual commodities used to be advertised, you'd have the milk marketing board, so it wouldn't be a particular company's milk. No. It would just be drink milk.
Yeah.
butter's great, that sort of thing.
Have you tried bread?
There was an advert for milk, which was, you've got to drink your milk. Ian Rush drinks it. It was a famous football striker.
Yes.
If you don't drink it, you'll end up playing for Accrington Stanley. So, it's Accrington Stanley. Who are they?
Which is my home club.
It's a bit unfair, that. To which the response is exactly. So, Broad is in. He's driven by Labuschagne into the covers, and there's no run.
No trouble to Labuschagne, this. I think he's played really well. Marsh looks pretty set and comfortable. These are good runs for Australia. England would have expected to break this partnership, get a new batsman in, get the crowd rocking. Well, the crowd are just having a little bit of a sing-song and nothing else.
They've been given very little encouragement, haven't they? When do we see Moeen Ali, I wonder? Just have a little look. It's obviously tempting to put bold seasons as Broad is in outside the off stump, left alone, and Marnus is now comfortable enough in his own skin that he's able to describe where the ball's going through the gesture of mime. It's always a bad sign for his opponent. Hands flicking out.
He's not yelling no run yet, though, is he?
No, it's at the next stage in the Marnus confidence development.
Too much no run.
Yeah.
I'll tell you what, having played with some young kids recently, that one's bled into the lower levels of the game.
Okay.
12-year-olds screaming no run at you. Oof. I know there's no run. I hurt my hamstring, I can't move.
You're still bullying 12-year-olds on a cricket field here.
Yep.
Broad in, short, pulled away between two fielders out in the leg side. It's now substitute who's going to run round to his right to collect. A couple more to the total. 4 for 154 on the Harvey Norman scoreboard. 4 for 152.
The buzzword, so it's no run now. The buzzword in yesteryear was waiting.
Yeah. Waiting. I mean, once you've waited, there's no run, is there? Did you get any players who are as sort of fidgety and eccentric, descriptive as the likes of Smith and Labuschagne?
No, not that I can recall.
Derek Randall?
But Randall, yes.
A bit like that, maybe. Broad into Labuschagne outside the off stump. Through to the keeper, there's no run.
Adam Perore. Do you remember Adam Perore? There was always a lot going on with him, and he was always disappearing out. And
huge wristband.
Yeah, he was very fidgety. But there aren't many players that have been like that before. Aubrey Faulkner used to coach himself out in the middle, didn't he?
Did he?
Yeah, so a little bit like Carlisle Best. But instead of commentating, I think Aubrey Faulkner was a little bit more like front foot now.
Oh, really?
Yeah, bottom hand, all that sort of stuff. That would irritate everyone around him.
Broad in to complete the over. This is defended, but keeps low. That might be near that patch. That is the end of the over. SEN Ashes cricket for the Barbecue Bacon Angus at Macca's. Australia 4 for 152. So Australia still not lost a wicket, still looking very comfortable. And Anderson is still in the attack. He removes his jumper. Bumble's leaving us. Bumble, you're with us throughout. Are you with us at the Oval as well? Yeah, we're going to be seeing plenty of Bumble towards the back end of this series as Ben Duckett now makes his way off. Ben Duckett.
You could do the pub crawl at the Oval, couldn't you?
Yeah.
Beehive, Kennington.
I think we can start Beehive, Fentiman, Old Derby, what's it called? Thingamajig Brown Derby, and Hanover. That'll be the 4.
Oh, what about the one with the Bulls?
The Bulls?
Yeah, Cleaver Square. What's that one?
Oh, Cleaver Square, yeah, well, I can't remember what that's called.
Prince of Wales?
But if we were doing 4, you could just describe a perfect.
You wouldn't go to Beehive, though.
End up, well, yeah, it'd be full and horrible. As Anderson is in, this is driven back to the guy at short mid-on, and praise be, someone's fielded at that position. It's actually been useful above and beyond just getting in the way of the non-striker. Louis Cameron is with us.
Hello, Dan. Hello, Jarrod.
Marvellous news.
It's one of those fielding positions that's more about eye line.
Yeah.
One of those things they say gets in the batsman's head.
Changes shots.
Anderson has just the one slip in. Marsh crouches and defends so comfortably. The ball's just coming straight onto the middle of Mitchell Marsh's bat. And, well, I know Aussie's back at home. have been incandescent with rage at the team's performance in this Test match. I've seen lots of dreadful things written about them, but trust me, things are fine here. Mitchell Marsh is going very well indeed. Labuschagne's going well. There are no alarms. This is all working out beautifully for the Aussies as Anderson is in, and Marsh just plays away from his body to a ball. Keeps it a little low, pushes it up to mid-off. Stokes does the fielding.
Have we seen any balls keep low yet?
There was one of the last ball of the previous over from Brawl which kept a little low.
Yeah, but nothing like the grubbers we've seen.
Molly grubbers, no.
No molly grubbers.
I mean, is that the heavy roller? I don't really understand how rollers work.
I mean, the pitch does seem to even out for about 40 minutes after a heavy roller, doesn't it? But
I think so.
Not sure.
I'm never quite certain, and if it were the case, then maybe you'd save your better bowlers till 40 minutes in. I don't know. Anderson in, up on his toes goes Marsh. Defends back to the bowler.
Maybe the moisture as well in the ground, the extra dew that, I guess it's not dew, it's not overnight. Yeah. Just that extra moisture might mean that the ball kind of carries through a bit more true. I've got to say it's the first time in this series where the overheads have been in, where the clouds have been here and it hasn't been nipping all over.
I agree. I think it's a bit too cold for it. I mean, if people have the idea that overheads automatically make things work. I'm going to give you a bit of science in a minute. It's Anderson in. This is defended solidly into the offside out to Moeen Ali, who's in a slightly deeper extra cover, but there's no run. I've spotted this a lot at the Oval. At the start of the season, it does not swing in the morning session because it's basically still too cold in April and early May. So there isn't a disparity between air temperature and ground temperature. When it starts to move is actually later on in the afternoon, when the air temperature heats up and the ground hasn't heated up to the same extent, which creates a kind of current on the surface
if you're
of the pitch.
Because you can't see him at the moment. Daniel Norcross is waving one hand over the other hand, and it makes no more sense of what he's saying.
Well, there's the disparity between temperatures. That's what it is. Forward comes Marsh, pushed into the covers. There is no run. At the end of the over, on the Harvey Norman scoreboard, Australia 4 for 152.
For Maccas, win free McCafe coffee for a year on the My Maccas app. Live from England, cricket's greatest rivalry, the Ashes, on SEN Cricket.
SEN Test Cricket with Maccas. Win free McCafe coffee for a year on the My Maccas app. Now, we should tell you our coverage in South Australia is for Morton Team Used Cars, mornteam.com.au. Perfectly presented, incredible features and a free 1-year warranty on all used car deliveries during the Ashes series. So get on with it, kids. You've got another week and a day or so. Week to 2 days.
That's South Australia, right?
South Australia. I did say it this time.
Yeah, I know. Just make you
happy now.
You beat me to that one.
Happy now, Mr. Picky.
Not going to let him forget that one.
He's very picky, this boy. All the Souths look the same to me. As Broad is in, outside the off stump through to the keeper, no run.
Just on your weather thing, so a few years ago I said to Crickfairs, why don't they try and work out if cloud cover and atmosphere and temperature and all these things, and they spent a little while trying to work it out, and they realised that it has a lot to do with tides and all these different things. And I think at the end, even they were just probably just a bit much.
Well, actually, Jeremy said this at Cardiff. He was convinced that it's to do with the river. He would go, well then, the movement of the sun, the moon, the stars makes all the difference. As the water builds up, Broaders in, driven through the covers. They're going to come for one. They come back for a second. There could even be a third and a fourth as the ball plops onto the boundary sponge. A nice shot from Labuschagne. Got into his work and drove it nicely through the offside without perfect timing. But the score advances to 4 for 156.
What's our latest weather? Because every time I look at the radar, it's completely different. But at this stage, if you're the Australians, I'm not sure you necessarily want to come off.
Talk me through that.
It's very flat, this pitch at the moment. England don't seem to be doing anything particularly special. You've only got a slip and a gully in. At the other end, you have one slip and a short mid wicket in. Your two batters are settled. Let's say there is a little bit of rain, they have to come back on and come off again. I'm not sure that's going to help them any more than them being on for another hour and a half straight, and then hopefully the deluge coming in and a big finish for the day.
And runs are still important as well. Right?
Yeah.
If they can get back into the black.
And they're scoring pretty easily right at the moment.
They really are. Broad into Lavashane, who clips nicely off his toes. It's going to run away towards the boundary. Our sub is sliding around, aquaplaning almost. They get back for 2 and the 50 partnership is up. It's been a fine partnership between these two right-handers, Lavashane and Mitchell Marsh. Andrew, how many balls, how many fours, and all that?
And all that. It's taken 18.2 overs. Not a lot of fours. Just 1, 2, 3, 4 fours. 4 fours.
But
most of this morning too.
Yeah. I think it's the afternoon, but I'll give it you.
How am I going? Feels like the morning.
I know, that's because we spent 4 hours as total zombies gazing at a drenched sky. Broad kicks up his heels, runs in to Lavish, leaves it alone outside the off stump. Goes too low to Bairstow. The pitch looks pretty flat and dead, and the ball's pretty soft by this stage. And Broad, is he going to come round the wicket? He is. This is a bit like Bodyline, the famous series, of course. You can see everyone move. Which was in no way at all a fabrication. Heddled, a little clap, and everyone moves across.
Well, I mean, this shows you what the pitch is doing. Right. I mean, they're coming to this. I mean, if you were offering the Australians just the rest of the day could be cancelled, I'm sure they'd take that first. Yeah. But what you don't really want in this situation is to get these two guys looking really good, have a rain break, have to come on and off again and on and off again. I mean, it looks like it's not going to rain for a little while, but...
Well, I mean, you'd have to say that the Australian team have looked an entirely different proposition today. Australian team, of course, with Red Energy, awarded Australia's most trusted electricity provider by CanStar. So Broad round the wicket, forward short leg. It's a field that it takes long to describe, but you know what it is really. A mid-wicket, deep square leg, long leg, fine leg, gully, backward point, short, pulled down towards the short, long leg, by which I mean somebody who is the long leg position, but not all the way back. One more to the total.
Catching long leg?
Catching long leg.
Floating long leg.
It's where Steve's
floating leg.
Floating, yeah, woof. It's a fairly...
It's like the start of a Law and Order episode.
Just floats past the Manchester Ship Canal. The floating leg. Yeah.
You were saying tides are important.
Yeah,
the tides. Yes, the tides are important. Here comes Broad, bandanaed round the wicket. Bangs it in so short it sails over the head of Marsh. That is the end of the over. 4 for 159. There's going to be a change in the commentary box. Adam Collins is going to replace me and sit alongside Jarrod, Kimber and Louis Cameron.
For Maccas, win free McCafe coffee for a year on the My Maccas app. Live from England, cricket's greatest rivalry, the Ashes, on SEN Cricket.
Want to build a new home but need to move in now? Edgewater Homes has fixed price completed homes ready to buy with premium inclusions in the best locations. Get the Edgewater Homes Everyday Advantage. Buy a completed home and move in now. edgewaterhomes.com.au.
Power up your arsenal with Greenworks range of battery-powered garden equipment. With over 20 products available in the Greenworks 60V Pro range, they're all powered by an interchangeable 60V Ultra Power battery and backed by a 4-year tool warranty. Visit greenworksaustralia.com.
Start your next driving adventure at Wakeling Automotive, offering a huge range of new, demonstrator and used vehicles from 21 class-leading brands like Hyundai, Volkswagen, Kia, Mitsubishi, Mercedes-Benz, plus more. If you've been thinking of upgrading your vehicle, there's never been a better time than now, with dealerships across Macarthur, Southern Highlands and the Illawarra. Visit wakelingautomotive.com.au and discover your new car today.
DL 20278.
SEN Test Cricket. We're here for the barbecue bacon Angus at Macca's, and it's gone delightfully well for Australia. They've moved along from 4 for 113 when they resumed at 2:45 local time, and 70 minutes later they've made their way to a pretty steady position. Haven't lost a wicket. the score currently reads. There's no board with the actual score on it at the ground because it's the highlights play, but believe me, it's 4 for 159. Adam Collins jumping in, Jarrod, Kimber, Louis Cameron, Andrew Sampson as well. Got something for me? Just got your hand up, that's okay?
No, I was just wondering if you had the score, that's all.
No, I didn't. We've recovered the situation. Yep. Labuschagne 71, Warner 28. This might be a very important little mini session for Australia. We arrived this morning thinking, well, if it drained off, that's the best possible result for the visiting side. But building some confidence with this pair, seeing the track flatten out yet further, forcing England into sort of plan B and plan C already with nothing doing. They'll go to bed tonight, even if they were to lose a wicket before the rain arrives. They'll go to bed tonight with a bit of belief.
Yeah, well, I mean, Marnus has looked really good. So if nothing else, that's something we haven't seen as much in this series. I just watched Mitch Marsh take the most relaxed toilet break I've ever seen at it. He just wandered back on like it was a club game. So they look completely in control and comfortable at the moment. And pitch is not in England's favour. England have gone what? We'll try and nick them off. We'll try and get LBW. We'll try and get them caught at mid-wicket, and they're already up to caught at short ball. Yeah. Mo Ings is playing, E in that case. Am I up to E? I think I'm up to E. In that case, so there's not a lot more that is going on. We've got a short leg in for Marnus, and so this is. They're not going to make Jimmy Anderson bowl short balls, are they?
They're going to. Yeah, well, they are. The field right now for Anderson, going round the wicket to Labuschagne, will include deep backward point, fly slip, fine leg, backward square, and a deep square leg. Now, at least Bairstow's back. Bairstow up to the stumps to Anderson felt like an end time sin, really, in conditions like this. But as Daniel's articulated before, it doesn't always work the way you think it will, the overheads here. Anderson, short pitch attack continues. Bowls here, bouncer. Labuschagne lets it sail over his left shoulder, as I expect he will throughout the course of the over. Why would he want to get involved in this?
Anderson bowling short balls like this is a little bit like Danny Glover in Lethal Weapon. Why is he being forced to do this in the twilight of his career? It's a remarkable thing to use Anderson for when you have others who can do it.
So another fielder jumps over. Out Harry Brooks, a conventional square leg. So that's a mid-wicket, a square leg on the offside. Just gully, fly, slip, deep backward point, and extra cover. Wow. Wouldn't have thought he was doing this when he woke up this morning. Here comes Anderson, stayed the men, bowls to Labuschagne, helps it down to backward square on the bounce where Joe Root does the fielding. It's very much a catching position. Smith and Root doing the jobs for Australia and England respectively. Labuschagne 72, 4 for 160.
And I think this would be the time that Ben Stokes would normally introduce himself into the attack, and he'd be the one to kind of take it on and take the ball by the horn, so to speak. But we're not sure what's going on with his knee. He did bowl a little bit in the warm-up, I noticed yesterday or the day before. Yeah. I thought that was a positive sign, but it kind of feels like we might be going to the point where he doesn't bowl again in the series.
So Anderson would just love something here. Bowling at Marsh, short pitch attack to continue. Delivers here. Marsh ducks the first bouncer at him. He's nippy enough still, Anderson. The one thing about Anderson is that delivery clocked at 82 mile an hour. I think I'm right in saying, Jarrod, his pace has increased in the last 5 years.
Yeah, I think he got very slow for a little while there, didn't he? And he certainly picked that up again. Also, I wonder how much of that is when he was bowling swing. He maybe slowed down. Whereas the wobble ball, you probably want to bowl that a little bit quicker. Yeah. So it probably makes sense. I mean, he looks quicker than Ollie Robertson with some of his powder puff bounces in this series.
Absolutely. Anderson delivers back of a length. Marsh turns it around the corner for one more. He's 20, 4 for 161. There were a lot of very angry people on social media last night with Australia's short pitch attack. I mean, the fact is, whether we like it or not, this is now going to be a big part of Test cricket into the future. Why? Because fundamentally it works. Louis, you're nodding your head.
Yeah, and it slows the scoring rate down more than anything. I think that's been, it's been a real feature of this series. It has brought wickets at times. I think both teams have started to play it better. Yeah. I think we're seeing it less and less effective. But you'd think other teams are going to be looking at it and wondering, even in the subcontinent, whether it could work.
Anderson delivers short. Labuschagne ducks. He's on 72, and that's England's next assignment away from home. They go to India, and Anderson was brilliant there a few years ago, especially at Chennai in that first test, getting the reverse swing to go. And it may well be that they're asking their fast bowlers to do a little bit of that over there too.
I reckon Kyle Jamieson tried it in India against them. Didn't particularly work that well. I think they had a couple of spells where they definitely tried that. I mean, New Zealand kind of pioneered this.
Anderson delivers and Labuschagne gets inside the line and helps it to backward square, but there won't be a single this time. Root takes a ping. Fair enough too. Labuschagne was drifting down the strip, puts his bat back, 4 for 161. Jarrod Kimber is jumping out of the expert chair for Red Energy. The Australian team also for Red Energy awarded Australia's most trusted electricity provider by CanStar. We're yet to see the DRS today. When we do, it'll be for IMAR Insurance. The tradies mate, call 13 IMAR. And England are yet to create a Macca's I'm loving it moment, hard as they might try. Order the new barbecue bacon Angus at Macca's. Bharat Sundaresan jumping in for Kimber. Baz, we were just saying before you strolled in then that the short pitch attack, whilst fundamentally unpleasant to watch, has been something that both sides have used routinely. And when you apply it to lower order players, of course these aren't lower order players, but it does have a disproportionate number of wickets, or it does claim rather a disproportionate amount of wickets. The game's changing more about analytics, and when it comes to analysis and all the rest of it, they have a deep bank of experts who work back in Australia, don't they, Lou?
Yep. Yeah, they do. And sorry, you caught me off guard a little bit there. But it can be overused, because I think Australia overused it against Jimmy Anderson in that first innings. He faced one ball that would have hit his stumps and he got out to it. So, and it didn't necessarily stop the scoring.
Broad round the wicket. His turn for this to Marsh over his head. Usual field. I say the usual field. Who would have thought the usual Ashes field on a day like this would be 5 out on the boundary, but so it is these days.
But I thought they bowled much better to Mark Wood compared to Headingley. But they attacked the stumps and finally knocked him over very early on. He had got nothing to pull or hook at all. But again, the way these analytics work as well, right? Even with Mark Wood, even though he made 26 runs, it would have been like it took 9 balls to get him out. So that's the entry that would have gone in. And you're right. I mean, there's a huge team which works out of Brisbane. I remember when Sridhar and Sriram was part of the support staff, having a chat with him about it. And the number of things the assistant coaches have to fill up, the number of forms and everything else every day. Not just from what happens in the match, but from each training session. How many balls did X batter face? All of that goes into that database, which is then shared all around Cricket Australia, so that when they go back to their state teams.
Here's Broad bowling to Marsh, back of a length, pushed just behind point, where he'll get one. Moves to 21 from 69 balls, 4 for 162.
So for example, when Manas Labuschagne goes back to Queensland, Wade Seckham and the coaching staff there, they know exactly what he's working on, how many balls he's faced, what he's done in the match, before the match. And I think that's how widespread the analytics are.
And this goes to physical performance and how they monitor that as well. I believe they have a very similar system in place for the strength and conditioning and the physio staff. So if Mitch Marsh goes back to WA, for example, he won't. He'll go and play some T20 cricket somewhere. But say that's what he was doing. If he had a little nick in his hamstring and maybe a little bit of a sore shoulder, the physios there would know exactly what the history of that is, how it's progressed over an Ashes series, and they can really monitor it that way. And there's a lot of collaboration within the states, funneling into the national system.
I remember a few years ago, probably going back 5 or 6 years now, that CA kind of took us on a background briefing to do with bowler loads and workloads and broad bowls here, and takes on the short one. Labuschagne bobbles up, doesn't quite carry, went off the man at short leg, Harry Brook's leg. And it was in the air, and it looked like Stokes just lost his footing. Had he kept it, he might have been in a position to have taken the catch off the deflection. See a replay for tyre power here. So Labuschagne, full-blooded pull shot, hits Brook. No, it was on the half volley. They were right to want to check, because he would have been blindsided by Brook in that position, Stokes. So half volleyed into the boot, then ballooned up, and Stokes slipped over on the practice surface.
Ben Stokes was warming up in the last over, wasn't he?
Yeah.
I just suggested that he might not bowl again in this series. Might have been too soon.
Brought to Labuschagne, short again, helped down steep backwards square. Root takes the throw from that position, but Marsh is comfortably through. 73 for him, 4 for 163 the score. So this background briefing we were taken on was to do with how the CA medical staff felt we were incorrectly reporting what was possible and not possible with their fast bowlers and the way they build up to peak performance. And the way it was explained to us is once you enter as a bowler the red zone, so when they identify that as the risk of injury, every time you bowl a subsequent spell, it's like compound interest on a loan. It builds and builds and builds, and the risk factor goes up and up and up. And they're reticent to do that to bowlers. Broad delivers here, Marsh lets go over his shoulder. And I suppose that's an emblem of something that just wasn't a part of cricket. You look at all the injuries to quicks over the years, the stress fractures and so on, and they try and preserve this resource to the best of their ability behind the scenes. And that's just one part of where analytics has found its way into the mainstream.
And it's been successful. I mean, Pat Cummins is the ultimate example of this. This is a guy who didn't play any Test cricket for 5 or 6 years. He was kept on contract. He was the best paid university student in Australia, as we all know. And now look at him go. Although it hasn't been his finest Test, but he's been a huge success for Australian cricket.
Broad last ball of his 12th over, wicketless so far. Marsh decides to play from the leg stump line, back of a length into short leg where Brook does the fielding. 4 for 163, so they're trailing by 112. Labuschagne 73, Marsh 21. They've been superb so far, this Australian pair. Coverage for Henley Holmes. Land from $350,000. Build your dream Henley home at Dale's Bonnie Brook. And just 1 wicket. Sorry, make that 0 wickets in the session. England trying to get their first wicket for Tobin Brothers' funeral, celebrating lives. And we're still 52 minutes from tea, so the extended middle session. But as Bumble made the point when he was on before, that if it's raining in the Merseyside in Liverpool, it's going to rain here very soon. My correspondent in the Merseyside, who said it was raining there before, as I jumped on commentary, it's pouring there now.
All right.
So on that basis, we may not have long to go.
It's gotten darker for sure in the last 10 or 15 minutes. Can't make that out with the floodlights on, but Anderson's come back to over the wicket. Matthew Hurst, the man-child substitute, has left the field. How much time has he spent in the middle during this Test? It's been amazing. And the ball, he's been like a magnet. The ball's followed him around.
Will go down as one of the famous sub-fielders with Marcus Stoinis, Marnus Labuschagne, Theodoropoulos, Don Topley at Lord's in 1984. Anderson bowling here to Labuschagne on 73, gets underneath the bouncer. In Don's case, Reece's dad took a spectacular catch out at fine leg in front of the mound stand. Brilliant catch. But as he took the ball, his foot touched the rope as he was on the ground staff of the MCC at the time, and he talks about it approximately 7 times a day.
Mickey Edwards, of course.
Mickey Edwards.
A couple of years ago, I remember him doing a press conference.
The blonde locks flowing and all the attention he was getting on social. He was a bigger story than Australia winning that Test match, believe me. Anderson up to Labuschagne. Defends under his eyes. Quickie single. In the end, comfortable to Stuart Broad. Labuschagne 74, 4 for 165. Let us know sub-fielder performances you remember well. 0433 98 11 16 or 8833 in New Zealand. Gary Pratt at Trent Bridge in 2005 Ashes ran out the Aussie captain Ricky Ponting. We've got Stuart Broad, who collected the previous delivery, going up to umpire Menon and making the case that they should change the ball. They're going to put it through the handcuffs, and I've got a feeling Broad might be right here.
He might get his way. Yeah, they are asking for a change.
That's not gone through. So Martin Saggers, former England quick's going to come out and do as 4th umpires do, carrying a briefcase with LCCC on the side of it.
But just going back to substitutes, my favourite one is always during the 2006 Champions Trophy. West Indies were playing Australia in Mumbai, and suddenly the West Indies had no reserves left. So Vinayak Samant, who played many years for Mumbai as a wicket-keeper, finished his training. He was heading back home. He gets a call and says, "We need a sub-fielder. Can you come back and sub-field for West Indies?" So he spent 30 overs on the field during a Champions Trophy match, substituting for West Indies.
It doesn't sound all that dissimilar to last summer when my cricket team, Brunswick, were playing against Strathmore, and I was in Adelaide covering the Test. I wasn't going to play, and Strathmore's big player was Omar Phillips, a 36 or 37-year-old Barbadian who'd last played Test cricket about, I think it was 2009. They had a bunch of injuries. He got the call up to go from Melbourne to Adelaide to subfield in the Test, and Brunswick didn't have to play against him, and we got a win over Strathmore.
What a result.
There you go.
The other one I recall fondly was when Now, Grant Baldwin was the assistant team manager for the Aussie Test team, and he was also involved behind the scenes with some of the strength and conditioning work.
He's a masseuse, I think.
And he got known as the masseuse. I don't think that was actually his job. I'll be corrected if I'm wrong.
Really?
But
I thought he was a masseuse.
He had a whole bunch of roles behind the scenes, and he was seen. He played Victorian twos, I think, some years before, and instead of using a subfielder at Adelaide under lights in a day-night test match, they used Grant, and he misfielded at mid-on.
No, this is a little sorry to cut you off. Ben Stokes was not really happy, so they've changed the ball, and Marnus Labuschagne insisted that he gets to see the ball, and he asked the umpire to get Jimmy Henderson to throw him the ball, and I don't think Ben Stokes was really happy with it. But why does the batter need to see the ball?
Yeah, fair enough. So Labuschagne's been told no. He did take his lid off to offer that perspective to
No, he
Ben
was
Stokes.
thrown the ball. He
did get it. My apologies.
He got it, and Ben Stokes wasn't happy with the
Sorry,
umpire.
I missed the in-between bit. Anderson to continue. Bowls here to Marsh with the new ball. Out through the leg side. Upish, but to square leg for one. He's 22, 4 for 165, just to round out that story. So Grant Baldwin was doing the fielding. One went through his legs, and it became, again, a bigger story than what was going on the field that night, that Australia had chosen to not use a traditional subfielder in favour of someone inside the support staff.
Yeah, I believe the players they had were quite young at the time. They didn't trust any of them more than they trusted Grant Baldwin.
Yeah.
Just thinking about that ball, so the previous one they had was reverse swinging a bit last night and a little bit this morning. Do the umpires, when they're looking at the replacement ball, do they need to find one that is reversing a little bit, or do they kind of have to find one that just marries up to the rough time? What are we in, the 58th over?
Yeah, they're all marked, right? Approximate number of overs.
Well, who knows? Can he get this one to go? Anderson full and straight, Yorker length. That might have just had a bit of tail on it. It was dug out by Labuschagne. Looking forward to a replay for tyre power. Whether we get one or not is a different question. Here we go. Is there some hoop in this, Louis?
Yeah, but that's conventional swing. You can see the shiny side on the far side away from Marnus Labuschagne, and that just tailed in.
That might be the first ball that's genuinely swung through the air today. So Anderson, can he get it to go to Labuschagne? Again, he does. Back towards the right-hander, who gets in line with it and covers up any movement, pushing to mid-on, no single.
And I wonder whether the bouncer play wasn't so much about actually trying to get a wicket or trying to stop the run rate. It was actually just to bash the ball into the turf as hard as they could, get it out of shape, put it through the handcuffs. Now they got a new swinging ball.
Why not? Not a bad idea if that was the case.
Good cricket. All eyes on Anderson. Can he get in the book? Final ball of his 17th over. Into Labuschagne, just on leg stump. Just strained a bit for it there. And the previous two deliveries were spot on. Labuschagne single, moves him to 75. They keep the strike. He keeps the strike, rather. 4 for 166. They trail by 109 Australia. And that's on the Harvey Norman scoreboard. Our coverage for the barbecue bacon Angus at Macca's. We're 45 minutes until the tea interval, and it looks like there's going to be a change from the pavilion end, the James Anderson end. Mark Wood, he bowled early on today. Hit Marnus Labuschagne on the index finger. But he wasn't able to get the ball moving too much. Andrew Sampson had his hand up as well. Samo?
Substitute fielders, historically one of the great ones is Sid Copley. He played precisely one first-class match in his career for Nottinghamshire against Oxford University in 1930 at Lord's. In Australia chasing 428, going along very nicely at 229 for 3. Stan McCabe, the great player, smashing it along with Bradman at the other end. And McCabe hit one from the ball from Morris Tate, Fred Tate's son. And Sid Copley took a brilliant catch diving forward. And Australia went on to lose quite comfortably in the end. Turned the match. And all he did was one first-class match in his career.
Brilliant. Andrew Sampson, no one better for that. Now, there's going to be another conversation with the umpires and Captain Ben Stokes. Brett, you've had the binoculars on.
Yeah, I think Mark Wood is not once again happy with where he's landing. The umpires have just called Ben Stokes in. I'm not sure what they can do anymore. Already a lot of sawdust there. And
so Anderson, Broad joining their captain.
I think Mark Wood can't bowl from there. I think they're going to Moeen Ali. Or is it the light? No, they haven't checked the light.
That might be what it is, because I can't imagine a scenario where England would be remonstrating as they clearly are. I can see Anderson talking to Nitin Menon, and the umpire signalling.
It's the only thing I can think of here, guys, is that they've tried to bring Mark Wood on. The umpires have said, no, it's too dark.
It's too dark.
And they're going to have to bring Moeen Ali on instead, because all of them, Broad was unhappy, Stokes was unhappy, Bairstow's now having a word to Nitin Menon.
Joe Root is having a word as well, and I think Nitin Menon's also getting a word in his ear from the match referee, Ranjan Madhugale.
And you've got to wonder why it wasn't an issue from this end, though. Maybe it's gotten darker since Jimmy Anderson bowled that last over.
And here comes the fourth umpire. So Martin Saggers is out there. The light meter's here. We haven't seen the light meter used in the game. Now, remembering that whatever reading they take upon going off becomes the precedent for the rest of the match, which could be a factor tomorrow, acknowledging the forecast is dreadful until middle of the day. So there'll be extended playing hours if they do get on then.
But so if that is the case, that they told England that Mark Wood couldn't come on to bowl, why hadn't they already taken the light measure? Like they're just kind of saying, oh, we feel like it's too dark. They should have already taken the light meter
should have been out there. Yeah, you're right. Yeah, I mean, the umpires have gone by instinct. No wonder the light meter was brought out immediately.
So Moeen Ali hasn't bowled today, 6 overs yesterday, and he was bang average. After bowling important spells at Leeds.
And what's happened through all of that is Marnus Labuschagne has spent the last 2 or 3 minutes speaking to Joe Root, to Johnny Bairstow. The last thing Australia and Marnus want is for him to lose his concentration.
So Moeen Ali to Labuschagne on 75 from the Anderson end. Short to start. He slaps it out to deep extra cover for a couple. Had all the time in the world there, sat up off the surface. Moeen Ali, of course, not expecting to bowl right now, so might take a couple of deliveries to find his groove.
Joe Root is warming up as well, so maybe the light's not good enough for seam bowling from either end.
So just 1 over with that ball that had been changed. It was swinging a little bit as well. Not going well for England. Moeen bowls and Labuschagne goes back to a ball that was close to cut, but he's got his eye in, got down in time, and Broadfield's a backward point.
And I hate this. I really think that if you can play cricket out there, then whoever you've got to bowl should be able to bowl. Like umpires dictating that certain bowlers can bowl. I just reckon that kind of ruins the.
Moeen bowls and Labuschagne tucks next to the square leg umpire, or next to the short leg fielder, I should say. Behind square 4-1, 78 for him, 4 for 169 Australia.
It ruins the fairness of the game. Like if England have a weapon like Mark Wood, who is the quickest bowler in the game, they shouldn't be penalised for having that. I mean, if they only had medium paces, then they would be able to bowl them that whole time. Or if they only had spinners, you're kind of punishing a team for having an excellent bowler.
One of those archaic laws with cricket, isn't it? I mean, the umpires turn around and say, no, the safety of the players is in their hands.
And it's only ever turned to when it comes to light as Moeen bowls and Marsh goes back, that gets big on him. Off the splice of the bat down to the offside. No silly points or no concerns, but there's something there in the crowd know it. We'll see it back to tyre power. That's turned and bounced. Hit him on the gloves.
And immediately short legs coming in.
Quite right. Harry Brook into that position. Looking for a conventional off-spinner's dismissal off the shoulder of the bat or the gloves. Moeen delivers again. Marsh forward, watching it under his eyes, defending the silly point. Might be worth having another one in there. Nothing lost.
And maybe not a bad move to Mitch Marsh anyway, who can be a very tentative starter against spin. He's played a lot. What's he up to, 74 balls? But, you know, just facing spin for the first time today could induce an error.
Moeen to finish. Up to the crease here, close to the stumps, and Marsh again defends, but right out the middle of the bat towards mid-off. End of the over, 4 for 169, 78 for Labuschagne, 22 from Marsh. They trail by 106. Daniel in Lilydale. Peter Gartrell was a regular sub for Australia at Gabba in the 1980s and early 90s. Thank you, Daniel. Maybe Andrew Sampson could look up who Peter Gartrell, well, not who he was, but what he did in domestic cricket.
Joe Root is coming on. Another one I remember is not a substitute fielder, but you love this, Adam. West Indies were touring India in 2014. They're playing a list day game at the Wankhede Stadium. They lost their 9th wicket, but they didn't have a batter fit to bat at number 11. So Stuart Williams was batting coach.
Yeah.
Made a return to list A cricket. Walked out to bat at number 11. Hit a boundary. So if you look up his stats, this is random. He retires 8 or 9 years prior to that. It's a random entry. In 2014, he has a list A.
Brilliant. I was at a game between Glamorgan and Gloucestershire probably 5 or 6 years ago, and they didn't have a sub-fielder for Gloucestershire, so the assistant coach in his early 40s went out to field, Ian the Freak Harvey.
Oh, yeah.
One of the great fielders of his time. Jeremy Coney's in, back in the expert chair for Red Energy, with Joe Root taking up the attack, with the quicks being struck off for bad light. Root bowls here, Labuschagne goes back and cuts through point, seeing it really well. Despite the bad light, they'll get 2. The sweeper, James Anderson, stops it in front of the temporary permanent stand. Jeremy Coney, what do you think of fast bowlers being told no?
Well, as far as light's concerned, if they can't bowl, you're off. It's too dark.
Yeah.
It's pretty simple, I think.
So we're in this limbo land here where we know there's probably rain about as Root gets up to Labuschagne on 80 and he defends the short leg on the bounce. Bairstow says catch it, but it landed 2 metres in front of Harry Brook.
What do you do as captain, Jeremy? There's nothing you can do, right? You can...
nothing.
It almost becomes counterproductive for England still being out there, and I'll explain what I mean by that. Defending here is Labuschagne round the corner. It was on the bounce. The crowd thought it was full to Brook, but not quite.
Let's not forget, Moeen Ali has got Labuschagne out twice.
Yes.
Yep.
So there's a chance.
Yeah.
Chance there. I'm surprised he hasn't had a go already, actually.
Root's picked up 2 wickets in the series as well. Delivers here, and forward is Labuschagne defending safely to short leg on the bounce.
He nearly turned that edge Basson game around, didn't he, Joe Root?
Yeah. Yes, some spell from Root. Long spell. Bowls here. Forward, turning into the onside is Labuschagne towards mid-wicket. Ben Duckett does the fielding.
And with Mitchell Marsh, can get tempted into the big shot against spin. He's not used to defending against spin for too long.
Root polishing the ball furiously to try and keep it in good nick for the quicks whenever they get a chance with it again. Using his feet, Labuschagne up and over the top in mid-wicket. He's hit that miles. That's gone 20 rows back over deep mid-wicket for 6. So Labuschagne at 86 with his first big one. 4 for 177, and they're now trailed by 98 runs. Another little psychological hurdle cleared for the visitors. First 6 of the innings. Watching it back here for tyre power. Committed to it early, used his feet. That's a beautiful shot.
Well, I mean, if I'm just thinking, if somehow one of these spinners don't work and one of them is taken down a little, let's put it that way, where do England go then, you see? So what happens if a team doesn't have a spinner?
Yeah.
What if it's Australia and sort of head's injured? I know we got left.
Moeen bowls to Marsh. He wants to cut 2, goes past the inside edge. Too close.
That's the danger shot. On a slower pitch, the one keeping just a little bit low. That one bounced a little bit more. You drag it onto your stumps. Be very careful about hitting 2 square hard on this pitch.
Ended up going straight on and beating the outside edge. Moeen delivers and Marsh gets it on the full. Goes through cover for 4. Out towards the hotel it runs. Marsh moves to 26. They trail by 94. Very important runs in terms of what might be possible tomorrow if they have to bat for a sustained amount of time. 4 for 181.
That looks much safer, doesn't it? Full face of the bat. Finds, you know, a gap in the field and runs away. The danger's turning back in and looking to hit square to, you know, this is not an easy pitch to play those kinds of shot on.
It's 4-4. 2 came in 2 balls when he nearly hit a catch to the mid-wicket earlier. Different energy now. Moeen bowls, Marsh gets forward and defends.
There's something up with Ben Stokes and Marnus Labuschagne. No smiles involved. Stokes is giving Marnus a piece of his mind. Marnus is biting back at the moment.
England know they have to make the running. That's been the dynamic since Lords. They need to find a way through. Australia have earned the right to play as they see fit. Marsh defends again.
Yeah, some people look at it and say, Marsh, 26 from 79, 32 as a strike rate. Very low compared to Headingley, Mitch. But he's had a lot of short pitch bowling with men well back.
Moeen up. Marsh lunges forward into the offside. No silly point, no catching cover either. So they walk through for a single. He's 27, 4 for 183.
So I think it's fair enough that he's, and in these circumstances of the game, but I mean, he will take it on if he feels it's fair enough. And I think they've, you know, anybody saying that or thinking that is not kind of quite right from what we've seen up here.
So Australia behind by 93. Moeen to Labuschagne using his feet and clipping out to deep mid-wicket, walking through another single. That'll complete the over. Labuschagne keeps the strike. He's up to 87. Australia 4 for 183, trailing by 92. Our coverage is for the barbecue bacon Angus at Macca's. After some further thoughts from Jeremy Coney, Daniel Norcross is going to jump in for me and take us through to tea.
I just think that Marnus Labuschagne's mindset has improved dramatically. At the start of this series, I think, if anything, it was slightly tentative. He was looking and concerned and worried about nicking off. He was concerned about particularly LBW. And so this last 50 he got, I thought he looked, not this innings, but the one prior in the first innings here, I thought he looked much better place.
Root starts a new over. Down the wicket comes Labuschagne and whacks him into the crowd again. 6 more. And I take your point. This might be the time when he could decide to put on a fast bowler and go home.
Two massive sixes from Marnus.
Massive they are.
He's not known to hit massive sixes. The last 2 balls he's faced from Jarrod, he just deposited him over wide long on.
4 for 189. Labuschagne into the 90s. He's on 93. Could get there in double quick time. Root in. And he's plenty edged that. It's flown past first slip and down to the boundary for 4. Wait to see the umpire signal. It's come off the bat. It's Crawley, lurch at slip. It flew off the outside edge. Did it come off a bit of Bairstow and then deflected to Crawley?
Just an outside edge, I think.
You think?
Really? Yeah, I do. I think it's an outswinger.
No, it's an outswinger, 100 kph.
That's exactly right.
It's a quick ball from
Let's
Jarrod.
take a look at this again on the replay screen with tyre power. Well,
it's an arm
edged. And, well, if you're that close of slip for the spinner, it's going to be devilishly difficult to take it. Yeah, you're not catching that.
No.
You're just hoping it doesn't take your teeth out. It flew at around about head height, and Crawley went down like a man who'd been shot by the mystery gunner. And as this next delivery is driven out towards deep extra cover for a single, Labuschagne to 98. What a knock this has been. It's had a pretty sparse old series up till now. He's on the verge of another 100.
Almost knocked out Zach Crawley.
He did. It was head height as it went past him, just past his left side of his face.
Oof. I think, haven't you got to warn your fielder that you might be about to bowl that and just let them sort of sidle back a couple of feet?
62 miles an hour. That was a quick ball.
Yeah. That is almost Bob Cunis and Devon Congdon speed, though.
Dibblies. And Dobblies.
Marsh on strike, and this is a conventional off spinner. It's rather floated up and defended by Marsh into the offside. There's no run.
Marnus has really rushed through the gears, hasn't he?
He has.
Especially the last 35-40 runs have come very quickly. He's made the most of England being forced to bowl their spinners in this bad light.
Is it feeling lighter, though? His route is in, and Marsh drives on the full up to mid-off. There's no run. So my issue with bad light when it happens is, have they got the light meters out there and are they checking? You know, they should be checking at the end of every over, just to be on the safe side, you know? Because light, a bit like investments, can go up as well as down. His route is in, defended in the crease, out into the offside end of the over. 62 gone, 4 for 194. Australia. Our coverage into South Australia is for Morn Team Used Cars. mornteam.com.au. Low K's, perfectly presented, incredible features and a free 1-year warranty on all used car deliveries during the Ashes series. So grab them while they're hot. You get another 9 days. And obviously you can grab them after that. But if you want those free 1-year warranties, get down to it. Jarrod Kimber is back in the house. I'm delighted to say. thing is, he's sandwiched between me and Jeremy Coney, and this is going to confuse him because he likes to try to bully both of us, but he's not going to know which way to go first.
Bully?
There you go. See the indignation in his voice. Yeah.
I thought this was the dream team.
Well, that's partly why. This has worked into the onside. First ball of a Moeen alley over to short mid-wicket. I mean, I noticed Samo always gets off scot-free.
It's because he's a good guy.
There you go.
It's all about moral. It's about character, isn't it?
Oh, now then. In fairness, Marnus Labuschagne has seen genuine people walking behind the bowler's arm. You are unbelievable fools.
I love that guy who bent over, but bent over in a way he was still very much above.
I mean, that was a hopeless bend, wasn't it? Moeen in, and this is clipped away into the onside. He's got him out before that shot to Moeen. This time, he picks up his 99th run, pushing it to the right of the diminutive Duckett, his short right, for a single. Yes.
24 or 15 balls since the spinners came on.
Whoa. Well, Mike Watkinson is in the house. He was one of those guys who would bowl medium pace and spin. I wonder what he's making of all this. So in comes Moeen, defended by Marsh. Back to the bowler, no run. Marsh, what a vigil this has been for the man who was left out of the first couple of games. Probably thought he wasn't going to get a game unless Cameron Green got injured. Well, he got brought in at Headingley, and he's making an impact for Australia. Forward he comes and defends. Back to Moeen. And there's no run, 4 for 195. It's all about Labuschagne now, on the brink of another Test 100. 50 in the first innings. Moeen in. Marsh comes forward and pushes into an enormous gap and will keep the strike. Much to our frustration. At the end of the over, he goes to 28. Australia 4 for 196. The deficit is now just 79.
There's one more ball.
There's one more ball. I beg your pardon. that went up really quickly on our scoreboard. I just added the one. It's a matter of course. Here we go. Last ball of the over. Labuschagne on strike, and he goes back into his crease. He's going to pick up his 100th run, pushing out into the offside. And a deliriously happy Marnus Labuschagne isn't really showing it. He's just waving his bat to the crowd. He knows there's plenty more work to be done. It's his 11th Test 100, second time he's managed one against England. And he's playing a terrific knock, a really vital one. His team, their backs to the wall. He's getting a massive bear hug from Mitchell Marsh. He's had a torrid time in this series. England thought they'd worked him out, but in this match, a 50 in the first innings and 100 in the second, he is saving Australia's bacon. And that is the end of the over. And Australia are 4 for 197. The details of that innings, please, Andrew.
263 minutes, 161 balls, 9 fours and 2 sixes. As you said, his 11th, his second against England, only his second outside of Australia. 900s in Australia, averaging 68 at home and 35 away before this.
Root into Labuschagne, who reaches for a wideish ball and pushes that into the offside. They'll amble through for an easy single.
And it's his first 123 innings.
Woof. And I say that advisedly.
Capital W.
Capital W. I would never use exclamation marks normally, but I might even.
Well, what about
all
capitals?
All capitals, yeah, all capitals. Just do all capitals, yeah. Really to make the point. Drive it home.
Is it raining?
Root is in. This is pushed out to the offside. A massive gap has been presented for Marsh, and he's happy to take the run. Is it raining? Is it raining?
It is. Yeah, just a little bit. It's been raining on and off for about the last 15 minutes, but very light. Very, very light. And I think it's the same again.
The flags are confusing us, aren't they? One is going from right to left. The other's going from left to right. That means we're into swirl territory, and that's never good. As Root is in, and Labuschagne drives back to Root, who fields. Marsh is very careful to make sure he's in his ground at the non-striker's end.
But just on his 100, I think he conquered this problem where they've been bowling very full outside off stump. And he's also decided to attack the spinners a little bit more.
Root in. He's punched off the back foot. Square of the wicket. He's going to get at least 2 here as Broad's hat flies off after 8.5 paces once more. And they do get 2. The score has advanced to 4 for 201. 200 up. That ball's come out of the front of the hand. We've seen quite a few variations from Joe Root.
That was the Karen ball. Just flicked that with his fingers. We saw him working on that and Sri Lanka like 5 years ago, whenever it was.
He also bowls a bouncer. I wonder if he does that. They'll just come straight off. Root in. Tossed up and guided past slip. I'm going to give Labuschagne the credit for that. Back cut, late cut, call it what you like. Wasn't a million miles from Crawley in the slip region, but it's sped down to the boundary, plunge for 4. And the deficit is now just 70. Australia 4 for 205.
Yeah. It's a real shame. Australia probably won't have enough time to
just
declare.
Power on, get enough. Yeah, they might. You never know. They might.
And then claim the 10 wickets.
Well, you know what I mean.
Yeah.
I think Australia's going to run out of time to get this victory.
I think they are. Which will be a terrible crying
Glenn McGrath in the box?
Root in. Labuschagne moves across his stumps and nearly gets thwacked on the pad right in front of middle and off. Root has a pensive look on his face. End of the over, 64 gone, 4 for 206. Alex has texted to say, can England say we want to bowl our fast bowlers and then they go off? They can.
Yes.
They can, Alex. Certainly within their rights to do that. It would be a bit of a timorous move because they're trying to take wickets here.
Also, the spinners...
It's something more you would associate more with the way Australia have played this game than with England, but yeah.
Well, the spinners have created more chances.
Never missing an opportunity.
He couldn't help himself, could he? Look at him.
He started it. He invaded Poland.
I do think it is worth, no matter what happens in this series, asking Glenn McGrath on the last day to tweet. It feels like we've won 5 love.
5 love, yeah. He will do, I'm sure. I'm not sure he'll take a lot of asking.
Got to be careful here playing the ball too square. I keep saying it, I know, but there is danger.
No, he's round the wicket and Labuschagne defends this into the ground. It's picked up by Brooke at short leg on the bounce.
Saw it when Marsh tried to play a ball into the offside and was drawn across the crease a little and nearly came back and bowled him.
Moeen in. This is clipped away, square of the wicket. He's going to get a single for it. Out to deep square leg.
Yeah, that's not so bad, that one, because it's so full.
It's very full, that ball.
But the last ball of the last over too, just a wee bit of chance there for Root. I felt if Labuschagne had missed that one.
I think there's been more half chances when the spinners have been on than there was with the quicks.
Well, that might be right.
Yeah, it has felt like that, hasn't it?
Certainly Labuschagne looks a wee bit more comfortable than Marsh to the spinners.
Moeen around the wicket. This is pushed into the offside, just a little dab. There's no run. The other thing England have got to do is up their over rate, because if they're going to take these wickets, almost certainly going to require a second new ball. That's going to be the thing that might give them a chance. And if they don't have a lot of time tomorrow, they don't want to be wasting an hour with an old ball that doesn't do anything for them. They really want to be hurtling through these overs with the spinners on. Moeen in. This is defended by Marsh. Back to the bowler. No run. He's showing a lot less ambition. And Moeen's bowling nearly 60 miles an hour here.
Too fast. They should take him off.
Yeah. Moeen round the wicket. Marsh defends on the front foot, straight back to the bowler.
We were talking about, I was talking about that with Andrew Ramsey from cricket.com.au downstairs, where Shahid Afridi's fast ball's like 120, 87 kilometres per hour. Like, you know, spinners can wang it when they need to.
Going in. This is driven nicely through extra cover. Don't think it'll reach the boundary. 2 fielders are converging. And they will just pick up another couple of runs. End of the over. The deficit just 66-4 for 209. Labuschagne 109. Marsh has 31. We have not seen a wicket today, and we celebrate our wickets for Tobin Brothers Funerals, celebrating lives. Well, we haven't had an opportunity to do that. Andrew Sampson.
And that's the 100 partnership. She's taken 28.5 overs. Bit of a speed up from the 18.2 overs it took to get to the 50.
Oh, yes, that is.
Missed all the standing ovation from the England fans.
I can't imagine why they haven't done that. Yeah. Mitchell Marsh got 31 of them in 91 balls. Had the majority of the strike. Labuschagne 68 of 83. It's a different old Labuschagne.
Yeah. I like this because we saw even at Headingley he was trying to score and put a little bit of pressure back on England. He's not over-attacking, but he's taking any chance of any mistakes. So I think earlier in the series he's getting a little bit stuck in place, and they can bowl the ball exactly where they wanted to for a long period of time.
I was saying, you're talking about Labuschagne? Yeah. I was just saying his mindset's much better. Not so defensive, not so thinking that he's going to get out in certain ways. He's actually looking to score a lot more.
Now, We've had some people come on and deliver fresh gloves. It's getting darker and darker, if anything.
It is dark.
It's very, very dark out there, definitely. As full delivery is pushed into the offside, fielded at backward point, and there's no run. The floodlights are piercing my eyes. You dare not look into them. It's gazing at a singularity. There's route. It's in. Chance to be a fine thing. Work to short mid-wicket. Off the front foot by Labuschagne. There's no run.
Wilfred Rhodes coming in.
Yep. His ghostly shade. Root. Just 3 or 4 paces in, and Labuschagne just guides the ball off the back foot into the offside. He scampers the first. Marsh wanted the second. It wasn't there. He's sent back enough time for us still to go run outless on day 4 of the 4th test of an Ashes series.
Has it ever been an Ashes?
Have we ever gone that far?
Yeah, has an Ashes ever not had a run out?
Oh, Andrew.
I'm going to have to look it up now, aren't I? I was hoping to get away with it.
He was thinking of his cup of tea, guys.
Any 5-test series ever not had a run out? What's the most amount of balls in a series without a run out?
Without a run out. Or the most time, if you like.
What are the questions we have?
Root into Marsh, who defends into the onside to duck it at short mid-wicket off the front foot. No run.
Can you choose which one of those you want to know?
When was the last run out in Test cricket?
It was probably in the last few days.
Was there one in West Indies?
There might have been one in West Indies or one in Gaul.
Maybe Gaul, yeah.
Root in, forward comes Marsh to one that's actually drifting away from him on this occasion. He just pushes it to the offside. Root moves nimbly to his left field, and there is no run. We've got about 20 minutes to go, 17 minutes to go until tea.
That's the little arm ball again.
Yeah, it was almost an outswinger, wasn't it? Lovely.
Yeah. This is rather beautiful stuff, this from Root. And this one comes back into Marsh and flacks it on the pad via a bit of inside edge, I think, end of the over. Australia's still 65 runs behind. 4 for 210 in the gloaming here, the Stygian gloom of Manchester.
One thing I would say is...
a bit of edge on that?
Yeah, I think you got a little bit on that. One thing I would say is players are picking the ball up more and more in modern cricket.
Shouldn't happen.
And I don't think we're that far away from handled the ball. It's not called handled the ball anymore, is it?
Obstructing the field.
Obstructing the field.
I don't think they need to.
That's why
we've got so many fielders, and as they happen against here, they're so close in fields.
He was dragging.
That's what the fielders are there for. They pick the ball up.
Exactly. He was dragging that ball away from the wicketkeeper who was about to pick it up. It doesn't make any sense.
It's there. It's the fielding team's ball.
There is something about reverse swing as well when it comes to...
Yeah. Moeen is in. This is clipped into the onside. A ball that did turn back into Labuschagne from around the wicket. Labuschagne gets the single, goes to 111, 4 for 211.
So when the ball was reverse swinging, Faf du Plessis would often not change his gloves, get them as sticky as possible, and then start picking the ball up over and over again to put moisture on the ball.
Ah, clever. Yeah, certainly would be wanting that. Marsh defends a couple of times that delivery. It's like a little stutter defence.
Moeen bowling
no run
around the wicket here, looking for LBWs to come back from outside the right-handers. Off stump bowling quite quickly to try and keep them on the back foot, if anything. Just beat the inside edge into the pad.
Moeen in. This is pushed up towards... Is that Anderson up there, mid-off?
Looks like him, yeah.
Well, he was just practicing bowling left-arm spin. I don't know if you spotted him. He was just...
I know what you mean.
Going through his left-arm spin paces. Forward comes Marsh and pushes it back up to Anderson again on the front foot. There's no run.
Him and Joffre can both bowl left-arm spin, can't they?
Yeah.
Oh, Joffre can bowl left-arm finger spin and wrist spin. I've seen him bowl it in the nets. It's ridiculous.
Well,
and he can wicket keep.
Maybe he should do that since it's his right elbow that's the problem. As this next ball is pushed back up the wicket to Moeen. Again from the going deep in his crease, Marsh. Jintan Patel's looking on, I guess. Maybe he's had some time with Anderson in his left arm spin. Moeen around the wicket. Marsh defends back to the bowler. That over's been completed double quick time. Praise be, it is possible. That took 2 minutes, that over. 4 for 211. Labuschagne 111, Marsh 31. You're listening to Test Cricket SEN for the barbecue bacon Angus at Macca's. I could devour a barbecue bacon Angus at Macca's right now. Yes, someone would bring me one. I would be delighted.
I don't think anyone's ever bowled left and right arm in one Test match, have they?
Because maybe not. Who's that Sri Lankan guy who was...
He's played in T20s and one days. Yeah, there's a couple of ambidextrous in there. And then you've got Colin Miller, I think, could do it and never did it in a game. I think it was Colin Miller because he could bowl medium pace off spin. I think he bowled left arm as well.
Root
in and oh no, it's a bigger bill for caught behind. Bairstow loves this, and I think they're going to take this upstairs, you know. Bairstow's convinced it was short. He went back into his crease, Labuschagne, went to cut. It bounced out of Bairstow's hands, and then he took the catch on the rebound.
I think that's out.
Well, Labuschagne's done a little nod there, and Root might have the breakthrough. Given not out on the field, so they're going to have to refer it. We are going to a DRS with Imar.
Never trade as a mate. That's
Well, this looks just perilously close to that outside edge. It's a cut shot, and if England somehow prized the breakthrough, we're seeing now it is.
Wow.
The edge is there, and Labuschagne has got to go, and Root has picked up a wicket, his 58th wicket in Test cricket. He's the man to break this stubborn partnership, and the crowd go wild. Of all the places, it actually looked like it was going to come from Root more than anyone else today. England have toggled through their bowlers. It was a little too full for the cut shot, and it was a little too fast. It got a good top edge. It bounced out of Bairstow's gloves, but he caught it on the rebound. Root is delighted, and you know what? The Ashes are back on. Cameron Green walks out of the crease with Australia still 64 in deficit. Labuschagne gone for 111. Australia 5 for 211.
Gosh, this game, you know, it just keeps turning, doesn't it? He's played very, very well, Labuschagne, in this innings, but he'll be absolutely desolate, I would think, getting out at this time and to Root from a ball that is wide and just bounced a little bit more than he anticipated. It didn't really turn very much. He was looking for a cut shot. It was a let-go job finally, you know, so look at him climbing up those stairs. You can't believe it. So 5 down.
It was the second time the bounce had bothered him from Root, wasn't it? It was something about the amount of inconsistent bounce Root is getting outside off stump, which has caused him some issues, but trying to go too square as well.
Yeah.
I mean, it was, I suppose, yeah, he's not going to, there's no way of looking back on this, but Cameron Green, who hasn't looked comfortable batting at any stage in this series, now has a huge job, and he's a huge man.
A huge job, a huge man, but a huge opportunity here because he's not having to face any of his nemesis. It's still Joe Root bowling. He's in. First ball, Green clips it to short mid-wicket. Duckett fields, and suddenly there's urgency in the ground. There's urgency on the field. What a difference a wicket can make. 4 in the ring. On the leg side as well as a forward short leg. Root in to Green. And Green is struck on the pad, coming forward to a full ball, trying to smother the spin. And again, I say to England, and they won't necessarily be listening, whip through some overs here. Get through some overs. A tea break's coming in 11 minutes' time. Get ever closer to that new ball if you can. Short, back into his crease goes Green, and punch drives. He's off the mark with 2. Maybe come back for 3. It will be 3. Good stop by Wokes. Sliding stop out from the boundary. Deficit down to 61, and Green's off the mark. Well, it's been pretty somnolent here in these grey conditions. And England not being able to get a wicket, but they've got one now. We celebrate our wickets for Tobin Brothers' funeral, celebrating lives. I'm kind of amazed that wasn't given out on field, actually, by Italy men, because I heard it, didn't you?
Well, I wasn't sure. Jeremy instantly thought it was out. I wasn't 100% sure because there was 2 noises as well, because Bairstow fumbled it.
Gloves, yeah. Now, Marsh isn't happy about something, so Root has to start again.
I mean, Bairstow's very lucky there that went up in the air off that drop.
Yeah. Oh.
Sorry.
Doesn't bear
catch.
thinking about. Yeah. Root into Marsh, who's nearly caught at short leg. A thick inside edge. It goes just past Harry Brook, who beats his hand on the ground like a wrestler in an arm lock. Well. Let me see. This is the replay screen for tyre power.
Just hit his right hand.
Yep. Oh, he got fingers on it. He got a little finger. He didn't stay low enough. And there's a drop chance. Suddenly Root could have had two in the over here. Forward comes Marsh. End of the over. 68 gone. 5 for 214. 9 minutes to go till tea. Can England speed through 3 overs here? Get that ball 71 overs old, and then they're getting ever closer to the chance of a new ball.
That last ball, Mitchell Marsh looked like a player from the 70s. He went all the way down outside. You don't see anyone play spin like that anymore in cricket.
Courtney Walsh used to.
He was like, I am going to smother this as much as I can, which is, that's what Root has created here.
Yeah, well, he's looked the most threatening bowler on display today. It's ridiculous. This game is absurd. Oh, it's cloudy. Oh, it's dreadful. Oh, England's seamers are going to be a handful. Well, they weren't. Joe Root has been a handful. He's nearly had a couple of wickets before that. And he nearly had Mitchell Marsh caught at short leg. That really would have sent this place erupting. Moeen's going to come around over the wicket, I beg your pardon, to Green, and he's got all sorts of short fielders in place. I'll tell you about it. His first ball is clipped to mid-on. There's a forward short leg, a leg slip and a slip. Backward point, extra cover, mid-off. Mid-on, mid-wicket, and a deep square leg. As Moeen is in, and he's driving his Green up to mid-on. There's no run.
So Green's been out to Joe Root in this series already.
And also Moeen. I've forgotten. How was he out?
And Moeen, too.
He went out slogging
at Lord's.
At Lord's.
Yeah. Moeen into Green, who's beaten on the outside edge. Groping forward. Oof, what is happening out here? Nothing happens for an hour and a quarter, and suddenly the spin twins, Moeen Ali and Joe Root, under slate grey skies. Maybe Stoke should have started with these two all along.
I did think he took too long to bring Moeen Ali on, but I wasn't thinking that with Joe Root.
No. Moeen in, too leg-sidey this time. It's just worked easily to mid-wicket. There's no run. Why has he decided to come over the wicket rather than round? He's been round before.
Well, remember he got him out bowled at Edgbaston with a wider one that turned back in between. Green has come across his stumps more.
Moeen in and out. Spits and bounces.
That's it.
Green just plays it into the ground off Moeen as much as anything else.
Moeen needs to slow down a little. He's bowling just a tad fast at this stage. It'll get more time than grip.
It's him in the belly.
It's him in the belly, yeah. A bit of bounce.
Yeah.
Gave it a little foot.
Green's too far away from that to play at it.
Moeen is in, forward in defence. That's more watchful out of the middle of the bat. Back to the bowler, end of the over. A maiden over, 5 for 214. And they get through that over quickly, so the destroyer, Joe Root, can come into the attack. He's got almost as much wicket-taking potential as his namesake, Fred Root.
Fred Root,
yes.
Bowled those little swingers, weren't they, into the leg trap. He did, that's right.
Yeah.
And brothers, Arrow. Good name, Arrow Root. Of course, you'd know that, of course. That's it,
yeah. You might have broken Jarrod.
Oh, sorry, yes. George Beat once took a catch off Fred Root.
George Beat, did he?
Yes.
Caught Beat bowled Root?
Yep.
Oh, brilliant. Right, Root starts a new over, and forward comes Marsh. Plays this one into the ground before it gets to Brook at short leg, who has... It was a tough chance. It was fingertips, about an inch off the ground, but it was a chance, so he has dropped Mitchell Marsh. We'll be keeping our eye on that. Marsh on 31 at the time. Still on 31 now as Root is in, and that's played from back in the crease, down into the ground, chopping on the ball, stabbing it, just knocking it like you would a boiled egg. No run. That difference suddenly feels dangerous again out there. Root It's in and that flicked away fine. There's no run there. I don't know why you're even thinking about it. It's got a short, backward square leg. And
the moment these two start together, they just don't even understand what a run is.
Well, I think it's because they only need 5 paces to get from one end to the other. So, I mean, they are enormous men. Enormous piles of Western Australian beef. His Root is in. Forward comes the beefy Marsh. Pushes it back to Root. There's no run.
All change. You're being defensive. I'm going to start to come on to attack because I want a man at sort of that leg gully position.
Yeah. Well, there's only
There's
only one behind square. He could probably afford another.
Well, that's
you know, maybe forward short leg could be a little backward short leg. Root is in, and this is defended on the front foot back to the bowler. 1 ball left in the over.
That's the quicker one. That's the arm ball that didn't go that time.
2 leg slips they need.
Yes.
You know, it was only about 20 minutes ago we were talking about whether or not you need the bowler bouncers so they could all come off. He's in. Forward comes Marsh. Defends another maiden. It's all getting dotted up out there. 70 gone. 5 for 2, 1 4. 3 minutes to go till tea. Probably just the 1 over left. I know I'm being a bit boring about this new ball, but the thing is, we're surely not going to get through today. Surely the rain is going to come, and surely England's real hope of winning this is going to be with a new ball, and they won't have much time tomorrow by the looks of the weather, so there's that to take into account.
You're going to be disappointed by this. 1998-99 Ashes series is the only 5 Test series without a run out.
1998-99.
That's it, yep.
Because that was the last time there hadn't been a run out the first 3 games, so that pattern continued throughout.
Yep.
Well, I mean,
I'm not disappointed.
I think it would be nice to...
Look, Dan would be disappointed. He
Has it
would
ever
have wanted to
happened
be
in
the
a
first
6 Test series?
I'll tell you that.
I want to make this the last over, really. 3 minutes to go.
Well, I think there were 2 now. 2 minutes left now.
There.
Moeen starts in to Cameron Green. The fielders all around him. He comes forward and pushes out to the offside. We've got the leg slip, the forward short leg, is it a backward square leg? I can't see. There's no. All right. There's
no one out at all.
I think catching short mid-wicket, slightly deeper mid-wicket, but still saving 1. Mid-on, mid-off, extra and backward point. Moeen is in. Forward comes Green, squeezes it out to the offside. There's no run. I mean, I don't know why we're surprised, because we've looked at previous Test matches here and know that spin plays a part, even if it's not necessarily.
Root is very excited about the way the batsmen are walking away 2 paces to the leg side and holding the bowler up.
Yeah, because he's never done that. Moeen is in. This is driven in the air momentarily to the left of Moeen, who moves to his left but misses it. Goes up.
This wasn't the team that bowled 9.5 overs at Headingley, was it? By any chance, Daniel?
Well, nine and a half overs in the first hour today, pretty much. They bowled 16 overs in the first hour and a half. It's amazing what can be done when you want to bowl. Now what's happening?
Well, there's talking around from the 4 men around the bat.
Moeen in. Green comes forward, defends into the offside. No run again.
They were talking to him about how he wasn't facing up enough, so he pulled away.
Yeah, good for him. Now he walks away, right next to Harry Brook, who's not moving, despite the enormity of the man coming towards him. Moeen in. That's defended on the front foot. Back to the bowler. And there's no run. 1 ball left to go.
It was a much better pace, I think. See, 47 miles an hour.
Are they going to squeeze another over in here? Moeen is in. And Green defends it as well as that inside edge onto pad. Moeen is convinced they're going to go upstairs. They are going to go upstairs, I'm pretty sure. They've got 3 reviews left, and they have. Here we go again. DRS timer has gone down to 10 before the T sign is made. It's another one with Imar.
Never take it easy, mate. That's
Now, I really don't know if this is out or not, because the bowler was coming towards us. The thing is, was it inside edge, onto pad, and diving forward was slip? Moeen was absolutely convinced of this, so let's have a look. Green comes forward. We're seeing it on front-on spin vision. Oh, it's not far from that bat, you know.
I think that's missed the inside edge, Daniel.
It's outside the line, so it won't be LBW. The catch is clean. Root takes it. Here we go. We can see ultra edge. It's missed. It's definitely missed.
Yeah.
It's a long way from the inside edge.
Did it?
I think that instead have cost themselves a chance of another over.
Oh, I like that.
So, the Aussie batters come off. All that sound and fury indicating nothing. Joel Wilson was right. Make a note. 4:59. And the impact was well outside the double check in the LBW. It's not out. And Cameron Green survives, but suddenly the Aussies will look shaky against the devilish spin twins of Root and Marine Alley.
That's brilliant. Joel Wilson waiting at his stumps for the decision from the third umpire. All the players have left the field, and he gives not out to an empty and vacant stadium.
Marvellous.
Yes.
Well, it's tea, ladies and gentlemen, and we've had 2 hours and 15 minutes. How many runs in that session, please, Andrew?
101.
From how many overs?
30.
30 overs England managed in 2 hours and a quarter, but I would imagine that they bowled about 10 of those in the last half an hour, didn't they? Something along those lines.
Like that. Yeah, 45 minutes, they bowled 12. 13, sorry, 13. With
13 overs in 45 minutes, so before that they bowled 17 overs in an hour and a half.
Yep.
It's the sort of thing that makes you very, very questioning about the players and how cynical they can be about these things, I'm afraid.
It does. Surely we're going to be going back to Paul Sebastiani, who's had a lot of work to do today because of the rain. But before we do, a bit of housekeeping. It is our Macca's delivery of the day. Order via Mac Delivery on the My Macca's app. It doesn't have to be a wicket-taking ball. It's about the best delivery. It wasn't necessarily the best ball, was it? Just
mine is Joe Root's, the fast one that caught the edge with his little, with an arm ball, and it went past Lurch at first slip.
I concur. Where are you with that?
That's exactly the one I was going to pick. I thought that was the best ball. That was the first time where I went, they actually looked like taking a wicket here. Until that point, they really hadn't.
Andrew Sampson?
Yeah, I'll go with that.
We have got unanimity for once. A South African, a Kiwi, an Aussie and a Pom. We're all in agreement. Do you know, there is still chance for world peace. It's time for us to take a short break. 15, 16 minutes and fill our stomachs with quite disappointing sandwiches and a reasonable scone. So, for you, it's to go back to the very capable hands of Paul Sebastiani with the tea break.
SEN Ashes cricket for the barbecue bacon Angus at Macca's. Bad news here at Old Trafford. It is raining and it looks steady, and the rain started just after the players left the field with Australia. 5 for 214 with 4 sessions left in this test match. Mitchell Marsh still there on 31, Cameron Green on 3. They've put on 3 since losing Marnus Labuschagne for a well-made 111, his 11th ton in test cricket, second away from home, but he was caught behind cutting by Bairstow. Good juggled chance from the bowling of Joe Root. He put on 103 with Mitchell Marsh. A session that in so many ways we didn't expect. Nothing's really gone the way we thought today. Adam Collins with you, David Bumble Lloyd and Peter Lalor with me, our experts for Red Energy, 100% Australian electricity and gas. And Bumble, now we are probably in a situation where we have to hope they get back on tomorrow.
Yeah, it's looking that way. It's very much set in. It comes up from Liverpool, from the west side, and all around. It's mizzle. It's not torrential rain. This is mizzle. All the covers are on, all the plastic sheets, the electric hover, that's on as well. So we're in for quite a wait here. The lights are still on, but if you're asking a local guy in me, I don't think we're getting on today.
Just to talk through that last 45 minutes of play where the 2 spinners had to come on. They wanted Mark Wood. With the ball they just changed, it was swinging a bit for Anderson. They wanted Wood. They couldn't use him due to the light. Before the light reading was even taken. Keen for your perspective from an umpiring perspective.
Well, from a playing perspective, having played here for 20 years, that was quite a normal day. Not now when it rained, but that's the sort of light that you do get. And so these 2 umpires here at international level will have a light reader meter reading. Yep. And so they will be governed by that. And as soon as Mark Wood came in, that was the end of it.
What do you think of it being that the players can stay out there with the 2 spinners? It does feel a fraction odd in the modern game that they're compelled to stay out but to use spinners only. Have you got a view on that?
Yeah. So they could have come off. He'd have said, OK, I'm going to bowl Mark Wood. And so the umpires would have just said, oh, well, we're going off then. Yep. And so they'd have come off the field. So Stokes himself must have thought, well, OK, well, we'll carry on and I'll bowl my spinners because I think I might get a wicket. He did. He got one. He's played well there. That's a real Labuschagne that we've seen today. He's been shorter runs, he's been quiet. I thought he played really well.
Pete, we've been saying exactly the same thing with Andrew Sampson, going through the numbers and all the starts that Labuschagne's got, not been able to go on with it. That'll mean quite a lot to him.
It hasn't surprised me that he hasn't gone on in this series, because to look at him, he hasn't looked right, but it's clicked in this test, hasn't it?
Yep.
I think you could start to see it in the previous test match, but in this one with the half century in the first innings, which was his first in about 16 innings or something. Sorry?
23 innings.
23, was it?
Yep.
There you go. He made 100, didn't he, for Glamorgan at Hove coming into the game, and it's funny, as an Australian you just assumed that we were going to get a 45-50 run average out of Marnus Labuschagne in this series, but he has struggled for it. I think it was interesting that they brought the spinners on. I mean, it'd be absolutely insane for Ben Stokes to say, well, we're not bowling, we'll go and have a rest now, because what they want to do is get wickets. And of course it's that man Joe Root who comes through for them. Bowled an interesting mix of seam and spin, didn't he?
Yeah. Gorgeous old-fashioned arm ball to get Labuschagne bumbled.
That's exactly it.
Yeah.
The arm ball, you could see it. It was great that the camera went in to see the grip at the end of his run, and we knew straight away, this is an arm ball. But he got it to gently swing. And so from an England perspective, bowlers who bowled a really good arm ball going back in yesteryear, Fred Titmus bowled a lovely arm ball. Now a fella here who actually captained Tasmania and they went and won the Shield was Jack Simmons. And he bowled an arm ball, Jack, and he was a deadly fast off spinner close to the umpire, but bowled an arm ball. And to tell us, you usually have a signal, or we did have a signal, this is going to be an arm ball. And Jack used to cough a lot, and he got to the end of his run and you could see a cough coming and he'd go, swinger, and everybody on the ground knew, especially the batsman as well. But he bowled a decent swinger. I mean, they used to have, back in the day, when it was a swinger, you used to get a signal to everybody. Now, there was a catch that went through slip that he never saw, Crawley, from a swinger from Joe Root. Now, he didn't get the message. He didn't know it was coming. It was saying it came so quick, and it went straight through him.
It feels like Root over his long test career has almost been underbowled, because whenever he comes on, stuff happens. He's one of those guys who has a bit of a golden arm, doesn't he?
Well, he's a bit better than a bit-time bowler.
Yeah.
He is better than that. And he's an old style off spinner. He's a little bit round arm. He comes round his body. He's not high in the perpendicular to get bounce. Somebody like Nathan Lyon gets overspin and bounce. But he's nothing like that sort of bowler. He's slightly round arm. But, he's done a job. They stayed out there. Moeen Ali has not got anything to happen, really. And so you're just looking, they were looking. They changed the ball as well, Peter, didn't they? They changed the ball, and we saw it going through the gauge because he'd have been out and got wet, and the outfield, and it wouldn't go through the gauges, so they changed the ball. And there was a bit of an exchange between Labuschagne and Stokes. Labuschagne demanded to see the ball. It's nothing to do with you. It's nothing to do with him at all.
Surprised he got a chance to see it. I'm surprised they gave it to him.
I think Stokes give him this is nothing to do with you, my friend.
By that point, he'd had a look, and Labuschagne, for his part, along with Mitchell Marsh, have gone a long way to helping Australia. Well, they may not save it from here. They may get back on tomorrow and so on. But at least from where they walked out under leaden skies, lights on, Anderson bowling, Wokes as well, they weren't able to get that first ball to move at all.
No. Well, and, they'll live for another day, won't they?
Yep.
Because of the efforts of Labuschagne and Marsh. One thing we should address is how good that catch was. I mean, I know he juggled it, but that was a sharp chance. That rose. So they're not easy to take, those ones.
And the confidence of him coming up to the stumps, to the quicker bowlers as well, to bring the batter back. Johnny Bairstow, 99 not out, confidence player. Confidence comes into his wicket keeping. I think he's done absolutely fine. There's always that talk, and it irks me a bit in England that, we got to play him, he's the best wicket keeper, why don't we play him? It's a balance of the team. You're always looking to balance the side. And from a coaching viewpoint, whichever country, you want a long batting lineup, get as long as possible. And somebody like Johnny Bairstow with 12 centuries in Test match cricket, strike rate round about 58, he fits this team big time.
Absolutely. I mean, the fact that through the Bazball era, if you like. He's made 6 test tons and could have easily been another one yesterday. He was quite upfront about his legs still impeding his movement as a wicket keeper, having not done the job full-time for 3 years. So he's offering that vulnerability, but to take a catch like that at a moment like that, it could prove decisive, because if Labuschagne's batting at stumps tonight or beyond, it feels very different tomorrow morning, Pete.
Well, you know what's really changed things was taking that catch in the first innings, and the way he came up from that. You know, I think he's just been riding a high ever since, and he's batted much better since that. I mean, it was a great time to bat. It was setting a total time to bat, which really suits him. But he's the guy for that situation, and I reckon he came off saying, "I don't care about that 100. I'll give it 99 runs. I'm feeling good. I've contributed to the team."
That's exactly him as a player.
He's feeling good about himself again.
Yeah, and it's just that English thing that the purists that he's not the best. We need the best glove man. You've got to balance the side, and just going forward, if Johnny Bairstow perhaps didn't get into the team, they would be looking at a lad called Robinson from Durham, 24 years of age, and in domestic first-class cricket with a strike rate of 60. He fits this team. And so somebody like Folkes, who's a wonderful glove man, John Simpson at Middlesex, is wonderful, absolutely brilliant wicket-keeper. But the strike rate with the bat is in the 40s. They don't want that here. That's not what they want in this team.
That would have been the kind of conundrum you had when you were coaching England and you had Jack Russell. And
of course.
There would have always been people saying you've got to pick Jack Russell, but Alex Stewart there as well, and trying to find that balance.
Alex Stewart scoring many centuries. Jack, a wonderful man, great man, one of my best mates. Didn't get in the side. And you're going back to Alan Knott and Bob Taylor. And Alan Knott got in because he scored runs. And we've always had that dilemma that you're trying to get 12 into 11. The other thing about this team is that Stokes can't bowl, so then you've got to balance the team a little bit more because he's not bowling.
But you paid a price for it. I mean, you could argue that those missed chances in the first 2 tests cost the first 2 tests.
Yes,
You could put them both on Johnny Bairstow's shoulders.
You can indeed.
So, you know.
But in them matches, England had lost 13 chances. Australia lost 7, and that goes by the by. That's not mentioned at all. And so I've always wanted to balance the side. And Johnny Bairstow's come back into this team, and his fitness is on the hoof. He's got to try and get fit playing Test match cricket because he hasn't been able to play first-class cricket.
Pete, talking of strengthening batting lineups and balance, a lot was made before this match from an Australian perspective about having both Marsh and Green in there and what that would do, having Carey at 8 and so on. But the fact that Green's out of form, he was dropped early before tea, it's worth noting too, albeit a sharp chance at short leg. But this is where Green's going to earn his money. He needs to be there with Mitch Marsh, who now is, with the benefit of hindsight, proved a visionary selection. If not for Cameron Green's sore hamstring at Leeds last week, it's improbable he ever would have played.
Yeah. Well, it creates an interesting situation, doesn't it? I mean, does Cameron Green have to succeed here to lock in his place for Lords? The Oval in London. Will Australia be looking to bring Todd Murphy back in? I'm just searching for positives for Australia, and I think back to where we started with Marnus Labuschagne, that is banking at least one positive out of this match. They really needed to hold on here and not get rock and rolled early and go and be just in disarray when they drive back to London.
We haven't seen Cameron Green, have we, in the UK? All the talk about Cameron Green, but we have seen with Marsh is that he looks a very accomplished batsman at least. He's got plenty of time. Cameron Green looks out of nick to me. He's a big, tall guy, a bit like Tony Craig back in the day. And so he's searching for form, but we haven't seen the real Cameron Green, but we knew what we could get from Mitch Marsh.
The other major talking point coming into today was, did England leave it too late last night in terms of when they ended their innings, not declaring, only leaving themselves, well, not only leaving themselves, but in the context of the rain, a session last night, and then today with likely rain and tomorrow as well, that maybe now with the benefit of hindsight, that 275 lead looks awfully important because they're only got 61 to play with before they have to bat again.
I was quite relaxed about yesterday. It was great fun for England, and Australia suffered. But I wouldn't worry too much about the weather. We've got a delay now, but knowing this place, you can get all sorts of weather forecasts, and you'll always get a window. You get a window, as we've just had, for about 90 minutes play, and you'll continue to do so. I don't think we'll get on again tonight, and so everybody's telling me that the forecast is poor for tomorrow. I'm not bothered. There will be a passage of play tomorrow.
And that was brilliant how quickly they turned the crown around, Bumble. I mean, you know this place better than anybody. I'm assuming a lot of work's been done across the journey, making sure that the drainage can go from like what was massive puddles around the ground a couple of hours before they got on to playing Test cricket.
State-of-the-art drainage, as they have at all the Test match grounds. Going back to when I played here, there was no drainage at all. You could swim in it.
What we might do here is take a break on our coverage with the covers on and the rain coming down at Old Trafford, Australia. 5 for 214. Mitch Marsh, 31. Cameron Green on 3. They trail by 61 after a session, an unexpected session where Australia added 101 runs but did lose Marnus Labuschagne when he was 111. Our coverage is for the Barbecue Bacon Angus at Macca's, and we'll go back and forth between Melbourne and the ground. Hopefully some good news and some play, and we'll also pick up our conversation with David Lloyd as we work our way towards the formalities and calling stumps at some stage in the next couple of hours.
Knock, knock. Hey, did you sort our professional indemnity insurance?
Well, I went to do...
Abandoned hope, overworked startup owner.
Okay, can I help you?
I am the grim renewer, making business insurance pure agony. Confusing jargon, bad customer service, negotiation.
It's all done.
What? Impossible.
I went to bizcover.com.au, compared policies from top insurers and saved a bunch. No dramas.
Who is this BizCover?
Only Australia's leading business insurance specialist.
Can you leave, please?
Real Adventures with Patrick Dangerfield and Aaron Hapgood. Everything fishing, boating and outdoors.
People would laugh at it, but I'd have Disney music on. The reason I do is because every Disney song is a story. So whenever you sing the song, like you can picture the story in your head. It just gave your mind a little bit of a reprieve.
I reckon it gives his opponents like Petrarca and that bit of confidence when he's coming out there going, let it go.
Patrick Dangerfield and Aaron Hapgood. Subscribe and listen today wherever you get your podcasts.
Not feeling like yourself? It's something most people experience at some point. Reaching out can be tough, but getting things out in the open can help. Head to Health is a free service that can help connect you to local support. When you call, you'll talk to a friendly mental health professional who will take the time to understand your needs and find the right support for you. Call 1-800 595 212 Monday to Friday during business hours to find free mental health support.
NHP are your local trusted number one choice for everything a Sparky needs. NHP electrical products are available from recognised electrical wholesale stockists with service-ready levels of key products. With NHP's range of globally sourced best-in-class products, you can think global, trust local. When you buy NHP, you're buying 100% Australian-owned and supporting local Aussie jobs. You can find NHP electrical products at your local recognised electrical wholesaler stockist or nhp.com.au.
Not feeling like yourself? It's something most people experience at some point. Reaching out can be tough, but getting things out in the open can help. Head to Health is a free service that can help connect you to local support. When you call, you'll talk to a friendly mental health professional who will take the time to understand your needs and find the right support for you. Call 1-800 595 212 Monday to Friday during business hours to find free mental health support.
SEN Ashes cricket for the Barbecue Bacon Angus at Macca's, and we have our experts with us for Red Energy, 100% Australian electricity and gas, David Bumble, Lloyd and Peter Lalor. It's been brilliant having you with us on the coverage this week, Bumble, for the first time. You're with us at the Oval next week as well. We'll take this opportunity to talk about the life and times that you've enjoyed in this part of the world over, going back to the mid-60s when you first walked through the gates at Old Trafford?
1964, I was an amateur and still at school and coming down for nets and playing the odd second 11 match, and I've seen all the changes here, and there have been many, and seen some wonderful cricketers. And when we first emerged in the late 60s, there's particularly a one-day side, and you could then have overseas players, that you were allowed 2 overseas players. So going over the hill, over the M62, which joins Yorkshire and Lancashire, you had to live in Yorkshire to play for Yorkshire, and that's end of There's no question of you lived anywhere else. You weren't born there, you don't play there. And so gradually they changed, and their first overseas was Sachin Tendulkar, where we'd had Farouk Engineer and Clive Lloyd, who were at the ground today, they were at the ground yesterday, and so they were absolutely magnificent. Now, it's not plain sailing, isn't that, to bring an overseas player in, because they've got to fit in. You've got to know each other. These two were adopted Lancastrians from ball one, from the get-go. They were adopted Lancastrians. They still live here after all these years. And so you graduate to Wasim Akram. I mean, if ever I'm asked who you're going to pick a World 11, I start at number 8, Akram. And he played here. I was coach at the time. He was devastating. A wonderful, wonderful fella with a wicked sense of humour and brilliant on the field, who could just switch it on. Let me tell you one story about when you're in the nets, and all cricketers listening will understand when you go to net practice that they're always onto the court. The balls are rubbish, balls are terrible, these balls, why don't we get some decent balls? Akram used to go in the ball bag and look for the worst ball you could ever find and do all the big gizmos, all the reverse swing, and he was unplayable with the worst ball in the bag, whereas all our Lancastrians, these balls are shocking. I want a decent ball to bowl with, not Akram. So we had some wonderful times. Muralitharan played here. Muralitharan.
And I suppose you personally had that experience of playing with touring pros from your days in Accrington, playing club cricket with some all-time greats joining you at club level too.
Yeah, vintage times of league cricket, and that got me into cricket in Lancashire League as a child, as a little lad of 10 and 11 years old, going to the cricket grounds and getting the autographs of these fantastic cricketers who were coming from all around the world, every nationality, and the ground's full, and you paid sort of a shilling to get into the ground, but you had to pay another sixpence to get into the enclosure just to get your autographs. You know, they were wonderful times, and that's what got me into cricket, really.
And didn't Dennis, Lily, just to interrupt, Dennis came up and played for Lancashire in the league.
Dennis he played at Haslingden. Right. I can't remember, came to this match, and he's leant on the side screen in a Lancashire flat cap. Barracking from the boundary like they always do. Lancashire League is absolutely barrack. Let me tell you about Bobby Simpson. Bobby Simpson comes across, and his first 2 innings, I'm sure, with low scores, I think they might have been 0-0. Well, I mean,
someone else did that in their first innings.
Oh, they did.
Too.
We'll talk about that in a minute. But so the crowd are unforgiving. This is Bobby Simpson, and they're all shouting, "Who's your pro? Where's your pro?
Give your money back."
Send him home. Send him back where he's come from. Anyway, from then on, he broke the league record with 1,511 runs.
Wow.
He played fabulously well, and he must have been into coaching or aspirations to get into coaching, because he was one of the rare ones who would hold coaching sessions for the kids come in and be coached by Bob Simpson.
So he obviously translated that to an amazing triple ton on this ground at Old Trafford. I mean, what are your early memories of actually coming here as a kid and watching England or Lancashire play here at Old Trafford?
Well, it was as a player. I was fast-tracked into the team through Lancashire schools cricket. So how did you get noticed? That's a good question. How did you get noticed? Well, that time, the school boys, Lancashire boys, North Lancashire boys, you play here, play at this ground. So you're in front of the committee, and, you know, I was okay. I got a 50 and 4 or 5 wickets. Got signed on as an apprentice, and into the second 11, fast-tracked into the first team, not clearly good enough to play, but they got me into the team. As Pete says, I was very consistent in my first match. I got none in the first inning, none in the second innings. Then we went and played Yorkshire. I got none in that and none again in the second inning. I did that 4 times, just get it out your system. In a test trial, I got none and none, which didn't help my cause at all. But I got to tell you, one of them notes was run out infamously at the non-striking end without facing a ball by, come on, all together, who's run me out? Who's run me out? Come on, I'm only giving you one chance.
In a trial game at Lancashire?
It's a trial game. It's around the country.
Jeffrey Boycott.
Correct, bang on.
The guy from over the hill.
That's it.
Yeah.
So I got run out in a test trial by him. So that meant I didn't get in.
So you do get your chance eventually, having played in a glory era for Lancashire under Jack Bond. We touched on that a couple of days ago. But when you finally make it to England ranks, your recollections of stepping into a dressing room and playing Test cricket?
Would that be at Lloyd's? First Test match was Lloyd's, which is, terrific to do that against India. And myself and Dennis Amis would open. And I was 46 not out, in the 40s not out, at lunchtime. So this is 1974, I've got to stress that. So you go into the legendary lunchroom at Lloyd's with Nancy, who used to do all the catering. And at that time, there were bottles of beer all over the table. I thought, well, I've done pretty well here. I've got 46 in my first Test match. I think I'll have a lager. Which I did. Poured myself a lager, had a bit of pudding, went out, and it was out in the first over, caught short leg by Eknath Solkar, who was a brilliant short leg fielder. But then went on and played the next Test match at Edgbaston. I got 214 not out, and I was devastated when Mike Denness declared we're only like 440. I'm 214 not out, and he called us in. I thought, I'm on here, I get 300 not here. And I'll tell you this, that was 1974. If he hadn't declared against that Indian attack, I'd still be in now.
They were the Indian side that didn't win a game on the whole tour, right?
Yeah, and the Indian team said, why do we keep playing on these green pitches? And they were bowled out and followed on, and Sonny Gavaskar was the quickest bowler that they had. So I thought it was the flattest thing I've ever played on at Edgbaston. Any flatter, he'd be in an envelope.
And some contrast between that and the tour you go on in 1974-75 to Australia with Lilly and Thompson really in their pomp and having to go out there and walk out when it was as hostile as it's ever been.
I had never been out of England up to that stage. I've been to Wales. That's about as far as it was. So I get on an aeroplane, which I'd never been on before. I think it was a Qantas jet. And we touched down in Darwin. And we're coming down the steps at some unearthly hour at Darwin, obviously for a refuel or something. And I've never felt heat like that. And I've never been on an aeroplane, as I said. And we're coming down the steps. I said, crikey, these engines get hot, don't they? They said, that's not the engines, that's Australia.
Pete, you'd remember that as a little boy, Dennis Lilly being your hero, and 74-75 being a most memorable Ashes series, and Bumble walking out.
Yeah, I do. And that's tough, isn't it? You played, 9 years of first-class cricket. You've come into the Test team. You've done all right.
Yeah.
And they send you to Australia for that. That is a real wake-up call, isn't it?
It's a lifetime thing with you.
Yeah.
That team, that Australian team, were fantastically led by Ian Chappell. They got a wonderful pair of opening bowlers, Thompson and Lilly, backed up by Tangles, Max Walker, off spin from Ashley Mallett, an absolute gun batting lineup, Rodney Marsh behind the stumps. But I tell you, it was that tradition there. At the end of a day's play, you would alternate and go into each other's rooms and have a chat and have a beer. Fantastic times. Great bunch of blokes, wonderful bunch of fellas. And so, there were one or two of our lads who wouldn't go in. He's trying to kill me, he's trying to knock my head off. Why do I want to have a beer with him? But I loved it. I'll go in and sit with him and have a bit of a yarn. Dougie Walters was great to sit next to.
When you've shared experiences like that, obviously with your own teammates you have a bond, but with the other team, do you have a sort of bond with those guys?
Absolutely. I've finished up great mates with Ian Chappell. I always see Dennis Lilly when we go across. Tomo's here at the moment. He thinks I'm completely talentless. He said he's totally talentless, is that bloke, because he thinks I've made money about getting it in the box by Jeff Thompson. He thinks I've made a lot of money about it, but I love him to bits. He was fabulous as a bowler, and he'd come straight out the country. I think he was a country boy, but physically, the shoulders on him and that action that he just ambled in, and then rockets came down.
You wouldn't see it too, would you? That load up.
The load up as the ball was behind him. The nearest thing I've seen to that, and it's only a picture. There's a picture of Frank Tyson, who for a spell was unbelievably quick for England, and it's with his front foot up in the air and the ball is nearly on the ground behind him as he catapult triggers back to deliver, and Thompson was very similar to that.
I know you always get asked about getting hit in the box, so we won't do that, but on that tour 74-75, Colin Cowdery gets flown over to
41
to be part of it, and the vision of him ducking and weaving and all the rest, a guy who'd played all the way back. I think he made his debut in 1954-55. Having someone like that in the dressing room with you must have been brilliant as a younger bloke.
Well, the first time I'd met him, Colin Cowdery, it was in the middle.
Really?
In the middle. And you know, there's a couple of bounces or 3 bounces gone down, and you know you meet in the middle at the end of an over. He comes up, and he was quite posh, posh Englishman, as a Lloyd in the end. He comes up to me, he said, I say, he said, this is rather fun. And I looked at him, my eyes wide open. I said, I've been in funnier situations than this.
So in terms of how your career trajectory goes from there, of course, you don't play loads of international cricket after that, but you do end up having this sort of career that goes all over the place in terms of coaching and umpiring and coming back to England as the national coach in the 90s. But what drew you to, as a pro, going into the umpiring caper when you finished up?
I wanted to stay in the game. I'd finished when I was 36, like many players. What am I going to do now? And I worked for a brewery for a time, and that wasn't me as selling. I wasn't a salesman. And an opportunity came to go into umpiring. I did 2 years as a reserve umpire, so I couldn't umpire first-class matches. I could do university games and things like that, second 11. So you learnt your trade that way, and eventually I got onto the full panel. Thoroughly enjoyed it. There was no altercation, there was no challenge by the players. You were the boss. You were the boss out there. I'll just give you an instance that you would give a not out, and I like to give them out. I was like, I like the game to go forward, and I not out, and you go to square leg, and a fielder would come up and say, what were wrong with that one? What were that missing? And I'd say, oh, that's a great shout, great appeal. I said, it might have been hitting, it might have been missing, I wasn't sure. I'd have to guess. I would have to guess if I had to give that out. And I'll tell you what I'll do, when you're batting, I'll start guessing.
Well, we had an incident with the umpires today. Did you see that in India? Harmanpreet.
I did. Harmanpreet has teed off the Indian women's captain. There was an incident
kicked over the stumps or knocked them over when she's
knocked the stumps over with their bat, then walked into the press conference and said to the Bangladeshi captain, what are you doing here? You're not the reason that your side have done well. It's the umpires. They should be here.
She'll definitely end up a match referee, because we've seen someone else do that too, haven't we? Broad's dad. He kicked over the stumps, didn't he? Knocked them over in Australia.
But evidence of that, did Colin Croft knock the umpire through the stumps, I think?
Yes, he did. He ran up behind him, didn't he? And he dropped the shoulder.
You're gonna get it, aren't you? If you do that sort of thing, they're going to come and jump on you. Quite right.
Did you ever consider, when you were doing that and going around the counties and the shires, that you might go on and umpire at an international level? Was that ever in your...
I was nearly there. I was due to do a one-day international, and then we in the UK followed Australia with quick cricket. You had Kanga cricket.
Yep.
Australia had Kanga cricket, which was an introduction to the game in primary schools at a young age for boys and girls with plastic equipment, and I headed that. From Lloyd's. I had to go down to Lloyd's every for 2 or 3 days a week, and I was a sort of front man for that to get that going. So umpiring stopped then. But the other thing about coaching, whilst I was playing, I'd always had an interest, and I took all my badges whilst I was playing here, and so I was ready. I got everything in place. If an opportunity came up, so you always got to wait for an opportunity to go into coaching. Mickey Stewart was England coach at the time, and he'd been involved in the adjudication of who goes forward as coaches, and he got me to take the under-15s and under-19s, and so that was my first step on the ladder to move up the coaching.
So that's before you go to Lancashire as coach. You coach England 19s.
Yes. Yeah.
Who are some of the young fellas you looked after them?
Andrew Flintoff, Ben Hollyoak, Marcus Trescothick, Anthony McGrath, Vikram Solanki, Anurag Singh. We had a lovely bunch
Rob Key's
of lads.
group as well? Was that
No, I didn't see Rob. Alex Tudor.
Okay.
And so, as always, you're looking... It's interesting at that level, because some years you have a really good group, and then you'll have a barren group. You know, they're not just as good as last year's, and then you pick up again. And so it's always terrific to see the lads who are at that level, 17-year-old. What the policy was to always pick them a year young. Don't pick them right on the under-19 age so that you miss them. Have them for 2 years, which is what we did. And whilst I was England coach, I'll skip forward. When I was England coach, a lad called John Abrahams was in charge of the under-19s, and he rang me to say, I've got 2 who are ready to play full internationals, and the 2 were Ben Hollyoak and Andrew Flintoff.
Right.
And Alex Stewart was captain, so he had the say-so at that time, and he fast-tracked him into the team.
It was like a philosophical question around that time, wasn't there, Pete? That what does a coach actually mean? In cricket, Ian Chappell advanced that view. Shane Warne certainly advanced the view that, well, what's a coach mean? But, I mean, you obviously had a different perspective and thought you could bring something to these younger cricketers.
Well, you're a father figure. You're giving guidance, that's all. So to my job with the England team was to support the captain. That's how it was in the 90s, and it definitely changed. We didn't have central contracts, so the players would be playing for the counties. They would be invited to play for England. They'd come and play for England, go back to the counties. So you as a coach just saw them for that 5-6 day window, and so my job was to take the weight off the captain, to prepare the team with nets and practice and organisation. When it came to match day, you sit back, have a cup of tea, you can go to the pictures if you want, because he's the captain. That's his team. And it changed in 2000 when central contracts came in. I'd just left and went into TV, and Duncan Fletcher came in. Fantastic coach, but a technical coach. Duncan was technical, and so central contracts meant that he had the players for weeks on end. So you can work technically then. You know, you've just got a group of players, and he was fabulous. And he was a no-nonsense coach as well, Duncan. He had a bit of discipline in him as well, which I can promise you I never had.
Did you?
Come on, lads, we'll have a night out here.
Oh, it sounds like you had a few likely lads there who wanted to drink too.
We had. I had a great bunch of lads. I've never regret. No problem. I mean, let's talk about some of the characters. When I first came into the job, somebody will always warn you. They'll always say, just keep your eye on him. He's a bit, Philip Tufnell. So I get Philip, who was a rebel. He was a rebel, so no problems. So straight away, I'd always ask Philip in practice, what do you want to do? And he said, what? Well, I've never had it like that. What do you mean? What I want to do? I said, you tell me what you want to do. I said, I don't want you upset. What do you want to do? I'll bowl for 40 minutes. I said, that's great. You have a ball for 40 minutes. He was never known for fitness. So we go to West Indies, and we're in Guyana at the Pegasus, and it's like a promenade, and it goes out for 1.5 miles and back for 1.5 miles, and it's a training day. It's the fella who does all the training, the strength and conditioning. It's his day. Right, we're going to set off with a 3-mile run. And I just looked at Philip. I thought he'd never, ever run 3 miles, ever. I said, right, me and Philip, me and you will run at the back. I said, we'll run at the back, but we don't stop. No stopping. To which he said, a great line, hang on, I'll just get me fags. So we go out, and we're at the back and never moving from the back. We're sort of heel and toe, and he's wheezing and coughing, and we get back to the start point, and he's on his hands and knees. I thought he's going to peg out here. I mean, this is going to be the end of him here. So eventually I said, right, Philip, I said, how do you feel now? He said, well, boss, if they ever find anybody that can hit you 3 miles, I'll be able to bring it back.
Was coaching more satisfying than playing? Some people do say that.
No, nothing better than playing. Nothing better than playing.
Good.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
With respect to that group you had, I mean, there's often, try and get the right adjective here, sometimes the mick is taken out of the 90s England team, right? There's been a documentary made on Sky about it, a book written by Emma John about it, which you would have contributed to both of those, I'm sure, about it being a bit of a footloose and fancy-free time. But that group of players seem very loyal to each other and very loyal to you as their coach. That bond still remains to this day.
Yeah, very much so. Mates with all of them. Nasser, Mike Butcher. Great fun. I mean, he won't mind me telling you this, Mark. He won't. He's just that sort of lad. He's a wonderful player. So we picked him for his first match at Edgbaston. So we're in the 90s, and I've got to sort of, it's Pete's area is this. We had investigative journalists following us. We had, lads who were digging the dirt.
Going through the rubbish bin.
Anyway, we had 2 wonderful lads who wrote for Sunday newspapers, Peter Hayter and David Norrie. And they were always sniffing for a thing. So it's Butch's first match, and I'm fairly new as well. And in fact, I think it might have been my first game. And they came to me, and they were mates anyway. They said, just a quick word with you. Your opening batter, we're in Liberty's nightclub at 1 o'clock this morning. I said, OK, all right, OK. So I go to Butch, I said, look, mate, and I knew Butch, I knew lifestyles and so on. I said, just be careful. I said, you're up at Liberty's. I said, you've been clocked by the Sunday boys. I said, just be careful, it was 1 o'clock. He said, I never go to bed before 3. So I said, OK, we'll leave it at that then. But, you look at Gary Sobers, who would, in an interview, would say that he didn't like to get to sleep before 3, couldn't sleep so much. And so it's whatever ticks your box, isn't it? You don't have to go to bed at 10 o'clock.
About making the most of the opportunities you got, I suppose. And you certainly did that in the media as a TV identity for a very long time, primarily with Sky Sports, but also a long period of time working on radio.
Yeah, love
with
that.
Test Match Special as a summariser there. But being able to, I suppose, not only provide your sharp analytical focus on the game, but the lighter touch on TV, which is so important, colour and shade and all the rest of it.
Well, 7 hours is a long time to be miserable. So I want to have a bit of fun as well. You've got to smell the coffee and embrace it. In a test match, there's going to be 20 minutes when there's nothing happening. Yep. Let's have a look in the crowd. Let's have a see who's around.
Yep.
Who are the dignitaries that are here? And so, you can expand it. But all you're wanting to do is the person who's watching the TV, you want them to think that they're actually sat here next to you. That's the bottom line. And there's that, the great lines, you can attribute it to Richie Benner or anybody. Just less is more. Yep. Just let it wash for a while. Just leave the pitches. I've nothing else to add.
It feels like even now, having done pretty much everything someone can do in cricket, you love it so much. You're doing the Lancashire live stream during county cricket here at Old Trafford. You're doing various gigs around the place, obviously working with us on SEN Test Cricket, and you'll continue to do so, I suppose.
Yeah, and the Lancashire stuff, there's a game here on Tuesday. I'm doing the game on Tuesday. It's a county match against Northamptonshire. But to come back on SEN is almost like coming home. You mentioned that I first started in radio, and I love doing radio. It's brilliant. Why do I love radio? Because I can wear what I want. I can wear exactly what I want, and what you see is what you get. This top that I've on, I only bring one top. 5 days, 6 days. On first day, a fella, he spilled a pint of Guinness all down the back of this top, and I know that it stinks. I just know I haven't brought another. This is all I have.
You know when he walks in the press box. It smells like the night before.
Yeah, here he comes. Yeah.
Fumble, thanks for taking some time out to go and do the potted history of your life in cricket. Again, a privilege having you with us on SEN Test
Cricket. Glad to be here.
This is week 1 of many. Let's hope we can do this many times over the years. We'll take a break. On the other side of it, we'll go back to Melbourne because, well, the rain isn't tumbling down, but it's certainly still drizzling, and the probability of a restart before the formal close of play 61 minutes from now is improbable. So Australia at 5 for 214. They trailed by 61. They lost 1 wicket in the middle session, which was the first today after the delay. Marnus Labuschagne, his 11th century. He made 111, caught by Johnny Bairstow, the wicketkeeper. From the bowling of Joe Root, Mitchell Marsh still there on 31, Cameron Green on 3. Our coverage is for the barbecue bacon Angus at Macca's. After the break, Paulie Sebastiani in Melbourne.